Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Supporters. On Monday morning, Zhu Yuantang stayed in bed. Jiang Ning knocked on the door several times before she slowly got up. They had rice porridge, steamed buns, side dishes, and eggs for breakfast. They didn't arrive at school until the morning self-study class was about to start. Jiang Ning walked to the door of class 8, which was closed. When he opened the door, he noticed an unusual atmosphere. Wu Zhaoqi stood on the podium with red eyes and an angry expression. The students in class 8 were also speechless. What was going on? Why was there another meeting during the morning self-study class? How many times has it been? The first time it was the sports committee member Zhang Kai standing on the podium. The second time it was Jiuo Kunan. And now Wu Zhaoqi has come again. Has anyone seen my basketball? Wu Zhaoqi questioned his classmates. No. I went back as soon as school was over yesterday. It's useless for you to shout here. Whoever stole it will definitely not stand up. The words of the classmates resounded, and Wu Zhaoqi clenched his fists tightly, feeling too powerless and aggrieved. His beloved basketball was only left in the class for one night, and then it was lost. Who took the class key? Wu Zhaoqi asked. Huang Zhangfei said, Deng Qingfeng and I took it. Wu Zhaoqi looked at the two of them. He knew that Huang Zhangfei's family was not bad. The clothes he wore were branded, and the mobile phone he used was good. Deng Qingfeng was no less than Huang Zhangfei, and the two of them rarely played basketball. They would not be the ones who stole the basketball. A classmate said, it has nothing to do with locking the door. The windows of the classroom are not closed. Even if the door is locked, they can still climb in through the window. It may be stolen by someone from another class. Why don't you go to the security office to ask? Wu Zhaoqi was upset by the words, and he suddenly roared, ah. His face was ferocious, scaring the classmates in the class. Was he crazy because of the theft? Especially the students in the first row, who were yelled at by Wu Zhaoqi in person. But Jiang Ning immediately set up a soundproof formation for Zhu Yuantang to reduce the volume. Wu Zhaoqi cursed, which grandson stole my basketball? He will definitely be hit by a car when he goes out. Too mean. How poor do you have to be to take my basketball? Are you here to study? You are here to beg. Shan Zhao, who was sitting in the seat, narrowed his eyes slightly after listening to these curses. Wu Zhaoqi was anxious. He was anxious. It was so comfortable. Every time he did good deeds, he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't listen to the curses from the owner. Listening to Wu Zhaoqi's curses and looking at his angry expression, oh, it was so wonderful. Shan Zhao felt comfortable for a while, then stood up and scolded, you are so uncultured. Haven't you seen a good basketball? Too infuriating. Wu Zhaoqi obviously loves playing basketball so much, and you still stole his basketball. It's really too much. Listening to Shan Zhao cheering for him, and looking at his heartbroken look, Wu Zhaoqi was moved again. He remembered it too clearly. The last time his basketball exploded, it was Shan Zhao who encouraged and supported him. Now that he was treated like this again, Wu Zhaoqi suddenly felt warm in his heart. Although the basketball was stolen, there was always someone supporting him, and his mood could not help but get better. Thank you, Shan Zhao. Wu Zhaoqi thanked him sincerely. Shan Zhao said righteously, no need to do this. I just couldn't stand it. How could he steal someone's basketball? If I catch him, I will definitely beat him up. He didn't steal your basketball, he stole your future. He is trampling on your dreams. It really makes me angry. When Wu Zhaoqi heard the words future and dream, he immediately cheered up. Looking at Shan Zhao's angry look, he knew that the other party was angry for him, so Wu Zhaoqi comforted Shan Zhao. Steal it. Now think about it. It's just a basketball. I think I'm unlucky this time. Calm down. Perhaps after Shan Zhao's encouragement, Wu Zhaoqi calmed down a lot. He actually faced everyone and said for the first time, sorry, I delayed everyone's time. After that, Wu Zhaoqi walked down the podium to everyone's surprise. Shan Zhao asked him, Wu Zhaoqi, will you still play basketball in the future? Wu Zhaoqi walked forward along the aisle. His steps did not stop, and he said without turning his head, I will not give up. Shan Zhao also did not turn his head. He stood on his seat, and Wu Zhaoqi passed by him, like an ancient knight, with their backs to each other, and their auras were bleak and sharp. I look forward to the day when you make a comeback. During the morning break, Shan Kaikun ran to find Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I have a friend who likes a girl. How should he express his feelings, so that the girl will agree? Who is your friend? Jiang Ning asked with a smile. At this moment, Shan Kaikun was shocked. Oh no, have I been seen through? He was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. Impossible, Jiang Ning will never know. I'm really asking for my friend, can you help me find a way? Shan Kaikun asked. At present, he has seen that Jiang Ning is the most popular among girls in the class, and he is very close to Zhu Yuantang and Zheng Lu. Shan Kaikun can't chat with girls at all, and girls don't like to listen to the topics he talks about. Zheng Lu at the front table pricked up her ears, and Ma Shichen, who was playing games next to her, came over to listen. Wang Longlong, who was watching Ma Shichen play games, was also listening, and Hu Jun, who was also watching Ma Shichen play games, was also listening. Jiang Ning said, it is not recommended to confess first. It is recommended to cultivate feelings first, and then confess, when you feel the time is right. Ma Shichen replied, indeed, what Brother Ning said makes sense. I think we should cultivate feelings first. There is a saying on the internet. What does it say? Confession is not the charge to launch an attack, but the horn for the final victory. As a high-intensity online surfing player, Ma Shichen is very satisfied with his stable performance. Wang Longlong suddenly said, Brother Ma, I want to add that confession is mostly an epitaph. Shan Kaikun, just think that I'm about to succeed. How should I confess? Hu Jun said, buy a bouquet of flowers. I see that they all confess by buying flowers. Wang Longlong said, girls like romance. You can buy candles and go to the playground, arrange them in a heart shape, and then call the girl over and confess to her while holding the flowers. Ma Shichen said happily, oh, Brother Long, you understand a lot, don't you? Wang Longlong scratched his head. Shan Kaikun thought about it and found that it was not possible. A bouquet of flowers would cost at least several dozen yuan. If he bought flowers, he would go hungry this week. After a long discussion during the break, no conclusion was reached in the end. However, Shan Kaikun felt a little bolder after discussing with several people. In the first class in the afternoon, which was supposed to be a Chinese class, Shan Qingrong suddenly walked into the class, and the students looked strange. Be quiet, the academic affairs office said that all the classes in the first grade of high school will move to building 3 this afternoon, and this side needs to be vacated. Shan Qingrong said. The classmates were stunned for a moment, and then Huang Zhongfei asked, don't we have classes this afternoon? Let's talk after we move. Everyone, carry the chairs, stools, and things in the class, and follow me. So the classmates began to pack up. At this moment, not only class 8, but also class 1 next door began to pack up. Jiang Ning took off the big backpack hanging next to the desk, and put the books in it. He carried the bag to Zhu Yuantang. Give me the books. Zhu Yuantang was worried about how to move a pile of books on the table. Seeing that Jiang Ning brought a school bag, she volunteered, leave the school bag, I will pack it together, and send it to the new classroom for you later. Okay. Jiang Ning threw the school bag to Zhu Yuantang's desk, and the desk shook. There were still a lot of high school textbooks. After Jiang Ning left, Zhu Yuantang stuffed the books into the bag. Ma Shichen had already packed up here. Because Jiang Ning put his books into the bag, Ma Shichen put the books on his desk into Jiang Ning's desk. Then, he looked around the classroom and saw that many students were moving a desk with 2 people. Ma Shichen sneered, Jiang Ning, you don't need to help me, I can do it myself. Ma Shichen walked away with the desk in his arms. When he passed by the students who were moving a desk with 2 people, he couldn't help but look up. It takes 2 people to move a desk. To lame. Look at me, 1 person is enough. Ma Shichen seemed to have won a victory and moved towards building 3 in a heroic manner. Chapter 102 Seat Adjustment. Jiang Ning carried 2 benches in one hand, watching Zhu Yuantang dragging the big school bag with great effort, walking a few steps, and stopping for a rest. Seeing that you look so fragile, I will reluctantly help you. Jiang Ning imitated Zhu Yuantang. I don't want it, I can do it. Zhu Yuantang took up the school bag, carried it, and moved forward little by little. Jiang Ning walked to her side, looked down at her, and gently lifted it. Zhu Yuantang felt that the heaviness on her shoulders disappeared instantly. The big school bag was gone. Jiang Ning passed Zhu Yuantang and walked in front of her. Zhu Yuantang followed Jiang Ning like a little tail, looking at his back, pursed her lips, and found that she was so short that she had to look up to see Jiang Ning. Building 3 is a semicircular teaching building. Each floor consists of several classrooms facing south and a classroom facing east, forming a right angle. The classroom of Class 8 is located at the tip of the right angle, facing the southeast. Coincidentally, experimental Class 1 is the only classroom on the east side. In fact, if the seats were divided normally, that position should belong to experimental Class 2. However, the head teacher of Class 1, was still thinking of tricking Zhu Yuantang into their Class 1. After all the desks were neatly arranged, Shan Qingrong stood on the podium. We agreed at the beginning of the school year that the seats will be adjusted after the monthly exam. Students, please come out for a while. We will divide the seats according to the grades. When the classmates heard about the seats being divided, they were all happy, angry, sad and happy, especially Mao Zhe, who was surrounded by several golden flowers in Class 8 and had a miserable life. Ever since he had a fight with Pang Zhao, the girls around him never paid any attention to him. Usually, they treated him as nothing. Mao Zhe occasionally said something when he was excited, but no one paid any attention to him. Mao Zhe was disgusted. Now he can finally change his seat. With his top 10 grades in Class 8, he can finally move out of this position. He looked around with a sense of relief and a hint of nostalgia. That's right, he missed this period of suffering. For Mao Zhe, these hardships in life are just whetstones, which will only make him stronger. Mao Zhe, he is more courageous after more setbacks. After Shan Kaikun heard about the change of seats, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he was very determined. He had been thinking about this opportunity for a long time. For the girl he liked, he decided to be brave once. What else can be easier to get closer to a girl than sitting at the same table with her? Shan Kaikun decided to follow the teachings of Jiang Ning and others, take the initiative, cultivate feelings, and then confess. All the classmates in the class left the classroom and came to the corridor. The swarm of students attracted the attention of Class 7 who were moving tables next to them. For a while, they even forgot about the tables. The eyes of the boys in Class 7 were like eagle eyes, sweeping over the girls in Class 8 and quickly selecting the beautiful girls. Then he looked envious and scolded the boys in Class 8 in his heart. There were too many good-looking girls in Class 8. The only good-looking girl in their Class 7 was in love with a boy in the experimental class. No, you should often walk past the door of Class 8 in the future and look at the girls in Class 8 more often. Shan Qingrong held the report card and shouted, Zhu Yuantang, you are the first one. You choose first. Zhu Yuantang first looked at Jiang Ning and understood him with her eyes. In fact, when she was at home, she had told Jiang Ning several times that she would choose the seat first and Jiang Ning would choose the seat second. If Jiang Ning dared to choose other seats, don't even think about eating the food she cooked in the future. Zhu Yuantang walked into the classroom and chose the third row, the table by the south window. She didn't sit by the window, but left the window seat empty. Jiang Ning. Shan Qingrong shouted. Jiang Ning walked into the class and sat next to Zhu Yuantang, and her eyes curved immediately. I will help you study in the future. Zhu Yuantang thought to herself that with her help, Jiang Ning would definitely surpass Du Chuan, who was the second, and become the second only to her in number 4 middle school. Chen Qian, Bei Yuxia, Dong Qingfeng. Shan Qingrong shouted in turn. Chen Qian went to the second row. Dong Qingfeng sat at the same table with him this time. Then the two looked at Bei Yuxia. Bei Yuxia was slow in choosing a seat. She scanned the class and went to the second row on the south side, which was right in front of Jiang Ning. Chen Qian was shocked. Bei Yuxia had betrayed them. They had clearly agreed before the exam that they would sit together in the future, form a study group, and promise to surpass Zhu Yuantang. Now she had betrayed Zhu Yuantang. Chen Qian was greatly shocked. He had always been sure of victory, but this time he was really panicked. His study group had just been established for a few days, and now it was short of members. How could he lead the team in the future? Zhu Yuantang, I must surpass you next time, and take back Baiyuxia. Chen Qian swore secretly in grief and anger. Miao Zhe, it's your turn. Shan Qingrong said. Miao Zhe listened. His feet seemed to be stepping on auspicious clouds, his head slightly raised. As one of the top 10 in the class, his grades were far ahead of Pang Jiao and the others, and the other party did not even have the qualification to sit with him. Miao Zhe walked into the classroom calmly and chose a seat by the north wall. After he sat down, he quietly waited for his new deskmate. As Shan Qingrong called the roll, the students filed in, and each chose their favorite seat. However, the lower the ranking, the fewer seats there were to choose from. Yang Sheng, Shen Qinj. Yang Sheng was in front of Shen Qinj. The bet about grades ended with Yang Sheng beating Shen Qinj by 2 points and winning. All the hygiene duties for the next month were given to Shen Qinj. Since the start of school, Yang Sheng himself had hardly been on duty. In the crowd, Ma Shichen looked at Jiang Ning sitting in the third row and felt a little melancholy in his heart, but was immediately moved by Wang Langlang's voice next to him. Brother Ma, let's sit together in the future. I will watch you play games every day. Okay, I will turn my phone towards you in the future, so you can watch it anytime. Although Jiang Ning left, Ma Shichen was a little uncomfortable, but he was willing to change to Wang Langlang. Wang Langlang's grades were not bad, and he occupied the middle of the last row of the classroom, one of the 4 seats in the row. The next 3 seats were reserved for Ma Shichen, Jiuo Kunan and Shan Keiquan. Zheng Lu's grades were close to Wang Langlang's, and she actually chose the seat behind Jiang Ning, with a smile on her face. There were fewer and fewer students in the corridor outside, and Miao Zhe was always alone. He had changed from being calm at the beginning to panic. Why? Why is there no one around me? Is it that my Miao Zhe has bad grades? When Jiuo Kunan was choosing his seat, he glanced at Miao Zhe. Miao Zhe was sitting in a good position, but there was no one around him. Miao Zhe was a person who could not be joked with. If you were not careful when talking, he would scratch you with his claws. All the boys in the class were annoyed by him. Jiuo Kunan went straight to the middle of the last row and occupied 2 of the 4 seats in the row. As for the girls in class 8, they saw Miao Zhe fighting with Pang Jiao that day, scratching the other's face with blood. Which girl dared to sit with such a boy with no style? So the seat next to Miao Zhe remained empty. Shan Keiquan's grades were in the middle and lower reaches of the class. As more and more people in the class chose seats, his heart changed from despair to hope. He thought that the seat next to Baiyuxia would be taken away by someone, but when it was his turn, it was still empty. Whatever God gives me, I must take it. Shan Keiquan bravely chose the seat next to Baiyuxia. This surprised the classmates in the class and they looked at Shan Keiquan with strange eyes. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Jiuo Kunan, one of the 4 joined seats, stared at Shan Keiquan. His old deskmate was gone. Then he praised Shan Keiquan's courage. Brother, last time I stole a bottle of good wine from my dad, but I never opened it. I'm waiting for the day when you are heartbroken. Due to Shan Keiquan's absence, the 4 joint seats were occupied by Wang Langlong, Ma Shichen, Jiuo Kunan, and Hu Jun. Miao Zhe watched helplessly as the seats around him were occupied by Wang Yan'an, Pang Jiao, and several golden flowers. It was as if they had entered a new cycle. Miao Zhe's eyes were red with anger, and he roared in his heart, God, you are so unfair. Chapter 103 Temperature. November, the temperature in the central region dropped sharply to around 4°C, and people put on winter clothes. In the suburbs of Yazhou, in the industrial park, a car drove through a smooth curve and stopped in front of a 3-story factory building. 2 people got out of the car, a slender woman wearing a black woolen coat, blue jeans, black boots, and a brown bag under her arm. The cold wind blew up the corners of her clothes, making her tighten her coat. The other person was a boy with only thin long sleeves, and he stood in the cold wind. Xiao Shuangshan took out the key from her bag and unlocked the big lock of the factory. Jiang Ning stepped forward and gently pushed open the door of the factory. Inside was a spacious space of several hundred square meters. At the same time, a peculiar smell of decay from the old house came. Jiang Ning frowned, shook his hand gently, and a gust of wind blew in, sweeping through the factory and sweeping away the odor. Xiao Shuangshan introduced, "There are 3 floors here. Do you think it is suitable as a production site of Changqing liquid?" She asked Jiang Ning for his opinion. It has been nearly a month since Changqing liquid was certified. Changqing liquid, a product with terrifying effects, has taken a considerable share in the field of hair growth in just 1 month, relying only on word of mouth from users. In 1 month, nearly 5,000 bottles of Changqing liquid were sold, each bottle costing 10,000 yuan, and the return was 50 million yuan. This is the sales performance achieved under the conditions of insufficient manpower and various restrictions. At present, Xiao Shuangshan has funds and started to recruit talents from various industries. Those highly educated talents who were out of her reach before have been selected by her. Even the university teachers who helped her with the certification before were impressed by the product of Changqing liquid and were willing to switch jobs. Anyone with a little business sense will understand how great the market potential of Changqing liquid will be in the future. If you join now, even if you can only get a little bit of shares, you can easily achieve financial freedom. Because of Changqing liquid, Xiao Shuangshan's status has risen, and now she has more than a dozen employees under her, and her attitude towards Jiang Ning became more respectful. Xiao Shuangshan used to be a nurse, and had come into contact with people from all walks of life. She was not stupid, and knew the value of Changqing liquid very well. However, Jiang Ning was responsible for the entire process of such a heaven-defying product. What this meant was self-evident. She did not think about it more deeply. Xiao Shuangshan was a person who really came from the bottom. During the years when she was a nurse, she was scolded and insulted too much. Even when she took over the pawn shop later, she still mixed human words with ghosts. She understood the rules of this world. Compared with others, she cared more about this opportunity and was more unwilling to give up. She would not care so much as long as Jiang Ning was willing to give her the Changqing liquid. Moreover, Jiang Ning's trust in her had long surpassed that of ordinary people. Tens of millions of funds were all entrusted to her. Xiao Shuangshan took the initiative to transfer it to him, but was also rejected by Jiang Ning. She was responsible for all the operations of Changqing liquid. If she wanted to, she could cut off the sales channels of Changqing liquid in an instant, but Xiao Shuangshan would certainly not do that. Because the raw material formula of Changqing liquid was in Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning scanned the interior of the factory, and it was quite suitable to arrange the magic array here. He nodded and said, "You will separate a room on the 3rd floor, about 100 square meters. No one is allowed to enter at ordinary times. You will go in to get Changqing liquid once a week. In addition, remember to purchase the formula medicinal materials. Make a purchase plan for me. Don't make those messy things. Use the simplest and clearest method to do it. In terms of finance, the sales record of each bottle of Changqing liquid should be counted. In addition, the security work of the factory should be prepared." Jiang Ning said one by one. Jiang Ning knew only a little about doing business. He just explained the points he cared about. "You should read more and learn more." Jiang Ning left this sentence. He was very satisfied with the sales progress of Changqing liquid. With capable subordinates like Xiao Shuangshan, he didn't have to worry much. He didn't even mention the distribution of money to Xiao Shuangshan. Ordinary money was not important to Jiang Ning. As long as it was enough to ensure his cultivation, everything would be there when he reached the cultivation level. One more thing, arrange a lunch for the office members. The quota is 30 yuan per person. I will send you the information of the chef. You arrange someone to invite her and pay her 5,000 yuan per month." Jiang Ning said. He planned to send Aunt Gu to Xiao Shuangshan's company to cook. Aunt Gu's fracture has healed under the care of Lingsu liquid. Now she is idle at home. If she arranges to go to Xiao Shuangshan's place, it will be a good thing for Zhu Yuantang's family. At least, it doesn't have to be like the previous restaurant, where they don't get off work until after 9 o'clock every night. Sometimes when they encounter guests drinking, they may not come back until the early morning. Plan for the Changqing liquid branch. You should issue a document as soon as possible, and the branch will be established in Wencheng. Jiang Ning said, Wencheng is the city where his parents work. He asked Xiao Shuangshan to invite his parents before, but Jiang Ning's parents just thought he was a liar and didn't believe it at all. Now he can open a branch in Wencheng and invite his parents to work there. After looking around the factory, Xiao Shuangshan drove Jiang Ning away. In the car, Jiang Ning said, I'll give you enough Changqing liquid. Can you get the best villa in Huqi Mountain before the end of the year? Xiao Shuangshan immediately assured that there was no problem. A villa in Huqi Mountain costs only more than 10 million yuan. Now there are more than 2 months before the Chinese New Year. With the money-making ability of Changqing liquid, there is no pressure. You can ask someone to ask about the contracting rights of the forests in Huqi Mountain. Ask clearly. You may need to cultivate medicinal herbs there in the future. Jiang Ning said. The contracting rights of the forests cannot be obtained under normal circumstances, but when Changqing liquid becomes the leading enterprise in Yazhou City, Yazhou will definitely be willing to let go in order to keep Changqing liquid. Xiao Shuangshan sent Jiang Ning all the way to the river dam. She wanted to treat Jiang Ning to a meal. After all, it was because of Jiang Ning that she could achieve what she has today. Jiang Ning said that he had to attend evening self-study classes in the evening and had no time to eat. Xiao Shuangshan was speechless for a long time and gave up the idea. Before getting off the car, Jiang Ning took out a blue jade pendant, which was the last remaining body protection jade pendant. Wear it on your body and don't take it off under any circumstances. Jiang Ning said that Xiao Shuangshan had been serving him and providing him with a lot of help in his cultivation recently. She was capable, improved rapidly, and was motivated to do things. If Xiao Shuangshan had an accident, Jiang Ning would probably waste a lot of effort to find another person like her. It would be better to save her life and let her work for him. Xiao Shuangshan saw that Jiang Ning looked serious, so she took the jade pendant. In order to show her importance, she put it on her neck and stuffed it into her clothes in front of Jiang Ning. The jade pendant fell on her skin. Not only did it not feel cold, but it was warm, which made her very strange. I have to attend evening self-study classes tonight. Zhu Yuantang next door wore a white down jacket, which was tightly wrapped, soft and warm, and Jiang Ning wanted to rub it. Zhu Yuantang ran over and stared at the thin long sleeves on Jiang Ning. She really wanted to nag a few words, but she held back. She had said it several times before, but Jiang Ning said that he was not cold and did not listen at all. Zhu Yuantang found that Jiang Ning really did not seem to be cold. He was not like those boys in school who only cared about demeanor and not temperature and shivered with cold. But no matter how Zhu Yuantang looked at him, she felt uncomfortable. Finally, she could not hold back. Jiang Ning, do you want to wear a coat? Without waiting for Jiang Ning to speak, she clasped her hands in front of her chest and raised her little face. I'm not concerned about you, but if you get sick from the cold, the monitor will definitely come to me for questioning. I'm not cold. How about you touch my hand? Jiang Ning said. Okay, I'll test whether you are lying or not. Zhu Yuantang stretched out her little hand from her sleeve and placed it on Jiang Ning's palm. After only a second, it retracted as if it was stamped. She said with disgust, it's so hot that I'm dying. Chapter 104 Snow. Under Zhu Yuantang's strong request, Jiang Ning finally put on a coat. Zhu Yuantang tied a scarf for Jiang Ning. She took 2 steps back and looked at Jiang Ning. Are you warm? Warm. Jiang Ning answered, but he was a boy, and it was a bit out of place to wear a pink scarf. Is it beautiful? Beautiful. Ha ha ha, this is the scarf I knitted. Zhu Yuantang smiled. Jiang Ning rode a bike with Zhu Yuantang. It was winter, and it was getting colder and colder to ride a bike. The cold wind was like a knife scraping on the face. Jiang Ning cast a spell to isolate the cold wind, emitting heat, and envelop the two of them. Zhu Yuantang was not cold at all. She looked at Jiang Ning, who was shielding her from the wind in front of her, and secretly planned to find some ways to keep him warm. Jiang Ning still arrived at school on time. He walked towards the number 3 teaching building. Jiang Ning remembered very clearly that the day after the classroom was moved, Zhu Yuantang came to the school and went straight to the original class. She walked outside the classroom, stared at the empty classroom, and stood on the ground. After thinking for a while, she remembered that her class 8 had moved away. At first, Zhu Yuantang was a little disappointed and was distracted several times in class. Jiang Ning found that she was a very nostalgic person. After arriving at the new class, more than a week later, the feeling of loss on Zhu Yuantang finally dissipated. After arriving at the new classroom, Jiang Ning took a seat by the window, and Zhu Yuantang followed and sat on the edge. The two of them were deskmates. Bayuxia at the front desk was playing with her mobile phone, and Shan Kaikwan next to her licked his face and leaned over to talk, but Bayuxia ignored him. Zhenglu at the back desk poked Jiang Ning, "Look at questions." Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone, and there was a message on questions. "Shan Kaikwan looks like a happy dog." This was sent by Zhenglu. Everyone knows that he likes Bayuxia, and he made it very secretive, thinking that others don't know. Zhenglu said. Jiang Ning chatted with Zhenglu for a while. He saw a red dot on the question status and clicked it. The first post was a post by Yu Wen from class 8. He is one of the top 10 composers in the world. He is unrivaled in the music industry. His appearance is known as the most perfect face in the world. All the world's major brands are competing to design clothes for him. He is Kwanziling. Kwanziling, you are my belief. Kwanziling is a star in a Korean group. He was very famous at that time and had countless female fans. This post had more than 70 likes, and there were a series of comments below, most of which were praising, with all kinds of childish compliments, until a strange comment mixed in. "Yu Wen, if your father and Kwanziling fight, who will you help?" Picking nose. This was posted by Ma Shicheng. Yu Wen replied, "I won't help anyone." Ma Shicheng, I'm dying of laughter. Another classmate replied, "Ma Shicheng, go to hell." This was posted by Jiang Yanan, a classmate in the class. Jiang Yanan is not short. She is 1.68 meters tall, with very white skin and pretty appearance. She is also a diehard fan of G-Dragon. Ma Shicheng doesn't care what she looks like. He is never merciful to women, except in special circumstances. He just goes up to her and scolds her with his phone. There are more than 30 records of quarrels below. How can Jiang Yanan be a match for Ma Shicheng, who plays games online all year round? Jiang Ning refreshed the status, and the last few posts were all Ma Shicheng's unilateral corpse whipping. He refreshed again, and the status disappeared. It seems that it was deleted by Yu Wen. In Jiang Ning's consciousness, Jiang Yanan rolled up the book and angrily found Ma Shicheng. Horsehair Cheng just put down his mobile phone and hadn't got out of the joy of victory. Seeing Jiang Yanan came, he was as stable as an old dog and asked, "Well, are you running me? Speak clearly," and then asked, "Brothers, are you right? Ma Zhen is to right." Hearing the approval of several people, the horse was obliquely Jiang Yanan, and he was victorious again. Several late self-study, chemistry teacher Jiuo ran. After class, Jiuo ran shouted Jiang Ning away again. When he returned, he had a paw in his hand and a pack of snacks. "The test papers are for dear classmates, and the snacks are for yourself." After Jiang Ning distributed the test papers and unpacked the snacks, Jiang Ning took out a can of walnuts, which were peeled and processed walnuts with a layer of sugar coating on the surface. Zhu Yuantang watched eagerly. Jiang Ning tasted too, and the taste was not bad. Zhu Yuantang's eyes danced with the walnut kernels. Jiang Ning stopped teasing her, took out 2 pieces of paper, and poured a handful for Zhu Yuantang. "Jiang Ning, you are so nice. Don't worry, I won't eat your snacks in vain. As a thank you, I will get you water." She swallowed a walnut, picked up Jiang Ning's water cup, and ran to the water dispenser. Yu Wen was a step late, and could only wait for the next wave of boiling water. She chatted with Shenkinj, her tone envious. "Class 1 is so lucky to have 2 water dispensers. It's really an experimental class. I heard that the one at the back was bought by their head teacher at his own expense. I just don't know why. The water dispenser looks the same as the one in our class." Shenkinj was about to speak. Yang Sheng said, "Why don't you go to class 1 if you envy them so much?" Shenkinj's face immediately turned ugly. She had been on duty for Yang Sheng for a month, and it had only been 2 days since the end. Yang Sheng felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Shen Qinj not talking. Now she had to clean up by herself again. Just when Yang Sheng was depressed, Jiang Yanan stood up for Yuan. As fans of the same star, they were in the same camp. Can you go to class 1? Jiang Yanan was not convinced. Yang Sheng's eyes lit up, and he rubbed his hands. Jiang Ning was browsing the forum, and clicked on the private messages. He started to read as usual, until he turned to a page and stopped. I sent the picture of the wood you sent to my grandfather in my hometown. He said he had seen it when he was a child. He said it was hundreds of years ago, on the mountain here. We call it iron, not wood. It is very hard. It doesn't exist now, but my grandfather said that he saw it with his own eyes when he was a child. A wealthy family made a bed with that wood. Later, their family moved away and didn't want the bed anymore. They threw it into the lake. The wood sank when it came into contact with water. If you really want it, I'll send you the address of the lake. You can find someone to salvage it. If you find it and you think my information is useful, I don't want 5,000. Just send me 500. I really don't have money to eat. Jiang Ning asked him for the address, and the other side quickly sent the address of the lake. It's not far. It's located in Huaricheng, about 300 miles away from Yazhou. At Jiang Ning's current speed, it will take about an hour. The wood is the beeling wood in the world of immortal cultivation. It sinks when it comes into contact with water. Even if it is placed in the water for 100 years, it will not decay. It is one of the materials needed to refine the spirit boat. Jiang Ning has been coveting the spirit boat for too long. We can go to Huaricheng tonight. Jiang Ning thought to himself, and used his spiritual sense to scan the lake. However, Jiang Ning took a look at the night outside, and was afraid that he could not go. It was about to snow. Jiang Ning's realm was not very high. If he ran for a long time, it would be easy to leave footprint in the snow, which was not safe. The temperature dropped during the evening self-study. Some students who were wearing less began to shiver. Shan Kaikun in the front row trembled with the table. Can you be quiet? Bei Yuxia said. Shan Kaikun said, I'm physically feverish. Bei Yuxia did not even look at him, but blew a breath on the hand holding the pen, and continued to write. Shan Kaikun turned his head, and saw that Jiang Ning was wearing less than him. He immediately felt like he had found a confidant. Jiang Ning, are you cold? No. Jiang Ning said. He urged his magic power, and extended the heat a little to Shan Kaikun. Shan Kaikun shivered twice, and suddenly felt very warm, and stopped shivering. I'm not cold anymore, he suddenly said, and then he began to pretend in front of Bei Yuxia. I told you, with my physique, I can handle this weather without any problem. No need to wear more. Quick padded jacket or something. Haha, no need. Jiang Ning looked at him like this, silently moved his magic power away, and Shan Kaikun's teeth chattered again. In the third class of the evening self-study, snowflakes fell from the dome and streaked across the glass windows. The sharp-eyed students noticed the snowflakes in the night sky, so the sound of snowing resounded throughout the classroom, and the students celebrated. Huang Zhongfei on the podium smiled slightly, stretched out 5 fingers, and shouted, 5 minutes, everyone go out to watch the snow for 5 minutes. Be quiet, I will bear all the consequences. Class monitor is so handsome. Huang Zhongfei, I love you. The students of class 8 rushed to the corridor to watch the snow. In 2013, the first snow in Yazhou fell. Chapter 105, Return on a Winter Night. The snow still hadn't stopped. According to Jiang Ning's judgment, it might continue to snow all night. As soon as the bell rang for the evening self-study get out of class, Shan Kaikun rushed out of the classroom in less than 2 seconds. Jiang Ning got up and went to the carport to find a mountain bike. He pushed the bike and walked out of the school with Zhu Yuantang. Rain is different from snow. Rain is uncomfortable on the body and people just want to avoid it, but snowflakes are really disgusting. Many people like to take a walk in the snow. As soon as I walked out of the school gate, I saw Ji Yuokunan, Shan Kaikun and Hu Jun walking back in the snow with plastic bags. You are fast enough, Jiang Ning said. Shan Kaikun patted the plastic bag, which contained an oil paper bag. It's winter. I went outside to buy an egg pancake, and then I'll make a bucket of instant noodles when I get back. It's very refreshing. Then I have to have a cup of milk tea, Jiang Ning said. Jiuo Kunan said, I still have a box of yogurt in my dormitory. I'll go to the water room and get a pot of hot water. It'll be delicious after I scald it. In fact, he wanted to buy milk tea, but a cup of milk tea cost several yuan. If he bought milk tea, he couldn't put chicken fillet and grilled sausage in the egg pancake. It would be better to drink yogurt. This is the good thing about high school students. They eat 4 or 5 meals a day without worrying about getting fat. It's not like when you enter society later, you are older and richer, but you have a lot of concerns about drinking a cup of milk tea or eating a cake. You will always worry about getting fat, high blood pressure, etc. We're leaving first, Jiuo Kunan said, and left in a hurry. He was afraid that if he returned to the dormitory too late, the pancake would be cold and not taste good. Jiang Ning continued to push the cart out, and Zhu Yuantang suddenly shouted, Jiang Ning, I want to drink milk tea and eat egg pancakes. Then go buy them. Jiang Ning said, but I don't have any money. Can you lend me 20 yuan? I'll pay you back when I get home. Since her mother was hospitalized, Zhu Yuantang gave all her scholarship to her mother, and she hasn't had extra meals for almost a month. Jiang Ning took out a 20 yuan note and handed it to her. Zhu Yuantang flicked the banknote, making a tapping sound, and said generously, Jiang Ning, I'll treat you to delicious food today. What do you want in your pancake? Add a chicken fillet and some hot sauce. Okay. Zhu Yuantang was very quick and soon came back with 2 cups of milk tea and pancakes. You still have to push the cart, so you can't use your hands to eat, right? Zhu Yuantang said. It's a bit difficult, Jiang Ning said, although he could use his spiritual power to control the mountain bike to move forward automatically, but he couldn't do it in front of Zhu Yuantang. Otherwise she would be scared silly, and maybe she would have nightmares when she went back at night. Jiang Ning knew how timid Zhu Yuantang was, so he had to free up a cart so that he could only use one hand to eat. Zhu Yuantang only gave Jiang Ning a biscuit, and the hot milk tea remained in her palm. She put the straws of the 2 cups in. Since you lend me money, I will help you. If you want to drink milk tea, call me. Jiang Ning pushed the cart forward. In the night, the street lamps tried their best to shine. Snowflakes fell on the asphalt road and soon withered and melted into water. Then more snowflakes fell one after another, staining the ground. On the road leading to the suburbs, there were fewer and fewer people. There were only occasional cars passing by the roadside and the lights of Yuzhou No. 4 middle school in the distance. The sky and the earth, the wind and the snow, intersected into boundless loneliness. There were only 2 people on a mountain bike, moving forward little by little. I want milk tea, Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang immediately stood on tiptoe and held the milk tea cup to Jiang Ning's mouth. Jiang Ning took a sip. Okay. Zhu Yuantang retracted her feet. She stepped and jumped in the darkness ahead, like a little elf. Jiang Ning followed behind with the cart. He looked at the dark dam and suddenly thought, in the previous life, Zhu Yuantang would not go to evening self-study until the 2nd year of high school. How did she go home every night? She is so timid, and it is snowing outside. Wouldn't she be scared to live in the classroom? Maybe Aunt Gu will pick her up, but Aunt Gu's work sometimes requires her to come back very late. Zhu Yuantang may have to wait until very late. Moreover, Aunt Gu broke her arm recently. Jiang Ning is not sure whether Aunt Gu broke her arm during this period in the previous life, because Zhu Yuantang was just a brilliant star in his life at that time. Jiang Ning thought about these questions and felt depressed. Then, he smiled softly again, dispelling these thoughts. At least Zhu Yuantang is still here now, so just live a good life. Jiang Ning, I'm done. Zhu Yuantang drank the milk tea in one gulp. Me too. Zhu Yuantang carried the plastic bag, trotted to the trash can on the side of the road, and then trotted back. Jiang Ning brushed the back seat of the mountain bike to evaporate the snow. Hurry up and get on the bike. Okay. Zhu Yuantang jumped onto the seat nimbly. It's easy to slip when riding a bike in the snow, especially on the way back through the river dam, which could be dangerous, but that little trouble didn't bother him. In terms of cycling skills, Jiang Ning felt that he had reached perfection. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang through the wind and snow, and returned home safely. In a row of bungalows, a soft light was on in one of the houses, and Aunt Gu was waiting at the door. "Mom, I'm back," Zhu Yuantang called. Aunt Gu's original worry was put away, and she complained, "Keep your voice down, you're disturbing the grandparents next door." Zhu Yuantang said indifferently, "No way, they can stay up much later than me." Monday morning. Jiang Ning woke up on time at 6:30. The world was silent. He pushed open the door and saw a vast expanse of white. It snowed all night last night, and the snow accumulated on the courtyard wall was 7 or 8 centimeters thick. Jiang Ning reached the kitchen with his palm, and with the help of his spiritual power, the door opened, the lid of the bucket was lifted, and a round piece of ice mixed with water rushed towards him. A spiritual fire flew out, instantly melting the ice, and raising the temperature to 50 degrees. Jiang Ning drank water, and cleaned his teeth. Then the water bowl hit Jiang Ning and cleaned him. Jiang Ning walked towards Zhu Yuantang's house. With every step he took, a large amount of steam rose from his body, almost covering him. After 5 steps, the steam dissipated, and Jiang Ning's figure was revealed. His skin and clothes were spotless. He waved to open the door, and walked to the door of Zhu Yuantang's house. Her door was ajar. It seemed that Zhu Yuantang had opened the door on purpose. When she got up in the morning, Jiang Ning walked straight in, and scanned it with his spiritual sense. Zhu Yuantang was cooking. They used a honeycomb coal stove, which was very practical here. In winter, a few coal balls could be used for a day, saving money and trouble. At night, the vents were blocked, and a kettle was placed on the stove. There would be hot water every morning. When you want to cook, open the vents again, so that the firepower will be stronger, and you can cook. Zhu Yuantang was frying snow vegetable and shredded pork. The snow vegetable was pickled by Aunt Gu, which was much more hygienic than the ones outside, and the taste was very good. It was fried with dried chili and shredded pork, which was spicy and delicious, and went well with rice. Seeing Jiang Ning coming, Zhu Yuantang said, "Fold the small table, and bring the pot up. I'll cook the meal right away." After Jiang Ning set the table, he spread a piece of cloth on it, and put the pot on it. He opened the lid, and white steam rose up, with a sweet smell. 5 steamed buns and 3 eggs were hot on the aluminum steamer. While Zhu Yuantang was not paying attention, Jiang Ning took out the steamer with the steamed buns and eggs with his magic power, and then put them in the steamer basket, and covered them with a cloth to keep them warm. Jiang Ning didn't use a spoon to cook the red taro porridge under the steamer. He grabbed it with his spiritual power, and scooped 2 bowls. Zhu Yuantang came over with the dishes. She asked tentatively, "Will you wash the dishes later?" "No problem. Winter is too cold." Instead of letting Zhu Yuantang suffer by washing the dishes, he might as well use a small spell to wash the pots and bowls. "I owe you 10 more chapters, and I'm too embarrassed to face everyone. I will ask you one last question. Do you like this kind of daily life?" Chapter 106, A Little Revenge. Morning self-study. Jiang Ning opened his mind. There were many students playing with their phones this morning, and the class group was very active. Class 8 has 2 class groups, one with a class teacher, and one without a class teacher. Students posted pictures of snow scenes in the class group, of the campus, the streets, and their own balconies. Everyone was having a great time. At this time, Hu Jun came out to speak. Compared with the various avatars of the students, such as anime, small animals, or celebrity avatars, Hu Jun's was more direct. His avatar was a selfie, and it was a real selfie without any beauty filter. So every time Hu Jun appeared, the style of the group was very strange. Let me show you my collection of rat photos. Absolutely rare. Everyone must click on the big picture to see. Grin, grin. Snap, there was a rat photo below. Look, how handsome it is. Another picture of a rat eating. Snap, there was another picture, a rat eating rice in a cage. Happy snow to everyone. After Hu Jun sent the message, the group was quiet for a while. No one posted snow scene pictures, no one chatted, and the whole group was silent. Until Jiuo Kunan spoke. "It's okay, it's a relatively unique mouse. Hu Jun, Kunan, you understand me. Next time, I'll give you something weird." Chen Kan looked at the mouse picture in the class group, and felt a chill all over his body. He felt that he couldn't eat breakfast today. He sent a private message to Huang Zhengfei and complained, "Class monitor, why don't you kick Hu Jun out? He's getting more and more outrageous." Count what he has posted in the class group. At the beginning, he was fine. He posted some insects like old buffalo. Now, scorpions, centipedes, snakes, mice. I really can't imagine what he will post in the future. What does he think of the class group? It's okay that this grandson has a unique aesthetic. This is the first time I've seen someone catch these things and raise them. And that Jiang Ning, I'm also convinced. Every time Hujan posts a picture, no one in the group pays attention to Hujan, but he has to go up and praise it. Class monitor, I can't stay here anymore. Just kick them out. Huang Zhangfei could feel Chen Kan's resentment through the screen, and it was difficult for him to do so. He found Hujan again, and sent him a private message. Hujan, don't post things in the group next time. Some classmates are dissatisfied. Please restrain yourself. After seeing the message, Hujan promised repeatedly, okay, I will definitely not send it next time. Huang Zhangfei was helpless. Hujan had promised twice, but he still sent it. After the morning self-study, Zhenglu ran outside and looked at the snow on the campus. She opened the window of the classroom and shouted, Jiang Ning, there are a lot of people playing snowballs outside. Let's go play too. When Shan Keikwon heard about snowballs, he immediately asked Bayuxia, do you want to go out and play snowballs? Bayuxia was a little tempted. She touched Chen Xiaoyu in front of her. Do you want to play snowballs? Chen Xiaoyu said, okay, let's go. I'll go call my sister. Then Bayuxia and Chen Xiaoyu left, leaving Shan Keikwon alone and messy. He was abandoned like this. Jiang Ning didn't have much idea of playing snowballs, but he just wanted to walk around the snow-covered campus. He glanced at Zhu Yuantong, who was lying on the table with a sluggish look, and after thinking about it, he didn't call her. Before leaving, he set up a heat preservation magic circle for Zhu Yuantong, so that she could lie down warmer and not catch a cold. Coming to the corridor, Jiang Ning went downstairs watching the classmates running and playing on the snow downstairs. Shan Keikwon sat on the bench with nothing around him, and he felt so cold. He was quiet for a few seconds, and soon cheered up, and ran to the back row. Hey, you traitor, you know you're back. Ma Shicheng laughed. Shan Keikwon was a little embarrassed. Originally, he should have had a seat in the 4 major seats, but because he was concerned about women, he finally gave up. Your score was surpassed by Wang Langlang. Just now, he used my account, and ran a higher score than you. Is it true? Shan Keikwon couldn't believe it. Is it a lie? Shan Keikwon sighed. After listening to it, forget it. The game is not so important to me now. Brothers, let's go out for a snowball fight. He suggested that, as long as Ma Shicheng and the others were called out, he could slowly approach Bayuxia and the others, and throw a few more snowballs. Wouldn't they be able to play together? Ma Shicheng said, snowball fight? Childish, how old are you still playing that? Jiang Ning, who was standing next to him, knew Shan Keikwon well. As a good brother, he naturally stepped forward. I think snowball fight should be interesting. I haven't played it for a long time. When Hujan saw his close friend Jiang Ning speak up, he followed and said, I'll go too. I'll smash you two until they cry. After hearing this, Ma Shicheng said disdainfully, just you? He stuffed his phone into the hole in the table and said, Long Long, let's go too. I'll show you what skills are. So a few people in the back row ran out to play. On the snow on the first floor, Zhenglu ran happily, her clothes bouncing around. Jiang Ning raised his hand to catch the snowball thrown by Zhenglu, and then gently squeezed it. A snowball brushed past Yang Sheng's face and hit Zhenglu accurately. Zhenglu was fine, but Yang Sheng was startled. The airflow from the snowball just now lifted her hair and made her forehead itchy. Jiang Ning, I didn't provoke you. What are you doing? I missed it. Jiang Ning said. Yang Sheng was about to speak when another snowball hit her forehead, almost scaring her to death. Ma Shicheng weighed the snowball. Sorry, I wanted to hit Dun Keikwon. He really didn't mean it. Ma Shicheng, are you looking for death? Yang Sheng regarded Ma Shicheng's behavior as a provocation. She still remembered that not long after the school started, the two had an argument in the classroom because of tattoos. Seeing Yang Sheng's arrogant look, Ma Shicheng argued, isn't it just hitting you? Isn't it okay for me to hit you? Yang Sheng picked up a snowball and threw it at Ma Shicheng. Yang Sheng had good motor nerves and threw the snowball very accurately. It was 100% certain that he would hit Ma Shicheng. As a result, Ma Shicheng actually stretched out his hand and chopped the snowball to the side. His movements were clean and neat. To lame. Ma Shicheng shook his head and sneered. Yang Sheng's competitive temper could no longer be suppressed. She was going to smash Ma Shicheng to death today. The two of them were throwing snow around. The sky above the snow was full of snowballs whistling past. The scene was very intense for a while. Ma Shicheng was ruthless. He didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a woman today. Shan Kaiquan finally joined Baiyuksha's snowball camp. He was planning to use this opportunity to get closer to her, but Baiyuksha was hit head on by a snowball from Ma Shicheng. She was about to cry and was so angry that she didn't want to play anymore. Before the first class, CUIU ran into the classroom from outside. Brother Ma, look at my face. Look at my face. Get lost. What's so good about your face? Fuck. CUIU stared at the red marks on Ma Shicheng's face, amazed. What's wrong with you? He asked. Ma Shicheng said sullenly, nothing. Seeing that he didn't want to say more, CUIU said, Brother Ma, let's look at your face. There was a red mark on the junction of CUIU's face and neck, and blood was oozing out. What's going on? Who scratched you? Ma Shicheng asked. CUIU cursed. Damn it, my OZHE. I hit him with a snowball and he just grabbed me. Ma Shicheng said, it's okay to hit him with a snowball. So what? Today I also hit Yang Sheng's face with marks, and he didn't say anything to me. He was a bit too much. CUIU was furious. He once again refreshed his impression of my OZHE. I can't stand it anymore. I want to deal with my OZHE and deal with him hard. How? You can't beat him up. It's not worth it. CUIU said. I thought of a way. He plays with his mobile phone every day. I heard from people that you can format the phone and then set a password to lock it. In this way, the owner of the phone can't unlock the phone. Brother Ma, you know a lot about smartphones. Can you teach me? Ma Shicheng listened and said, that's easy. You press and hold the power button and volume up button of the phone at the same time to enter mode and format it. Okay, my OZHE likes to put his mobile phone under the multimedia computer to charge at noon. I'll get it, and you can teach me. So after school at noon, my OZHE put his phone and the multimedia to charge as usual, and then went out to eat. Class 8 had classmates in the classroom at noon, so my OZHE was not worried about losing his phone. CUIU gave Ma Shicheng a look, and when only a few boys were left in the class, he ran under the multimedia, took my OZHE's phone, and started operating it. Ma Shicheng gave remote guidance, and a few minutes later, CUIU put the phone back. He formatted my OZHE's phone and set a particularly complex password to ensure that he could not decipher it. CUIU immediately felt that his great revenge had been achieved. Chapter 107 Skills. At noon, my OZHE came back from outside as usual. He came to the multimedia, took out his mobile phone, and prepared to chat with his girlfriend. In this cold world, only online love can bring him a little warmth, allowing him to temporarily forget the pain of being surrounded by the several golden flowers in the class. My OZHE slid on the 9 square grid of the lock screen page and drew a cool pattern, but the screen did not unlock and the password was wrong. My OZHE did not care, just thought he had entered it wrong. After all, the unlock pattern he set was relatively cool, so it was inevitable that he would enter it wrong. My OZHE frowned, blew on his hand, wiped it clean, and carefully drew a pattern. This time it was 100% correct, but it was still wrong. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. My OZHE continued to draw the pattern to unlock, but it was wrong again. He wanted to try again, but the phone prompted that the password had been entered incorrectly too many times, and it would take a few minutes to unlock again. My OZHE was extremely angry. He was betrayed by his mobile phone. CUIU sat next to Ma Shicheng and laughed out loud, looking like a villain who had succeeded. Ma Shicheng was indifferent. There was nothing he could do. He had experienced too much. Every time he went to UK Internet Cafe to use the Wi-Fi killer, he killed everyone. Those students who were using the free internet were just as shocked and frustrated. Zhe waited for a few minutes and tried to unlock it again. The result was still wrong. The phone was locked again. He realized that there was something wrong with the phone. Why would it go wrong? Zhe couldn't figure it out. Did someone touch my phone? Who could touch my phone? It must be someone who has a grudge against me. Several classmates popped up in Zhe's mind at the same time, and he was even more confused. Most of the classmates in the class had a grudge against him. Where could he find the murderer? Zhe rubbed his hair in great pain. His online girlfriend was still waiting for him, and there was no time to say good afternoon. Zhe was unwilling to give up. When the opportunity to unlock came, he tried again, but it still didn't work. He was so angry that he smashed the phone on the table and was about to go crazy. Cuiu was very happy. Seeing Zhe so upset, Ma Shichen thought that he must have received the punishment he deserved. So he said, "You see he is crying immediately. Why don't you go and unlock it for him?" Cuiu was stunned and wondered. "The password I set for him is too complicated. I forgot it after I was done." Ma Shichen looked at him blankly. Cuiu said again, "I will go back and unlock it for him using remote. He must be suspicious of me. Maybe he will catch me again." Ma Shichen thought it made sense when he heard it. With no other choice, Zhe left the class with his mobile phone. He was going to find a mobile phone store outside to open the lock. Cuiu laughed when he saw Zhe leaving. "That idiot, let him catch me." Ma Shichen was also in a good mood. People like Zhe were easy for him to suppress. Is he going outside to repair his mobile phone? Cuiu asked. "Nearly 100% of the time." "How much does it cost to repair it?" Ma Shichen said skillfully. "It starts at 25 yuan. Those mobile phone shops outside are very shady. It's actually very easy to repair. Just follow the method you just used and it will be unlocked directly." But you formatted his data. Not only does he have to spend money, but he also has to connect to Wi-Fi to download all the software back. It's hard to find pictures and text messages back. Ma Shichen talked freely. Cuiu praised his superb mobile phone skills and thought he was amazing. During the break of the evening self-study class, the students in the classroom played their own games. Jiang Ning talked to Zheng Lu. There will be a lot of materials for cultivating immortals in the future. He plans to cultivate Zheng Lu. "Zheng Lu, I think you are good at drawing. The painting you gave me last time was very good." Zheng Lu said, "Of course, I like to paint on the ground when I was a child. My dad saw that I liked it, so he bought me a small drawing board and watercolor pens. Then can you help me?" Jiang Ning said. Zheng Lu was eager to help. "How?" "I will describe an object and you draw it." "Sure." So Jiang Ning chose a material for cultivating immortals and began to dictate. Zheng Lu took the paintbrush and began to paint on the paper according to the picture Jiang Ning described. At this moment, a man suddenly came in at the door of the classroom. The boy was about 175 centimeters tall, with a smile on his face and a bunch of things in his hands. "Hello, classmates. I'm Shenzhou from the next class 9. Sorry to bother you for a minute. I'm here to sell things." He raised the cotton pad in his hand. "This is a cushion, soft. The stools in the classroom are too cold in winter. If you buy this, you can put it on the stools and sit comfortably." Shenzhou's eloquence was good, and he was not stage frightened. He introduced small commodities to everyone. "A cushion is 15 yuan, guaranteed to be cheaper than the ones sold in small shops outside. I earn my hard-earned money." After the introduction, a classmate asked, and Shenzhou explained carefully. He sold 3 cushions and earned 45 yuan. After Shenzhou left, Shan Kaikun took the mat and found Bei Yuxia, flattering her face and said, "Classmate, thank you for helping me with the questions. This is for you." Bei Yuxia's family is well off, and she has good family education. She will not easily accept things from boys. "No, if I want it, I will buy it myself." Shan Kaikun had no choice but to keep it for himself. He sat for a while and went to the back row to play. There were quite a few discussions about Shenzhou in the classroom. Some girls said, "He is really capable. We still ask our family for living expenses, but Shenzhou can already sell things." Jiuo Kanan in the back row was unhappy. He felt more uncomfortable watching others make money than losing money. He said to several people in the back row, "That kind of mat costs more than 7 yuan online," and he doubled the price. Shan Kaiquan, you idiot, if you want to buy it, can't we buy it online? Shan Kaiquan regretted it immediately when he heard Jiuo Kunan say the cost price. He was impulsive just now and only wanted to buy it for Bayuxia, but he hadn't given it away yet. If he couldn't lose face, he would have asked Shenzhou to return the money. Ma Shichen thought it was okay. After all, it is sold to students. Most people don't shop online. This price is actually okay, cheaper than outside stores. Hearing him say this, Shan Kaiquan said, I can actually do this job. I can just buy a batch online and then resell it in each class. Shan Kaiquan fantasized that, if he got the goods and sold a few of them, wouldn't he have money for dinner at night? And if he could make money by selling things, there would definitely be girls who would talk about his ability behind his back. So Shan Kaiquan was actually a little excited. Ma Shichen glanced at him, and he thought more deeply than Shan Kaiquan. The goods are easy to get, but not easy to sell. After thinking about it for a while, he felt that the scene of selling goods in each class was too embarrassing. There must be people talking behind his back. Ma Shichen, wanted to save face, so he would never do that. He said, it's too late for you to sell cushions now. Shenzhou has taken over the market. You can only think of other products. Wang Lang next to him said, I heard from people that Shenzhou is doing well. Don't be fooled by his friendly appearance. In fact, he was a famous scoundrel in junior high school. Do you know Deng Xiang? Shenzhou and he are in the same junior high school and they are in the same grade. When Shan Kaiquan heard Deng Xiang's name, his expression was embarrassed. He still remembered that day when he sincerely asked Gong Zuan for questions, but Deng Xiang broke into the class during evening self-study. If it wasn't for Jiang Ning's intervention, he would definitely have been beaten. Last time, Deng Xiang was unlucky and slammed Zhu Yuantang's desk. If he steals business this time and offends Shenzhou, he won't be so lucky. Thinking of this, Shan Kaiquan felt indignant. What Deng Xiang? What Shenzhou? What are they in front of Jiang Ning? It's just a kick from my brother Jiang. He said this as if he had Jiang Ning's strength, and he felt much more comfortable. Hearing this, Ma Shichen looked towards the south of the classroom. Jiang Ning was talking to Zheng Lu. He really admired Jiang Ning. He had good character, was good at fighting, and had good grades. I heard that Shenzhou is dating a girl from the experimental class. She is very beautiful. Jiuo Kunan said enviously. The girls in the experimental class all have excellent grades. The girls with good grades in their class, such as Bayuxia and Shenkinj, have their eyes almost grown to the sky. Their grades are just average in the experimental class. Ma Shichen said, look at Shenzhou. He is so good at selling things. He knows how to talk. Girls like him, but I think he is unreliable. Although Ma Shichen had never met Shenzhou, he roughly judged that this person was not the same as himself when he saw Shenzhou for the first time. He didn't like him. Shan Kaiquan shared the same hatred. Don't girls like such a scoundrel? He was a little sour. As the few people chatted, the topic deviated. They didn't discuss small businesses anymore, but talked about girls. The more they talked, the more excited they became. Until the bell rang, Shan Kaiquan said goodbye and left. He returned to his seat and looked back at Ma Shichen and the others who were still chatting in the 4 seats. He felt a little empty and felt that it was a wrong choice to move here to pursue Bayuxia. But he was unwilling to give up. He had moved here for a month and he had been pursuing her for a month, spending countless time. If he let go now, it would be a big loss. Shan Kaiquan regrouped and went over to have an awkward chat with Bayuxia. Thank you, Juicy Woo Mew, for the 3 rewards of 10,000. Thank you, I had ideals. One more thing. Book friend 2020082502415047. Quote. To Chun, Emperor King Gaiao, Xiao Jiang Xiao, Longzin Lui, Yan Iu Xian Heng, book friend. 20170815074781. Quote. Xiao Xian, old KO classmate, prehistory, Zhao Ruzhao, book friend. 201908291554597969. Quote, Itlmdexade, Gushu Yufan, Ivev smile for your awards. Thank you all for your awards, votes, comments, and follow-up friends. Chapter 108 Surprise. 2 days later, the snow melted. In the evening, Jiang Ning sent Zhu Yuantang home. He took out his cell phone and called Xiao Shuangshan. Is the truck from Huaiqing ready? Tell him to wait by the lake. I'll send you the phone number. Xiao Shuangshan said. Jiang Ning rarely asked her to do things. Once there was a request, she would definitely put down her work and try her best to arrange it for Jiang Ning. I asked someone about the Huikishan villa you mentioned last time. It has been selected. The price is about 13 million. With the current funds of the company, it can be bought. Do you want to take some time to take a look? No, you decide. You still need to collect 3 kinds of materials. At present, there is news about 2 of them, and we are negotiating. Increase your efforts, and strive to complete the collection before the villa is purchased. Jiang Ning said. Okay. The market analyst I hired gave me a report saying that the number of bald people and the baldness rate are increasing. He said that due to the booming mobile internet and real estate industries, there will be more and more rich people. He not only does not recommend a price reduction for Changqing liquid, but instead recommends selling it at a higher price and even hiring a group of scalpers to drive up the price and create a hot sales phenomenon. Xiao Shuangshan said. You decide. Jiang Ning didn't understand these things very well, so Xiao Shuangshan decided everything. He just wanted the money. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not interested in talking, Xiao Shuangshan stopped bothering her and hung up the phone. She sat in an independent office, opened the files, and began to check them one by one. The company was just starting out, and there were too many things to do. Before Jiang Ning left the rental house, he took a key gathering pill and was about to leave. Zhu Yuantang ran out wearing bare cotton slippers. Jiang Ning, it's so late, and it's so cold outside. Are you still going out? Jiang Ning smiled. It's okay, I'll be back soon. Really? Of course. Jiang Ning walked towards the dam, his spiritual sense observing Zhu Yuantang, until he walked 100 meters. He pinched the air hiding technique to hide his body, and then rushed to Huaiqing. After hearing the news about Bilingmu on the forum a few days ago, he was always thinking about it, going to the lake as soon as possible to take a look and settle the matter as soon as possible. At night, at 10:45, Jiang Ning arrived in Huaiqing, entered the park, and came to the lake. Tonight the moonlight is good. The lake reflects the moon, as if you can reach out and catch the moon in the water. The lake is a lake in the city. The area is not large. The lake's surface is oval. The length and width are 2 to 3 kilometers. It was late at night, and it was winter again. The park was extremely quiet, and no one came out for a walk, which was just right for Jiang Ning to search. Jiang Ning activated the water control technique and stepped towards the lake. He actually stood on the water. He opened his spiritual sense and probed towards the bottom of the lake. A few days ago, Jiang Ning broke through the 3rd level of key training. His spiritual sense increased a lot and now has a distance of 120 meters. Once his spiritual sense probed, it was like a radar immersed in the lake, and everything in the lake was clear in his mind. Jiang Ning stepped forward, and his spiritual sense passed by quickly. The lake in the city was not deep, and the deepest part was less than 6 meters. His spiritual sense was like a net, scraping in the lake. 10 minutes later, Jiang Ning stood on the northwest corner of the lake. He closed his eyes to relieve the tingling pain between his eyebrows. This was the sequel of using too much spiritual sense in a short period of time. After a short rest, Jiang Ning's palm glowed red and turned into a spear. He lightly tapped it, and the red spear pierced into the lake and rushed to the bottom of the lake. Under the dark water, a wooden board was buried in the mud. The red light circled the board and pulled it upward. The wood that had been sleeping for who knows how many years lifted the mud and made the lake water turbid. The board soon floated to the surface, and Jiang Ning cast another spell to remove the mud on the surface. The board was seen to be a deep green. It is indeed Beeling wood, Jiang Ning said to himself. Beeling wood is one of the most important materials for refining spirit boats. He didn't have much hope and even planned to replace it with other woods. Who would have thought that he would really find it today? He took the beeling wood back to the shore and cast another spell to remove its moisture. Then Jiang Ning contacted a truck to send the beeling wood back to the factory in Yazhou. On the way back, Jiang Ning pushed the speed to the extreme, and the cars on the highway were left far behind him. At 11:50, Jiang Ning rushed to the door and used his spiritual power to tidy up his clothes. He was surprised to find that Zhu Yuantang was standing at the door. Zhu Yuantang was wearing a hood, with his hands in his cotton-padded jacket pockets, his eyes sparkling. "Jiang Ning, you're finally back. You're too slow. Coming quickly." She went up and grabbed Jiang Ning's arm, leading him into the house. Jiang Ning wanted to use his spiritual sense to investigate if there was anything fishy going on in the house, but he gave up. Today, he had already consumed too much of his spiritual sense in the search for the beeling wood, and spiritual sense detection was far less clear than what the eyes could see. He followed Zhu Yuantang into the house, through the main hall, and into Zhu Yuantang's small room. Unlike usual, Zhu Yuantang's room was actually dotted with two warm-colored light strips, and what caught his attention was that there was a small round table next to the bed. On the table was a bulging white blanket. Zhu Yuantang closed the door, put her hands on both sides of the blanket, and shouted, "Look." Lifting it up, an exquisite box came into view. In the transparent box, there was a piece of fruit cream cake. "Happy birthday, Jiang Ning." She pinched her waist, looking like she was about to praise me. "How did you remember my birthday?" Jiang Ning was a little surprised. He looked at the cake and then looked at her. "You wrote it on questions. I calculated the date specially. Today is your birthday," Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning was silent for half a second and suddenly remembered that today was his birthday. The word birthday seemed too far away for Jiang Ning, so he forgot it. In the past, Jiang Ning had always celebrated birthdays for others. "I didn't expect that this year there would be such a surprise." He looked at Zhu Yuantang, sighed, and said, "Thank you." Zhu Yuantang hurriedly said, "Don't thank me. Eat the cake quickly. There are still 10 minutes before your birthday is over." She deftly inserted the candles, lit them, blew them out, and started eating, all in one go. The two squatted beside the small table, very close to each other. Jiang Ning urged his magic power to surround Zhu Yuantang with warmth. Zhu Yuantang cut a piece of cake and gave it to Jiang Ning, and then cut a piece for himself. Jiang Ning tasted it twice, and the remaining cake was slightly warm. He hadn't finished his piece yet, but Zhu Yuantang had already eaten 3 pieces, and her mouth was covered with chocolate and cream. She didn't even wipe it off, and continued to stuff it into her mouth. Jiang Ning was a little relieved to see that Zhu Yuantang remembered his birthday, but now looking at her, he really thought, "Are you celebrating my birthday, or do you want to eat the cake yourself?" Zhu Yuantang saw Jiang Ning stop eating and asked curiously, "Eat? Why don't you eat? If you don't eat it, I'll finish it." Jiang Ning picked up a piece of cream and deliberately rubbed it on her face. Zhu Yuantang didn't care at all and ate it with great enthusiasm. In the end, Jiang Ning only ate 1 piece of birthday cake. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, The Spirit Gathering Formation is completed. December 22nd, Winter Solstice. Heavy fog. Huki Mountain, a villa halfway up the mountain. Jiang Ning stood on the edge of the terrace on the 2nd floor of the villa, overlooking the foggy forest below. After Xiao Xuanshang selected the villa, money paved the way, and after a series of operations, the villa was quickly transferred to her name. For the small city of Yazhou, a villa worth more than 10 million is almost the top-level residence. Only the top rich people in Yazhou can afford to buy it. Being able to live here is enough to be called an upper-class person. Although the house is under Xiao Xuanshang's name, she has never had the idea of owning it. Instead, after getting the certificate number, she immediately asked someone to clean the villa, drove to find Jiang Ning, and handed him the key. "It's time to set up the formation," Jiang Ning said to himself. The materials for the gathering spirit formation are not scarce, but there are many of them. With the help of Xiao Shuangshan, he has collected them all. The 7 corners of the Huqi mountain formation have been laid out, just waiting to be set up. At this moment, he has been waiting for several months, and now it is finally set up. The movement of the spirit gathering formation activated would probably alarm most of Yazhou. This was inevitable. Almost all the spirit gathering formations that Jiang Ning knew had such a movement. Because the spiritual energy in a radius of dozens of miles would inevitably attract attention, lead to investigations, and even affect the future contracting of Huqi Mountain Forest. In fact, a better choice would be to wait until the contracting rights of Huqi Mountain Forest were obtained before setting up the formation. But that would have to wait until the Changqingai group grew stronger. Fortunately, it would have to be negotiated with the Yazhou official and go through various procedures. I'm afraid it would be delayed until next year or the year after. He couldn't wait that long. After weighing the pros and cons, as long as the formation was set up, it would inevitably cause a stir. It was a matter of sooner or later, so it was better to set up the formation earlier and improve his cultivation earlier. He had already reached the 3rd level of key training. This time, he could use the formation to break through to the 4th level in one fell swoop. Jiang Ning no longer hesitated. He raised his hand and pointed out a stream of light. He stretched out his hand and clapped it. The light ball suddenly collapsed, and 7 streams of light scattered like bullets, flying to 7 locations on Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning watched the streamers take their positions quietly, and now they have reached the corner of the formation. He tapped his fingers again, and a mini formation appeared on the ground of the terrace, with a halo of light flowing non-stop. Jiang Ning stepped forward and stomped on the formation plate, as if the mountain was shaking. In an instant, 7 huge green light pillars appeared in various parts of Huqi Mountain, breaking through the clouds and mist, rushing straight into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. 10 miles away, there were early morning joggers, looking at the green light rising into the sky in the distance, dumbfounded. The green light pillars gathered the spiritual energy in the Huqi Mountain area and then attracted it all. And just when people were shocked, the light pillars connected and intersected, and the spiritual power gathered again, turning into an extremely huge green formation plate. The formation plate was as huge as a mountain, grinding slowly, and countless mysterious symbols were engraved on its surface. This kind of formation alarmed half of Yazhou, and everyone looked up, and the vast wheel in the sky was shocked. Jiang Ning's slender fingers moved and changed, and one spell after another flew out. When the 27 spells were finished, he shouted, "Open!" The blue light wheel in the sky shook, and with a bang, a surging wave of air rushed down, like a strong wind passing through. From Huqi Mountain to Qinghai Lake, the mountains, forests, and plants trembled, and the lake's surface was full of waves. The rich spiritual power, carrying the wind and clouds, landed on Jiang Ning's villa. Jiang Ning bathed in the sea of clouds and felt the abundant spiritual energy. The spiritual energy compressed by the spirit gathering formation was comparable to the world of immortal cultivation. Jiang Ning sat cross-legged in the clouds and mist, gathering the spiritual power in his body, and broke through the bottleneck of the 4th level of key training in one go. The mana soared, and the spiritual consciousness expanded to more than 160 meters. He stood up, clenched his fist, and slapped the eye of the formation. Hide. The vast blue disk on the dome of Huqi Mountain slowly disappeared. People in Yazhou who looked up at the sky lowered their heads, and the shock remained in their hearts for a long time. Class 8 questions group. Dong Qingfeng posted a picture. Don't sleep. There was a big scene in the sky just now. Jiuo Kanan stared at the blue giant wheel in the sky in the picture, a little unconvinced. You didn't Photoshop the picture? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, ask the students in the city. It was really like this in the sky just now. Really, I took a picture too. Yang Sheng also posted a picture, with a different angle, but it was the same as the one in Dan Qinggan's picture. Not only Dan Qingfeng, but Shen Qinj also made up a picture. She got up very early today on purpose, and happened to see this scene. Seeing that 2 girls in the class supported him, Dan Qingfeng was immediately proud and said complacently, I told you, I didn't lie to you. The thing in the sky just now was really outrageous. I thought aliens were coming. Ma Shichen replied, I saw it too. I was so scared that I almost jumped off the building. Someone else in the group came out to make up the picture. Chen Qian, who had some experience, said, "That must be Huqi Mountain. It feels like it's over at the Huqi Mountain Villa." Dong Qingfeng said, "Yes, it's Huqi Mountain. All the people living there are rich. My dad has a business partner who became rich a few years ago and moved there. It's full of capable people. Have you ever been there?" Shan Kaikun asked. "No, the access control there is quite strict." Dong Qingfeng said, "I heard that Bai Yuxia lives there." A classmate said. Bai Yuxia, who had been peeking at the screen, came out to refute the rumor. "How can it be? My family can't afford it, and my parents can get a promotion." Bai Yuxia's family is considered to be very good in the class. Hearing that her family can't afford it, Ma Shicheng said, "After graduation, I will also buy a house." This sentence made everyone in the class group laugh. The more mature Chen Qian immediately retorted, "Your salary is really not enough. Any house in Huqishan costs several million. Let me calculate for you. After graduation, you will earn 10,000 a month and don't eat or drink for decades to afford it. Who will work after graduation? I started a business in college and became an entrepreneur. Yes, a young entrepreneur. When the time comes, I will pull classmates to my company and give you 1 million a year. The day I become a big boss, brothers, all of you live in Huqishan villas." Ma Shicheng said shamelessly and in high spirits. "Jiuo Kunan, brother Ma. Wang Long Long, you are worthy of being my brother Ma. Shan Kaikun, I will hang out with you in the future, and you will take us to eat and drink. I'm not bragging to you, I really think I can afford it. There are so many opportunities in society. I can make it by just grabbing one. I see people get investments, and they get billions. It will be easy to buy a villa at that time." Ma Shicheng continued to give advice. Chen Qian could not hold it in any longer. Looking at the childish Ma Shicheng, he was speechless. "What kind of company are you starting? What can you do?" Ma Shicheng said, "High tech. I'm very good at playing with smartphones." CUIU testified, "I can testify to this." Last time CUIU was about to tell Ma Shicheng about how he taught him to flash Ma Ozhe's phone, but suddenly remembered that, if he told it, wouldn't it be exposed? At this time, Hu Jun spoke up. "What's so fun about running a company? Let me show you the picture I took today of a weasel stealing a chicken. The picture is very exciting. You must click on the big picture to watch it." Hu Jun has been banned. The class group was stunned for a moment, and then burst into cheerful comments. "The class monitor is awesome. The class monitor is awesome. He was finally banned. Ha ha ha, it's so satisfying. Buy 2 bowls of soy milk today, drink 1 bowl, and pour 1 bowl." Even some girls who rarely speak up spoke up. Many classmates have been fed up with Hu Jun for a long time, and they were so happy to see the class monitor take action today. Huang Zhangfei sent a message to Hu Jun privately. "Next time you send a picture, you must show it to me first, so that I can confirm whether it can be sent." Hu Jun was numb. Jiang Ning took out his mobile phone and found that Zhu Yuantang had sent him a picture. The picture was the blue giant roulette wheel above Huqi Mountain, but because the distance was a bit far and the pixel of Zhu Yuantang's mobile phone was poor, the picture was not very clear. Jiang Ning, look, I took this photo." Jiang Ning commented, "It's not as good looking as the rainbow you posted last time." He still remembered that one weekend, he went to his uncle's house, and it was raining outside. After the rain, the sky cleared up, and a rainbow appeared. Zhu Yuantang took a photo of it for him to see. 2 days later, Zhu Yuantang bought a lot of flour and made rainbow cookies at home. Jiang Ning was lucky enough to eat 2 pieces, and they were quite delicious. "I also think it's not as good looking as the rainbow." Zhu Yuantang swallowed his saliva, missing the rainbow cookies. Chapter 110 Life-saving item. Jiang Ning put away his phone, and thinking of Zhu Yuantang's face, he couldn't help but smile. Just now, with the help of the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he broke through the 4th level of key training. Those eye-catching green light columns and wheels disappeared. It took a shorter time than he expected. Feeling the spiritual power filling his body, Jiang Ning was quite satisfied. The rewards brought by the 4th level of key training were quite rich. as a watershed in the key training period. After breaking through the 4th level of key training, the mana, consciousness, 5 senses, and physique are greatly improved. With Jiang Ning's previous experience with the mana of the 4th level of key training, the number of secret arts that can be performed has increased again. Especially the art of observing ki. This is a magic that Jiang Ning values very much. Observing ki, observing ki, observing the ki of the world. This should be a magic that can only be controlled by the foundation building realm. But if there is a large formation of gathering spirits to assist, it can be used with the cultivation of the 4th level of ki training to perform the art of observing ki, and observe the ki of the spiritual objects in the world. There are many derivative spiritual objects between heaven and earth, and even the present world is very likely to exist, such as the derivative of space, the empty crystal silk. You only need to pick up one empty crystal silk to refine a storage ring. Before reaching the foundation building realm, the mana and consciousness have not undergone qualitative changes, and you can't see the empty crystal silk at all, let alone pick it up. Ordinary cultivators in the foundation building realm can't take it, but Jiang Ning's control of mana is so exquisite that, as long as he uses the big formation as a supplement, he can perform the art of observing ki, and then complete the collection with the secret technique. The empty crystal silk is just an incidental thing. Jiang Ning's most core goal is to obtain the Taiyi Yunsu. From beginning to end, he never forgot Zhu Yuantang's disease, leukemia. The cause of this disease is unknown, and it is caused by multiple factors, even genetic factors. Although Jiang Ning usually puts some spiritual medicine in Zhu Yuantang's food to recuperate her body, he cannot be sure whether Zhu Yuantang will repeat the same mistakes in her senior year. Although the immortal cultivators have great magical powers, they are not omnipotent. They still have the trouble of baldness in physical cultivation, and they rely on chanking liquid to solve the problem. Not to mention leukemia, which involves a deeper level of disease. If Jiang Ning himself suffers from this disease, he will recover after breaking through the foundation, but it is Zhu Yuantang who is sick. He doesn't know what Zhu Yuantang's spiritual roots are like, but Jiang Ning is reluctant to let Zhu Yuantang contact immortal cultivation for the time being. The time is not right. He has already decided to keep Zhu Yuantang safe. Jiang Ning occasionally worries that, because of his interference, the future will be disrupted, causing Zhu Yuantang to fall ill in advance. If Zhu Yuantang really got sick in advance, Jiang Ning would do his best to maintain her life with spiritual medicine. But that was just maintenance. Even the most optimistic people would not smile if they knew that they had leukemia, a disease with a high mortality rate and extremely high pain. With Jiang Ning's financial resources, he could indeed find a matching bone marrow for Zhu Yuantang. But what if Zhu Yuantang's bone marrow type was quite rare? Therefore, Jiang Ning decided to look for the spiritual object derived from heaven and earth, Taiyi cloud marrow. Eliminate all accidents. After getting it, after being tempered by spiritual fire, it can be introduced into the human body to replace her marrow, fundamentally eliminating the occurrence of leukemia. Moreover, as a spiritual object of heaven and earth, Taiyi cloud marrow is extremely beneficial to the human body, and prolonging life is not a problem. The sooner we get Taiyi cloud marrow, the sooner we can avoid accidents with Zhu Yuantang. Even if we take the risk of exposing the spiritual array, so what? Jiang Ning's expression was firm. He stepped down, and the spiritual power gathered on the small spiritual array on the ground. He used the small spiritual formation as a paddle to move the large spiritual formation. The vast and surging spiritual energy covered and surged. Rays of spiritual light condensed and penetrated into the overwhelming spiritual energy. Finally, it turned into a huge transparent prism that was as thin as a cicada's wing and seemed to break at the touch. Waves of spiritual charm flowed on its surface. The prism was like a lens. Jiang Ning stood in front of the lens. The opposite side of the lens was clearly the brick red wall of the villa. However, when he looked through the lens, he saw a colorful halo, as if in another world. Those halos were not real, but auras emitted by various things. He manipulated the small formation, controlled the movement of the prism, observed and inquired about the surroundings, and scanned continuously until he saw a dark aura. That was the Kangxuan crystal. Jiang Ning wrote down the coordinates and continued to search. What he was looking for was the Taiyi Yunsu. Until noon, Jiang Ning had exhausted all his mana and still couldn't find it. He ate a key gathering pill and sat cross-legged on the terrace to meditate and recover. It is said that Tai Yunsu is a spiritual object derived from clouds. Do we have to go to heaven to find it? Jiang Ning pondered. I haven't reached the foundation building stage yet, so it's a bit difficult to go to heaven. Forget it, the base of the spiritual boat has been refined. Let's try it for now. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense passed through the villa. There was a 2-meter long wooden board in the basement, or it could be said that it already had the prototype of a boat, so it would be more appropriate to call it a spiritual wooden board. He sent out a spiritual power, led by his spiritual sense, and went around into the basement, carrying the wooden board over. The billing wood was divided into 17 layers by the sword energy, dried and quenched with spiritual fire, and then refined with broken silver sand and purple vine mucus, becoming extremely light. At the same time, because the billing wood is hard, after being made in this way, its hardness and toughness are comparable to spring steel. After Jiang Ning input spiritual power, the spiritual board was gently suspended, almost hovering in the air, without any shaking. Because of this, Jiang Ning had engraved the formation for conducting spiritual power inside it, so that it could accommodate a certain amount of spiritual power. Jiang Ning swallowed a key gathering pill, and continued to transfer spiritual power. At this time, he missed the days when he had no shortage of spiritual stones. At that time, he only needed to stuff the spiritual stones into the spiritual boat to ensure that it could provide power. Jiang Ning did not rely on spiritual stones, but on himself to fill the spiritual board with spiritual power. When his spiritual power was fully restored, he cast a key concealment technique on himself, hiding himself together with the spiritual board to avoid the scanning of satellite radar, activating the key observation technique, controlling the prism to ascend, and then Jiang Ning drove the spiritual board and flew into the sky. The spiritual boat has not yet taken shape, and the flying speed is very slow, about 10 meters per second, slowly rising into the air. As it gets farther and farther away from the ground, the temperature drops accordingly, and the temperature drops by 6 for every 1 kilometer increase. When flying to more than 3,000 meters, the temperature is more than 20 degrees below zero. Many fighter pilots usually wear thick flight suits when on duty, and there is also a temperature control system on the aircraft to control the cockpit at a suitable temperature. However, Jiang Ning was still wearing thin clothes. With his physique, he didn't need to worry. The spectacular sea of clouds appeared before his eyes, with layers of clouds and mist, like waves and waterfalls surging, magnificent and boundless. Jiang Ning had no intention of appreciating the beautiful scenery. The prism formed by the art of observing key only had a weak sense of the spiritual power drawn by the spiritual power array below. If it was raised a little higher, it would be directly broken. He didn't delay any longer and controlled the prism to explore the clouds. Jiang Ning continued to scan and finally found a lightning-like key between the clouds. He pinched a spell and grabbed at that position. The lightning as big as a spoon was caught in his palm. Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual consciousness and confirmed that this was the Tai cloud marrow. He breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Yuantang was saved. Jiang Ning had been extracting the Tai cloud marrow all afternoon. When the sun set, he finally collected enough. After going back and quenching it with spiritual fire, he could use it to replace Zhu Yuantang's marrow. On the last trip, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, Jiang Ning sat cross-legged on the spiritual wooden board. He used the key observing technique to appreciate everything around him. The prism kept moving, smooth and silky, and suddenly it slipped, and Jiang Ning frowned. He clicked the prism to let it swim back and look at an area in the north again. That area was only about 1 meter square. This time, Jiang Ning saw it very clearly. The key here was not colorful, but pure black, which was the color of extreme black. Jiang Ning's expression was moved, meaning that there was no key of any object in this area, and it was a complete emptiness, as if it had been deprived. There are no immortal cultivators in the world. Jiang Ning was extremely sure that he had an extremely rare spiritual root, and with the memory of Yuan Ying's engine, he could barely practice in the world with scarce spiritual power. Apart from him, there would never be another immortal cultivator. This was his judgment as Yuan Ying's engine. But why does this seem like so familiar? Jiang Ning looked confused. Chapter 111 Lion Sect Ancestor Jiang. Deprived of ki, Jiang Ning stood on the terrace of the villa, his thoughts drifting back to the past that was both strange and extremely familiar. Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang. Brother, the Wanan sect is extremely shameless, the protective formation is a tortoise shell, and the disciples have suffered heavy casualties. Brother, stop thinking about your broken magic, and get out of the mountain. The woman's aureole-like voice resounded through the crisp valley. At this time, in the distance, a yellow light flashed in the sky, and an old man wearing a jade crown, a yellow robe and a long beard suddenly appeared. He looked at the girl in the red skirt, and his beard stood up in anger. What do you mean by senior brother? Call me ancestor. That's your ancestor. I won't. When Yuhan curled his lips, senior brother Jiang obviously entered the sect in the same year as me. Look at Jiang Ning, then look at you. He has reached the great perfection of the nascent soul. What about you? Your golden core has not yet been completed. We both have the same natural spiritual roots. I'm so ashamed of you. When Yuhan glanced at Uncle Zhu and said, he is the leader of the Righteous Alliance, and he is 1,200 years old like you. How come he is the leader while you, Master, are still in the middle stage of the nascent soul? I'm so angry. This kid is incorrigible. Uncle Zhu tossed his sleeves in anger. Another ray of light flew over, and a slightly fat man in black clothes riding a goat appeared. Has Ancestor Jiang not come out of retreat yet? He looked at the valley. Yes, Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Jiang is playing with his broken magic again. When Yuhan said helplessly. Senior Brother Lu heard this, and shook his head. None of his magic spells are useful. When Yuhan agreed deeply and asked, did you go down the mountain to travel? No, I was doing serious things. Senior Brother Lu patted the magic gourd. He appears and disappears all day long. Then you wronged me. Patriarch Jiang asked me to go to the south region to find someone. I heard that he was looking for his fellow villager. I have been guarding the south region for 10 years, but I didn't find anything. The old man in yellow robe next to him said suddenly. A few old guys from the Righteous Alliance came to my house and asked me to give them a hand. Lu Wenhao, Master, I'm wronged. The old man in yellow robe flicked his sleeves and said seriously, considering that you are filial to the sect, I will not pursue you. Lu Wenhao was speechless. Master was usually kind and pleasant. If he was really angry, he would not get a good result. Master, we have to continue what Patriarch Jiang told us to do. It's been more than 200 years, and there's still no trace of the so-called old friend from his hometown. If this continues, I'm afraid it will be a waste of effort. The old man in yellow robe gave an order. Just do it when I tell you to do it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Not only do you have to do it, but you have to increase the efforts. Send 10 more foundation building cultivators. Double the resources for cultivating immortals every year. Once anyone finds out about it, he will be given a portion of den forming resources. Yes, Master. Lu Wenhao was very obedient and said, Master, can you take me with you when you go to Beating to discuss matters today? Don't get involved, kid. The old man in yellow robe said, and he sighed in his heart. The last time Beating discussed matters was 8,000 years ago. In that war, more than a dozen Yuanying great perfection cultivators and hundreds of Yuanying cultivators died. The cultivation world almost lost its Taoism. I don't know what kind of disaster has happened to this side of the cultivation world this time. Just as he was sighing in his heart, the 1,000-foot high mountain in front of him suddenly flashed a dazzling red light. The next moment, the red light suddenly grew larger, and it was as high as the 1,000-foot mountain, like a giant fire that supported the sky and the earth. Then, the scorching temperature swept the world. Uncle Zhu flicked his sleeves, and a huge white light curtain quickly unfolded, covering the mountains within a radius of 100 miles to prevent being burned by the flames. When Yuhan was a giant and cultivator with excellent eyesight, she looked at the white-clothed figure in the fire giant. The man in white was 27 years old, with an unparalleled handsome appearance. His eyes were like mountains, rivers, sun, and moon, but they did not contain any color, like a pool of ice water. When she touched those eyes, the admiration on Wen Yuhan's face slowly dissipated, and a bit of gloom emerged. The ice soul Shen Shengju was practiced to the extreme, and the whole person had no joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Whenever Wen Yuhan faced Jiang Ning alone, she always thought that he was not a person, but a puppet without any emotional waves. She forced a smile. Master, senior brother Jiang is so cold. Why is his nascent soul true body a fire giant? Shouldn't it be an ice giant? Uncle Zhu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the flames that occupied half the sky, and suddenly said, your senior brother Jiang's spiritual root is a fire spiritual root. Wen Yuhan and Lu Wenhao were incredulous, and said at the same time, fire spiritual root, then why can he practice the ice soul Shen Shengju? Uncle Zhu shook his head. He didn't know. If he hadn't been about to attend the beating meeting today, he wouldn't have said this. However, this trip, life, and death are unpredictable, and the future of the sect will sooner or later be handed over to the two of them. A figure in white stood in the hands of the fire giant, and the fire hand held the white clothes, and the scorching heat could not hurt him at all. The fire giant ran forward, the ground shook, the huge figure pulled into a full bow, and the giant hand threw resolutely. The man in white was wrapped in incomparable power, and his figure flew out, instantly piercing the sky. Boom boom boom, the explosion shook the world. The thick clouds in the sky were pierced in half by the extremely powerful airflow, and a white mark extended thousands of miles away. Uncle Zhu retracted his gaze, and looked at the two disciples with contempt. Wen Yuhan wanted to speak, but didn't. Lu Wenhao, who was playing with the gourd, lowered his head. Every time he saw Jiang Ning showing off, he felt like he was living a dog's life. They entered the sect at the same time, but he had already reached the Yuan in great perfection, while he was still in the Jiandan realm. Fortunately, senior brother Jiang doesn't have as many Taoist companions as I do. Lu Wenhao comforted himself like this, and felt much better. Lu Wenhao. Uncle Zhu called his name. Here, two foreign giant and demon cultivators have appeared in Yaoju Ridge. They dared to rob the Yan family's spiritual medicine garden. The Yan family's ancestor asked for help. You should go there, Uncle Zhu said, preparing to find something for his eldest disciple to do. When Lu Wenhao heard about the giant and demon cultivators, he was horrified. Master, do you want your disciple to die? Question mark. Uncle Zhu glared at him unhappily. A giantan who just broke through. So that's how it is. A few little giantans are so arrogant in my Loyan sect's territory. They are simply bullying my sect, because there is no one there. Watch me, Master Lu, deal with them. Lu Wenhao's face was stern, and he said boldly. He threw the gourd, and the gourd, which was originally as big as a wine pot, grew to more than 10 feet. He rode the gourd and flew away. Watching the evil disciple leave, Uncle Zhu looked at another evil disciple, and he threw out a small boat the size of a palm. You sit first, go to the Wanan sect, and keep an eye on your ancestor Jiang. I'll go to the sect. Uncle Zhu threw down a sentence, raised his foot, shrunk the ground into an inch, and crossed a distance of several hundred meters. Seeing the small boat magic weapon, Wen Yuhan hurriedly hugged it in his arms. It was the master's flying magic weapon. It was rare for him to be so generous today. When Yuhan rushed to the Wanan sect, a mountain was broken into several pieces, and the broken edge was unusually smooth, as if it was split like this by a sword. The main vein of the Wanan sect was originally 2,000 feet high, but now it is only 500 feet. 500 feet away, a huge purple leopard was covered with purple blood, lying on the mountain, dead miserably. It was a sect monster of the Wanan sect, in the nascent soul stage, and now it is dead. She continued to fly forward, and the sky was flashing with spiritual light. The cultivators of the two sects fought desperately, accompanied by screams from time to time, and human figures fell from the sky. When Yuhan flew to the back mountain, in her spiritual consciousness, senior brother Jiang stood in front of several trees, his figure motionless. When Yuhan fell from the spirit boat and landed behind Jiang Ning, she looked at the white figure in front of her. Her mind was flowing and finally turned into a sigh. Senior brother Jiang, why are you staring at a few locust trees? She recognized the trees, and there was nothing special about them. Jiang Ning said nothing, just stood quietly. After a long time, he stretched out his hand and lifted up the entire mountain. With his other hand, he drew a huge spiritual array gate. He walked into the gate with the mountain and disappeared. When Yuhan looked at the closed spiritual gate in astonishment, and then stomped her feet. Senior brother Jiang obviously knew the array. Why didn't he take her with him? She wanted to fly back again. 10 days later, Jiang Ning stood on the edge of the cliff, as dumbfounded as the locust tree next to him. A yellow escape light flashed, and Uncle Zhu landed beside him. Junior brother Jiang, Beating has issued an edict that every sect in Zhongzhou must produce at least one nascent soul cultivator, 5 golden core cultivators, 50 foundation establishment cultivators, and hundreds of key training disciples. I'm leaving, and the sect will be handed over to you in the future. Jiang Ning was silent. Uncle Zhu smiled. He was already used to Jiang Ning's personality. He handed over a sign and said, "Oh, I just paid homage to the ancestors of our Loan sect. I told them that the sect will be handed over to you, junior brother, in the future. It will be considered as not letting the sect down." They didn't say anything. I guess they must have agreed. After all, you are one of the only 2 people who have achieved the great perfection of the nascent soul since the founding of our Loan sect. With you here in the future, our Loan sect will be glorious for 1,000 years. I know you don't like trivial matters. Don't worry. I won't let you take care of things for long. When Girl Wen and Boy Lu break through to the nascent soul stage, let them take charge immediately. From now on, just give them orders. If they dare to say no, you'll beat them up. Jiang Ning still said nothing. Uncle Zhu didn't feel disgusted. Instead, he kept muttering to himself. Beating has summoned the Righteous Alliance, the Zhongzhou royal family, the 7 major families, and the Hehuan sect. Speaking of the Hehuan sect, I remember that a few years ago, a little girl from their sect came to find you. After 30 years of pestering you, you didn't say a word, and made her leave in anger. I heard that she has now broken through to the nascent soul stage. Hey, you kid. It is rumored that Beating started the war this time to protect the immortal world. The 3 elders of Beating used the art of observing the sky, and the aura and even the laws of heaven and earth in the eastern region were all deprived. The other party seems to be another powerful force that has never been active in Zhongzhou. They captured 2 people. What those people cultivated was not spiritual power, but something called source power. Hey, it's strange. The soul search showed that they attacked the eastern region hundreds of years ago. If it weren't for a great cultivator in the eastern region, I'm afraid they would still be kept in the dark. If you encounter this kind of thing in the future, remember, if anyone dares to deprive our Loan sect of the laws of heaven and earth, and destroy our Taoist tradition, you must destroy them. Uncle Zhu thought to himself, it's a pity that I can't see you showing off your power anymore. This war involves the Taoist tradition of the immortal world, and it must be a fight to the death. I'm afraid I can't come back. Uncle Zhu felt regretful. He took out a pot of wine, poured a sip into his mouth, and smacked his lips without the demeanor of a sect leader. Then, he turned the pot upside down, and poured the remaining wine on the ground. Junior brother, I'm leaving. Protect my Loan sect's Taoist tradition. Uncle Zhu was about to turn into a beam of light, but he hesitated for a moment and said, before senior brother Cheng passed away, he asked me to apologize to you on his behalf. He said that he shouldn't have let you practice that technique. After saying this, Uncle Zhu turned into a beam of light and left. On the cliff, next to the tree, Jiang Ning was still standing there. His expression did not change from beginning to end. Chapter 112 Self-Righteousness. Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning slowly came back to his senses, his eyes full of complexities. He had been a wooden man in the world of immortal cultivation for 200 years, with no joy and no sorrow. Jiang Ning could not empathize with those memories at all, and whenever he recalled them, he was like a bystander. The mistakes of the past are irreversible, but there is still time to remedy the future. Even if his cultivation stagnated in this life, Jiang Ning would never practice that technique again. He is a human, not a piece of wood. Then, Jiang Ning thought about the place that was deprived of qi. According to Uncle Zhu, the deprivation of these qi and the laws of heaven and earth was done by the source civilization that was hostile to the world of immortal cultivation. According to Jiang Ning's judgment, this space would probably take hundreds of years of erosion to develop into the level of destruction of the eastern region of immortal cultivation, and the creatures of that civilization would be able to cross the space and trigger a civilization war. Hundreds of years have already changed a lot. Jiang Ning was not worried, let alone whether he would still be there hundreds of years later. Moreover, with the speed of technological development in the modern world, it is not certain that the civilization will be able to defeat modern technology after hundreds of years. He jumped down from the second floor terrace and stepped on the ground. Although the villa is spacious and bright, it does not feel like home. He prefers the row of warm bungalows under the river dam. Let's use this place as a place for cultivation in the future. Jiang Ning used the key concealment technique and rushed to the bungalow. Thanks to the breakthrough of the 4th level of key training, his speed was a few points faster, more than 50 meters per second. At night, the temperature dropped again. Yazhou has a special geographical location. The Hui River, the dividing line between the north and the south, flows through this small city. People often joke that standing on the south side of the river is a southerner, and standing on the north side of the river is a northerner. Therefore, Yazhou has both the coldness of the northern winter and the heat of the southern summer. Jiang Ning rode a bicycle to school, holding the handlebars through furry gloves. He wore a blow-ear cover on his ears, which stood up. Both were given by Zhu Yuantang. She claimed that, although she did not ride a bicycle, she would feel involved. Jiang Ning rarely put on a cotton coat. He had worn autumn clothes before, although he had spiritual power to maintain his temperature. But people often asked him if he was cold, and it was troublesome to explain, so he just followed the crowd. Jiang Ning, where have you been these 2 days? I can't see you. Zhu Yuantang sat in the back seat and questioned him angrily. She originally wanted to go to the city with Jiang Ning. A self-service hot pot restaurant opened near the department store. The classmates said it was delicious and only 19.9 yuan per person. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning was away for 2 consecutive days, and she had money, but nowhere to spend it. I have something to do, and it's done now, Jiang Ning said. On Saturday, he contacted Xiao Shuangshan to transport the materials for the formation to Huqi Mountain, and then set up the formation. On Sunday, he activated the Gathering Spirit formation, reached the 4th level of key training, and extracted the Taiyi Yunsu. Jiang Ning, why don't you buy medicine recently? I saw you buy a lot of medicine every few days before. Zhu Yuantang said. Are you cured? Her face was excited. Although she didn't know what disease Jiang Ning had, since he recovered, it must be a great thing. Jiang Ning smiled when he mentioned this. He remembered that once, he moved a box of goods to prepare to refine the evergreen liquid. As a result, Zhu Yuantang insisted on trying his medicine, saying that he wanted to test the poison for him. Jiang Ning disagreed. Later, Zhu Yuantang always found various reasons to try the medicine, so he specially prepared a bowl of bitter medicine soup. Zhu Yuantang took a sip and ran away. She sighed and held the thermos, sitting on the stool at the door of her house, rinsing her mouth with bowls of soup. Jiang Ning replied, yes, it's cured. He moved the production spirit formation of the evergreen liquid to the factory, including the herbs for refining the Jiling pill, all of which were arranged by Xiao Shuangshan. In this way, every time Jiang Ning lacked pills, he could go directly to the factory to refine them. As a quiet place to live in the bungalow, he liked to be neighbors with Zhu Yuantang's family. It's really healed. Zhu Yuantang decided that after school tonight, he must buy some snacks to celebrate Jiang Ning's recovery. The doors and windows of the grade 8 classroom were closed in winter. Jiang Ning pushed open the door, and no classmates were standing on the podium for the meeting. After everyone knew that there was a thief in the school, although they couldn't catch the thief, they all learned to be smart and would not put valuables in the classroom. Dozens of students kept the temperature in the classroom rising. Hu Jun, the life committee member, stood in the open space behind the classroom and shouted to the class, which group cleaned last week? You didn't empty the trash can before the holiday. If it was summer, it would stink. Everyone, be more conscious. No one in the class answered. Hu Jun felt that his dignity as a class cadre had been violated, and he felt a little embarrassed. He took out the duty list from the drawer, scanned it, and shouted, Yang Sheng, it's your group's turn to take out the trash. After hearing this, Yang Sheng shouted to Jiang Yanan, hey, take out the trash, it's your turn. Jiang Yanan was so angry that her face, which was already pale, became even paler. She lost the bet last time, and then she had to take over Yang Sheng's duty. It was fine to be on duty alone, but Yang Sheng always took on the job of emptying the trash can. So Jiang Yanan, a girl, became the one who took out the trash. The trash cans in the class were standard large trash cans, which were very big, and it was very difficult for her to empty them. And it was so cold in the winter, and after emptying the trash cans, she had to wash her hands, which made it even colder. Jiang Yanan had very fair skin, and a white complexion could hide 100 uglinesses. Just based on her skin, 2 boys in the class had a crush on her. If her eyes were not a little small, her appearance would not be worse than Shen Qinj. Deng Qingfeng saw that no one was helping Jiang Yanan, so he stood up and said with a smile, "I'll help you empty the trash. You can rest in the class." "Thank you," Jiang Yanan said gratefully. She thought she was going to suffer, but she didn't expect that there were still kind classmates in the class. Deng Qingfeng was really a good person. Yang Sheng looked at the two of them and said, "It's better to worry about other people's business than to eat salty radishes." After hearing this, Deng Qingfeng said righteously, "Yang Sheng, don't you have hands? Why do you always let other students take duty?" He used to have a good impression of Yang Sheng and supported her when she quarreled with Ma Shicheng. Later, Deng Qingfeng found that Yang Sheng's personality was too wild and he couldn't control her at all. So he gave up and supported Shen Qinj's group of girls instead. Yang Sheng, yes, I just don't have hands. Deng Qingfeng heard her say this and stopped pursuing the matter. He dragged the trash can towards the cold wind outside the classroom. He threw away the trash, but he got the goodwill of Shen Qinj and her group. Not long after Deng Qingfeng left, the door of the classroom was pushed open, and Shen Zhu from class 9 walked in with a smile. He was carrying a black bag and holding a light grey hand warmer in his hand. "Good evening, classmates. It's cold now, and studying is really hard. Here, I brought a warm hand warmer. You don't need to add hot water. It's rechargeable. You can warm your hands after charging for a while. Look at this hand warmer. It's big and warm." He showed the hand warmer to everyone. "It's only 34 yuan each. Look at the quality. It's great." Some students in the class were tempted. Shenzhou has become famous in the grade for selling things recently, and the quality is no problem. Shan Keikwon still remembers the scene just now, when his desk mat Bei Yuxia rode for a while, and blew on her hand. He felt very sad. The cold in her hand hurt him. He touched his pocket. Today is Sunday evening self-study, and he just brought more than 100 living expenses. Then Shan Keikwon walked up to the podium with great pride and bid 35 yuan. "Give me a pink one." Shenzhou was very happy to see the first business opened, and even praised him for his vision. "There just happened to be a pink one, you take it." Then he gave him $1 in change. Shan Keikwon said nonchalantly, "No need to look for it." All the classmates in the class were looking at him. Bathed in everyone's gaze, Shan Keikwon felt his blood boiling at that moment, and he actually felt that he was the center of the class. Every move affected the classmates. He walked back to his seat with a handsome step and threw the hand warmer lightly to Bei Yuxia's desk. "Lend it to you for a while." That's right, Shan Keikwon learned his lesson last time and became smarter. He didn't use the word give, but borrow. This is more tactful and easier for girls to accept. He looked at Bei Yuxia, looking forward to her reaction. Bei Yuxia looked at him, as if he was a lunatic. "Your hand warmer is not charged, how can you use it?" Chapter 113 Young. No electricity? Shan Keikwon seemed to be electrocuted, and his face, which was originally somewhat smug, suddenly froze. Like a daydreamer, he woke up in an instant. Oh, he forgot that the hand warmer needed to be charged. Shan Keikwon picked up the hand warmer and ran to the multimedia on the podium. "Brother, please make way." Facing his customers, Shenzhou was quite considerate. He moved to the side and walked to a position without being blocked by the multimedia table and continued to shout with the hand warmer. Shan Keikwon saw that the only socket was occupied by a mobile phone charger. At this time, he didn't care so much and directly took off the mobile phone charger to let the hand warmer take it. At this time, Shenzhou sold 2 more hand warmers and left with his bag, looking like a successful man. Although some classmates looked down on him, they were very envious of him making money and fantasized about how face they would have if they could make money. Jiuo Kunan in the back row said, "This idiot Kaikun went to buy a hand warmer again. I'm really impressed. That thing can be bought online for less than 20 yuan, but he spent 34 yuan. Wang Lang Lang suddenly said, "Is there a possibility that he spent 35 yuan?" Jiuo Kunan was even more angry when he heard this. Seeing Shenzhou making money from his good friend was more painful than killing him. Shenzhou's hand warmer was of good quality. It was heated up in a short while. Shan Kaikun came over with the hand warmer. "Bei Yuxia, you can use it." "No, I asked my dad to send it to me. He will be at school soon." Bei Yuxia's father is an associate professor and dotes on her very much. Even if she is at school, she can summon her father with just a text message. Shan Kaikun was stunned for a moment and asked, "It's so cold. Why do you ask your father to come over?" "It's okay. My family has a car. The air conditioner is on in the car. It's not cold," Bei Yuxia said. After hearing this, Shan Kaikun stopped talking. He returned to his seat, holding the hand warmer. The baby was very hot, and his heart was cold. Bei Yuxia's family has a car. Although he knew that Bei Yuxia's family was well off, he didn't know it clearly before. It was not until today, when he heard that her family had a car, that Shan Kaikun realized the difference. Having a car, yes, in fact, many families have cars now, but Shan Kaikun's family does not. Only a few families in their village have cars, and they are all well off. Every time he came to number 4 middle school to go to school, he had to take the broken bus in the countryside, endure the peculiar smell in the car, and the bumps and fatigue. Although cars can be seen everywhere on the road, he always thinks that cars are far away from him. And the family of Bei Yuxia, whom he likes, has a car, and her father can drive to Bei Yuxia to send things at any time. He suddenly felt inferior. He had seen BMW and Audi on the road before, and he was confident that he could afford them in the future, but at this moment, he felt inferior and felt that he was not worthy of Bei Yuxia. He thought about the future. If Bei Yuxia really became his girlfriend, he would go back to his hometown with her and take that broken bus, and he couldn't bear it. Shan Kaikun sighed in his heart, or just give up. But he was unwilling to give up. He took the hand warmer and leaned over and said, "Why don't you use mine before your father comes?" Bei Yuxia refused and said, "No." She was a bit of a germaphobe. After buying things like hand warmers, she had to clean them, otherwise she would always feel uncomfortable when using them. Bei Yuxia's light words completely broke Shan Kaikun's psychological defenses. His heart ached, and he almost cried. During this period of time, he tried to please Bei Yuxia many times with passion, but what he got in return was indifference. He felt that he was fooled, and felt like a fool, and never got a response. This was not the love he wanted. What he wanted was to get together like Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang every day, to chat and laugh happily. But there was only alienation between Bei Yuxia and him. Shan Kaikun had had enough. He swore fiercely that he would never talk to Bei Yuxia again, otherwise he would be a dog. Shan Kaikun took out his phone and posted a message. "Fuck love. I will be a boy who concentrates on playing games from now on." Picture, screenshot of game scores. There are still many students playing with their phones during evening self-study. After a while, Shan Kaikun received a lot of likes and comments. "Jiuo Kunan, good brother, what kind of woman do you want? I will take you to play basketball tomorrow." "Wu Zhaoqi, you must take me with you when playing basketball." "Ma Shicheng, is brother Quan's hand warmer useful?" Posted by Wang Langlong. Looking at these comments, Shan Kaikun felt warm and thought it was great to have a group of brothers, but the only regret of this message was that there was no one who liked it. The missing person was Bei Yuxia. The purpose of his posting this message was just to let Bei Yuxia see it. He wanted to tell her that you have to cherish me, but the person he thought about day and night did not see it, so his message was meaningless. In the last class of the evening self-study, the monitor Huang Zhengfei was sitting on the podium studying, Deng Qingfeng was doing the test paper, Ma Shicheng in the back row was playing games, and Wang Langlong was watching Ma Shicheng playing games. Bei Yuxia was reading a book, and Shan Kaikun was peeking at Bei Yuxia. Zhu Yuantang asked her questions, pushed the notebook towards Jiang Ning, and tapped the pen cap lightly on the table, indicating that he had to study and not let her down. Jiang Ning had no choice but to pick up the test paper and start doing the questions. Suddenly, he was poked in the back. Jiang Ning didn't look back, but with a quick glance of his spiritual sense, he knew it was Zheng Lu who poked him. He reached back and received 2 chewing gums, and Jiang Ning gave one to Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang ate the chewing gum, admired Jiang Ning solving the problem, and squinted comfortably. Zhu Yuantang discovered a big secret. The seats she and Jiang Ning sat in were feng shui treasures. It was not cold at all in the winter. The warm air surrounded her, so she could never feel any chill. Unlike in junior high school, when the weather was too cold, her fingers were so cold that they trembled, and she couldn't hold the pen. She would rub her hands to warm them up before writing. But now, when Zhu Yuantang saw Bayuxia using a hand warmer, she felt that she didn't need it at all. The day before yesterday, she quietly shared this secret with Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning strongly agreed. So the two agreed that they would get the top 2 in the class in the next exam, so that they could occupy the Feng Shui treasure land forever. So just for this reason, Zhu Yuantang would urge Jiang Ning to study and not give others a chance. Jiang Ning's phone vibrated. He met Zhu Yuantang's stern eyes and opened his phone. It turned out to be a message from Shan Keikwun. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. Although he added his classmates' questions, he only added them once and rarely chatted. Jiang Ning, do you know how to improve your grades quickly? Shan Keikwun asked. In the last monthly exam, Jiang Ning was in the top 5 in the school. Unlike what he later learned about Zhu Yuantang's blank math paper in the high school entrance exam, Jiang Ning's score was actually improved. After failing to show his favor to Bayuxia, Shan Keikwun decided to start from another aspect. He would study hard and beat Bayuxia with scores, so that he could shock Bayuxia in turn. Jiang Ning said, there is no shortcut to high school knowledge. You just need to lay a solid foundation, practice more on different types of questions, analyze the right and wrong questions, and study hard. Shan Keikwun was a little unhappy because he didn't get the answer he wanted. He felt that Jiang Ning was nothing special and was not as good as those top students on the internet. So he took his mobile phone to search for shortcuts to study on the internet and searched until the end of get out of class. Shan Keikwun felt that he benefited a lot and learned a genius learning method. Build a library in your mind. Classify the content you have learned in daily life, and when you need to use it, just recall it in your mind. Shan Keikwun felt that he was okay again. Chapter 114 Eyes alone can't deceive people. During the morning self-study on Monday, the class was noisy and noisy, mostly from girls. Jiang Ning plucked his voice and quickly figured out that the girls were discussing something like a girl who lived on campus had lost her clothes, probably stolen. Yes, it was that kind of underwear. Jiang Ning subconsciously glanced at Shan Zhao, who was sitting upright in his seat. Jiang Ning was not sure if it was him, but he remembered that Shan Zhao didn't seem to have done such a thing. As more and more girls came to the class, the topic became more and more intense, and these words spread to the back row. Shan Zhao sat in his seat, listening to what the girls said, with a puzzled expression. Someone actually stole girls' clothes. Isn't that too unclassy? He would not do such a thing. Although he stole things, he had his own way of stealing. He only stole things that were easy to sell, like girls' clothes. It was too troublesome, so he would not do it. Ma Shicheng listened to the girls discussing this matter in front of him. Seeing their faces showing extremely disgusted expressions, which were mixed with disgust, he expressed disdain. Isn't it just a piece of clothing that was lost? What's there to be angry about? He looked indifferent. He really didn't understand why such a big reaction was made to a piece of clothing that was just stolen. It wasn't worth much. Ma Shicheng couldn't empathize with them. Even when the girls said they would tell the security department to find the murderer, Ma Shicheng just thought they were a little hypocritical. Jiuo Kanan heard him say this and said, it's actually quite serious to have clothes stolen. The main thing is that this kind of thing is disgusting. Ma Shicheng said disdainfully, disgusting? I don't think so. If it were me, my clothes would be taken away by thieves at will. Hey, don't say this in front of the girls in the class, otherwise they will definitely be unhappy. Jiuo Kanan said. He saw Ma Shicheng's arrogance in his eyes. He didn't know how to take care of girls at all, and he only knew how to fight. Don't worry, I know what's going on, Ma Shicheng said nonchalantly. After school in the afternoon, Jiuo Kanan ran over to find Jiang Ning with a group of people. Brother Jiang, do you want to play basketball? We are playing a friendly match with class 7 today. Wu Zhaoqi, Ma Shicheng, and Shan Kequan are all going. Are you coming? There are not enough people at the moment. Jiang Ning shook his table tennis racket. No, I will play table tennis with Zhu Yuantang later. Okay, let's go then. Jiuo Kanan felt a little regretful. Jiang Ning has good physical fitness and is tall. If he practices basketball, he will definitely be a good player. Jiuo Kanan looked for Jiang Ning, while Wu Zhaoqi looked for Shan Zhao. He looked at Shan Zhao, as if he was looking at a confidant. He said solemnly, Shan Zhao, let's go and play basketball together. After hearing this, Shan Zhao said, no, I can't play basketball. It's okay, I'll teach you. I'm a professional in basketball. No, it's okay, just watch me abuse the people in class 7 and cheer for me, brother. When playing against class 7 today, Wu Zhaoqi wanted to call Shan Zhao. He felt that with such a person supporting him on the court, he would definitely play better. If he wants to be great, then he needs a witness. He has already chosen Shan Zhao, who is a person who respects other people's dreams, and he, Wu Zhaoqi, is the dream chaser. By then, he has reached the top, holding the trophy high, surrounded by countless applause and cheers, but he only looks at Shan Zhao outside the court. The two of them meet eyes, smile at each other, and then this scene is captured by the reporters around. Finally, he appeared on the cover of Time magazine, and that smile was praised as the most tearful smile of this century. A man dies for his confidant. This is so cool. Wu Zhaoqi looked at Shan Zhao with a very serious look. Brother, give me a favor. You must go to see me play today. Shan Zhao did not refuse this time. He said, okay. Then Wu Zhaoqi left the classroom and went to the basketball court. Jiang Ning, let's go too. Zhu Yuantang took the table tennis racket. She has made great progress in her strength recently. She must defeat Jiang Ning today. After Jiang Ning came to the table tennis court, she saw the chemistry teacher Jiuo Ran and another female teacher playing table tennis. The teacher seemed to be the biology teacher of class 5, who was also a young teacher. Jiuo Ran saw Jiang Ning holding a racket and said something to the biology teacher and walked over. Jiang Ning, can you play table tennis? Yes, he said. Then play 2 games with me? Zhu Yuantang next to him pouted, seeming a little unhappy. Jiuo Ran said to Zhu Yuantang, Zhu, let me play with Jiang Ning for a while, and I'll give you snacks in the evening, okay? Zhu Yuantang reluctantly agreed. Although it was winter, Jiuo Ran's figure still had a sense of gracefulness. She served a ball to Jiang Ning. The biology teacher next to her had no opponent, so she found Zhu Yuantang, who was a genius in the first year of high school, and she knew him. Shall we play 2 games? I can teach you a few moves, so you can abuse Jiang Ning. The biology teacher said that she had played table tennis for many years and had sharp skills. Okay. Zhu Yuantang agreed immediately when she heard that there was a master. The biology teacher smiled. 10 minutes later, the biology teacher picked up the ball and was a little skeptical about life. On the basketball court, Wu Zhaoqi scored another goal, and the 7th class was defeated. He is not tall, but he loves basketball after all. After years of practice, his physical fitness is good, so his overall strength is quite good. He is like a fish in water on the court, killing the students of the 7th class. Wu Zhaoqi, you are so 6 today. Jiuo Kanan gave a thumbs up. Wu Zhaoqi on the court today was like a killer, scoring goals one after another. You are not bad either. After gaining the recognition of his teammates, Wu Zhaoqi grabbed the ball again and even looked out of the basketball court. At this time, there were many people around, and there were some girls cheering, some of whom were actually good looking. But Wu Zhaoqi only looked at Shan Zhao in the crowd, with only him in his eyes. Then he saw Shan Zhao's fiery eyes. He stared at himself. That kind of eyes, Wu Zhaoqi was too familiar. That is the eyes of dreams. Words can deceive people, smiles can deceive people, but eyes cannot deceive people. That is an absolute and unquestionable light. Because every time Wu Zhaoqi plays basketball, there will be that kind of light in his eyes. Sure enough, Shan Zhao is the one who truly supports me. I will call him to every basketball game in the future. Wu Zhaoqi secretly made up his mind to score another goal. Shan Zhao, who was outside the court, stared at the basketball in Wu Zhaoqi's hand and was almost dying of greed. There was also a small episode on the court. After Jiuo Kanan finished playing basketball, he was actually added by a pretty girl on questions, which attracted cheers from a group of people around him. Brother Jiuo is awesome. You played really well just now. You were so aggressive. I don't think anyone dared to stop you later. Shan Kaikwon praised. In fact, he felt a little disappointed. Being added by girls on questions was something that only existed in his imagination. Moreover, Bayuksha did not come to today's friendly basketball match. Jiuo Kanan said modestly, it's just so-so. In fact, he was about to laugh. See, he is also a guy that girls like. Currently, only Jiang Ning has been treated this way in the class. Zhenglu often chats with Jiang Ning. He used to be very envious, and now he is too. Ma Shichen came over and asked, I'm sweating all over. Do you want to take a shower? Jiuo Kanan was moved and hesitated. It's almost time for evening self-study. I won't go if I don't have enough time. Okay, then I'll go by myself. Ma Shichen said. The first class today is self-study. When the time comes, just find an excuse to tell the monitor that it's okay to go a little late. Jiuo Kanan washed his face and returned to the class. He, who was always calm, walked with a fluttering step. Being added by a girl on questions. This is the first time in my life. He took out his phone slowly, turned on the screen, and looked down at the screen, as if he had unwrapped a surprise gift. The girl sent him to questions messages, and Jiuo Kanan thought to himself that she was really proactive. This was the first time he had met a girl like this. The girl had a cute pink Anin girl head, and the avatar immediately struck Jiuo Kanan, his favorite. I'm the girl who just added you on the basketball court. Can I tell you something? Oh, is she going to confess her love? I didn't expect that I would have this day. Jiuo Kanan typed out a reply. Go ahead, I don't have a girlfriend. He waited for the other party's reply, and the next sentence must be all kinds of admiration. He was already thinking about how to accept it. Should he accept it directly? Or should he be tactful and then accept it? Jiuo Kanan smiled. Hu Jun next to him said strangely, Brother Jiuo, your smile is so scary. Children don't understand. Go play somewhere else. He is a man with a girlfriend, and he is different from the few people in the back row. Someone is laughing and playing with him, and he is no longer lonely. The pink avatar sent a message. If you don't have a girlfriend, go find one. What are you telling me? Jiuo Kanan was stunned. Then why did you add me? You are really bad at basketball. You can only bump into people. Be careful when playing basketball next time. Don't bump into my boyfriend. Bang. The phone fell to the ground. On Monday evening self-study, Jiuo Kanan lost his love. Ma Shichen went into the big bathhouse. On this day, after playing basketball, it was the most comfortable thing to take a bath in the big bathhouse. It was the ultimate happiness on earth. The big bathhouse is generally divided into two parts. One is a bathing pool similar to a swimming pool, and the other is a spacious hall filled with leather beds similar to massage rooms, which are used for people to lie down and rest after bathing. The leather beds are connected together. Ma Shichen chose a leather bed and put his clothes here. Because he had just played basketball, his autumn trousers and autumn jackets were soaked with sweat, so he took the autumn clothes and put them on the radiator so that when he finished washing, the clothes could be dried. Ma Shichen walked towards the bathhouse, and an old man came out of the bathhouse. The old man was very greasy, with abundant hair and a patch of hair on his chest, which looked very uncomfortable. Ma Shichen glanced at him, and went to take a bath in the bathhouse. After soaking comfortably for 15 minutes, Ma Shichen got up, and left the bathhouse. You still have to give the squad leader some face. After all, the squad leader is a good person. Ma Shichen walked to the hall outside, wiped himself, and then went to the radiator to get his autumn trousers and autumn jacket. Then he found that the radiator was empty. His clothes disappeared. Fuck, where are my clothes? Who took my clothes? Ma Shicheng shouted at the radiator. The middle-aged man who was putting on clothes next to him said, "Did you put your clothes on the radiator?" The old man took them away. Which old man? Ma Shicheng looked around and didn't find the man. It's the old man with a bunch of hair on his chest. He took the clothes on the radiator, put them on and left. Don't look for it, you won't find it. The middle-aged man said. Fuck. Ma Shicheng was completely convinced. There was such a person who even stole his autumn johns and autumn jacket. He felt so aggrieved. Without autumn johns and autumn jacket, Ma Shicheng could only put on his coat and hurriedly left the bathhouse. He was walking on the road and the cold wind blew, freezing him. He thought of the old man with thick hair wearing his close-fitting autumn clothes and touching his autumn clothes while walking. Ma Shicheng almost vomited. Hatred, nausea, grievance, shyness, and many other emotions rotated in Ma Shicheng's mind. At this moment, Ma Shicheng felt insulted. Chapter 115. Do you want to eat it? December 24th, Tuesday. Chemistry teacher Ji Yuo fulfilled his promise yesterday and sent Zhu Yuantang a lot of snacks, including pecans, dried mangoes, dried strawberries, and beef jerky. Zhu Yuantang was overjoyed. Since the morning self-study, she has taken out a piece of snack from time to time and secretly stuffed it into her mouth. Jiang Ning pinched a pecan. The creamy pecan tasted good, with a little sweetness and a crispy texture. Children loved it. The only thing was that it was not easy to peel. The kernel was too brittle. Even with a nutcracker, it was easy to break when peeling. Zhu Yuantang peeled two with her bare hands, and the kernels were all broken. She was secretly competing with the pecans over there, and she must peel out the ultimate complete kernel. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power, wandered around the inside of the pecan, and peeled the kernel perfectly. He placed the complete and plump kernel in front of Zhu Yuantang with a smile on his face. Wow, how did you peel it? Zhu Yuantang said in surprise. Jiang Ning said, it's very simple. He took another pecan from the bag and demonstrated it again. He cracked it with one hand and quietly used his spiritual power to make the kernel come out of the shell. Zhu Yuantang stared at it intently. She felt that she understood this amazing scene, but she also understood nothing. What? She pinched the pecan and squeezed it hard, but the pecan didn't move. Seeing her unhappy, Jiang Ning gave two pecan kernels to Zhu Yuantang and said, if you want to eat it, I'll peel it for you. Shan Kaikun in the front row heard the noise and turned his head. What are you doing? Jiang Ning grabbed 6 pecans and gave them to him. We are peeling this. You give half to Bayuksha. What is this? Walnut? Shan Kaikun asked in confusion. It was the first time he had seen it. Pecans are not cheap, costing dozens of yuan per pound. Many people in big cities may be tired of eating them and think that this thing is nothing special. In later generations, it became an internet celebrity nut, but at this time, in a small city like Yazhou, especially for people like Shan Kaikun who came from the countryside, they really had never eaten it, or even seen it. It's like pork jerky, a popular internet celebrity food in later generations. In the era when online shopping was not popular, not many people had eaten it. Many people's first pork jerky often came from a certain internet celebrity squirrel or a certain product store. This is pecan. Oh. Shan Kaikun didn't rush to ask, but shared the pecans with Bayuksha. He gave Bayuksha 4 of the 6 fruits, and kept 2 for himself. He said to Bayuksha, Jiang Ning gave us 2. While speaking, he deliberately showed the 2 pecans in his hand, hoping that she would notice his little thoughts and know that he was willing to give most of them to her. Bayuksha didn't think so much. She had eaten pecans before, although she thought it was a bit difficult to peel them. At this time, there was nothing to do in the morning self-study, so she just peeled them. Zhu Yuantang told them, Jiang Ning is very good at peeling pecans. She opened her palm, and there was a complete nut inside. Shan Kaikun didn't think anything of it, but Bayuksha looked at the nut kernels and felt a little envious. Such a complete nut kernel must be very delicious to eat in one bite. It's a pity that she couldn't peel it to that extent. This one is peeled very well, but it's very difficult. Bayuksha commented. Haha, this is peeled by Jiang Ning. He is super good and peeled it in one go. Zhu Yuantang boasted. Shan Kaikun blurted out, Bayuksha, I'll peel it for you. He caught a pecan and went up to it. However, Shan Caquan ate pecans for the first time, and because he was impatient, the kernel broke into pieces. He felt embarrassed and continued to peel the second one. This time he was much more careful, but two corners were still broken. Shan Caquan's heart was broken, and he lost the opportunity to show off. Disappointed, he had no choice but to eat a piece of nut kernel. He found it was quite delicious, and felt much better. At noon, Zhu Yuantang suggested, "Jiang Ning, it's too cold outside today. Let's not go home to cook. Let's eat outside. It's really cold," she added. Jiang Ning glanced at her, feeling that he was being looked down upon. He used his magic power to keep Zhu Yuantang warm. With his control over magic power, cold? No way. "You are not cold, you are lazy," he said. Zhu Yuantang argued, "I'm not. I'm really cold. Stop talking. Let's go eat." Okay. Jiang Ning took Zhu Yuantang to the restaurant they had been to last time. What was different from the past was that there was now a food truck at the door of the restaurant. On the white paper on the car body were written big black characters, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, 8 yuan. The proprietress was standing by the food truck serving food. When she saw Jiang Ning and the others, she smiled and asked them what they were going to eat today. Although Jiang Ning didn't come here often, the boss lady was impressed by them. The boy was handsome and the girl was cute. The dishes they ordered were quite expensive. Jiang Ning didn't plan to eat boxed lunches. He had eaten boxed lunches for many years. Now that the conditions were better, he could upgrade a little. Zhu Yuantang tugged at his sleeve. "Jiang Ning, let's eat boxed lunches." She ate too much during the day and was not hungry. "Boss, 2 boxed lunches," Jiang Ning said. "Okay, see what dishes you choose." The two chose the dishes and took them to the store to eat. Ma Shicheng and his group came late. Recently, the boss introduced boxed lunches. They came more frequently, almost every day, and became regular customers. Although it is more convenient to go to the school cafeteria, the food in the 4th middle school cafeteria is not delicious. The cafeteria is booked by a big boss. It is not like the cafeteria of a university, where there are various food restaurants competing with each other. The 4th middle school cafeteria has no competitors. There is only one big cafeteria. Anyway, no matter how it is made, there are students eating, and the business is good, so they don't pay attention to the taste. Ma Shicheng used to think eating out was a bit expensive, but since the boss introduced boxed lunches, it's so economical to spend less money and eat more dishes. Ma Shicheng, Shan Caquan, Jiuo Kunan and others greeted Jiang Ning after seeing her, and each of them got their own food and came in. Ma Shicheng was a little surprised to see Jiang Ning eating a boxed lunch today. He had met Jiang Ning here several times, and every time he and Zhu Yuantang had stir-fried dishes. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning sat face to face, and she couldn't eat halfway through. "Oh no, I ate too many snacks in the morning," Zhu Yuantang said secretly. She never had the habit of wasting food, and she would force herself to eat, even if she couldn't finish it, putting rice into her mouth in small bites. At this time, Jiang Ning had almost finished eating. Zhu Yuantang was still picking at it. She took a bite, raised her head, and looked at Jiang Ning pitifully, hoping that he could help. Jiang Ning felt amused, and deliberately avoided her gaze, looking at Ma Shicheng and others who were chatting. It seemed that they were talking about Christmas Eve and they were discussing the topic of buying gifts. Zhu Yuantang saw that Jiang Ning didn't look at her, so she swallowed a few mouthfuls of rice, and couldn't eat any more. Her good character made her never waste food. She made up her mind, and pushed the rice plate to Jiang Ning, just like she used to eat with her mother. Zhu Yuantang raised his face, and said in the most arrogant tone, "Huh, Jiang Ning, you must not be full. In order to prevent you from being hungry in the afternoon, I will share some of my rice with you." Jiang Ning turned her head, and moved her eyes to Zhu Yuantang. Her hair was tied behind her ears, revealing a delicate little face, beautiful eyes with coquettishness, and lips were still shiny. Jiang Ning stared at her lips, which were more charming than any lipstick he had ever seen. Jiang Ning deliberately said, "Is this really okay? Eat half for me, you are drooling, right?" Zhu Yuantang broke down in a second, and lowered his head. "Eat yours, why are you talking so much?" Jiang Ning sighed and poked the rice plate with chopsticks. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Gift Exchange. In the afternoon, history class. History teacher Liang Zun, who is in his 50s, wears black framed glasses, has a straight figure, and wears old-fashioned clothes. He looks like an antique. But in some aspects, he often speaks out shockingly and criticizes everything. When he was teaching, Ma Shichen was playing games behind the pile of books on his desk. Liang Zun stood on the podium and saw everything clearly. He had noticed Ma Shichen for a long time and looked over there several times. He didn't want to care about it, but Ma Shichen played games too arrogantly. Not only did he play games himself, but he also took Wang Lang next to him to play games. Is it a buy one get one free deal? Is this reasonable? How could there be such a classmate? Liang Zun couldn't stand it. He was too bullying and didn't take my history teacher seriously. Ma Shichen was focused on playing games and didn't ask about class matters. After almost a semester of enrollment, the students had a general understanding of the personalities of the teachers of each subject. They knew which teachers' classes needed to be taken seriously and which teachers' classes could be played. And history teacher Liang Zun was on the list of weak and bullied teachers. Anyway, when Ma Shichen is in the second year of high school, he will choose science. History has nothing to do with him. Just play. Ma Shichen started another game. Liang Zun's expression changed, and he stared at Ma Shichen without saying a word. His classmates noticed his expression, and followed his gaze, and saw Ma Shichen, who was immersed in playing games. Wang Lang touched Ma Shichen. Ma Shichen instinctively put down his phone and looked up. History teacher Liang Zun said loudly, I don't understand why some students like to play games, and they like to play games in class. Can't you play games at home? You can play whatever you want. Ma Shichen thought to himself, you have to play games in class. It's so exciting to play games in class. When you are not in class, the game is not that interesting. Liang Zun hated him for not arguing. Playing games. Students nowadays are addicted to playing. Ma Shichen thought to himself, you know shit. How fun the game is. Only those who play it know. And you rigid old antiques, like you won't understand. When I grow up, I must prove the name of the game. Of course, Ma Shichen would never dare to say these words in front of Liang Zun, otherwise he would definitely be criticized. Liang Zun was originally giving a lecture, but Ma Shichen disturbed his interest, so he simply stopped talking. He began to criticize games. Look at those small internet cafes outside. The students inside are playing Crossfire and League of Legends. What's fun about it? They are all addicted. They play all night long. Chen Qian, who doesn't play games, jumped out to agree. Teacher, that's right. That's a night package. 10 yuan a night. Deng Qingfeng looked at Chen Qian, who was joining in the fun, and was a little speechless. Deng Qingfeng has good grades. He usually likes to play games. He learned English just to play games. It can be said that games laid the foundation for his love for English. There is no way. Many games are not in Chinese, only in English. He has a two-sided attitude towards games, which are beneficial and harmful. If he doesn't play games, what if he does something more dangerous? For example, fighting. But Deng Qingfeng didn't stand up to sing the opposite tune. Judging from the appearance of the history teacher, his prejudice against games is deeply rooted. Liang Zun said, I have a nephew who loves playing games, such as Crossfire. He can play for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. The speakers are banging, and his head is shaking with the screen. What kind of games are you playing with such a talent? You should join the army. Ma Shichen, you are so good at playing games. Why don't you join the army in the future? You are wasting your talent by staying here to study. The classmates laughed. Ma Shichen was not annoyed. He agreed, teacher, that's a must. I play Crossfire. Whether it is fighting alone or in a team, I have a lot of experience. You have a good eye for talent. In the last class in the afternoon, Shan Kaiquan followed the learning method he found on the internet yesterday, which was called the Brain Library Learning Method. He studied all day and was numb. He didn't learn anything, and he realized that something was wrong. In desperation, Shan Kaikun found Jiang Ning again. If I want to improve my grades, can I only rely on hard work? There is no shortcut. Jiang Ning told him again. Shan Kaikun was very tired and felt that he had a long way to go. After the afternoon class, Shan Kaikun ran to find Ma Shicheng and the others. Jiang Ning was about to go out after setting up the heat preservation magic circle for Zhu Yuantang. Since the beginning of the school, he has been going out to buy food every afternoon after school and then brought a portion back for Zhu Yuantang. She was too lazy. Jiang Ning, let's go out to buy something to eat. Zhu Yuantang rarely propped up his arms and stood up from the desk. Oh, is Mr. Zhu going to visit incognito today? Jiang Ning teased. Zhu Yuantang stretched his lazy waist and straightened his little arms. I'm going to go out for a walk. Jiang Ning dispersed the magic circle and left the classroom with her. It was still cold outside, but unlike usual, the students were holding some gift boxes in their hands and smiling on their faces. Today is Christmas Eve. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I saw Christmas trees at the entrances of small supermarkets on both sides of the street, with colorful light strips hanging on the trees, extending all the way out, decorating the entire street. Especially at the entrance of the UK small supermarket, there was a huge Christmas tree. The lights were very conspicuous and the brightest on the whole street. There were many white baskets in front of the Christmas tree, with apples and oranges in them. Many students gathered at the door of the store, asking about the prices. After choosing, they would wrap the fruits in gift boxes and give them to their friends, people they liked, or even people they had a crush on. After Jiang Ning bought his meal, Zhu Yuantang took him to the UK supermarket, where Yuan from experimental class 1 stood in front of the fruit basket, looking very proud. The UK supermarket was owned by his family, and it was his idea to buy a big Christmas tree. Although the Christmas tree cost a lot of money, it was very effective, attracting many students and selling a lot of fruits. Zhu Yuantang came to the fruit basket, selected an apple, and packed it into a gift box by herself. Then, she held the gift box and said, Jiang Ning, this is for you. Jiang Ning smiled and said, no wonder Zhu Yuantang rarely went out today. It turned out that he wanted to give him a gift. He also bought an apple, and then added an orange, and gave it to Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang smiled. Jiang Ning bought a few more fruits, packed them, and walked towards the classroom. The classroom was bustling at this moment. Students gave apples to each other, and the atmosphere of laughter spread in the classroom. Chen Saiking came in from outside. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and holding several gift boxes in her hands. She first gave them to Bei Yuxia and others, and then walked to Jiang Ning. She handed over the gift box and said, Jiang Ning, as classmates, we are destined to meet. Happy holidays. Classmates, who is in the same class with you? Are you trying to deceive people by switching with your sister again? But Jiang Ning didn't expose her. After receiving the gift box, he returned a gift box to her in return. Shan Kaikun entered the classroom with a bag. Jiang Ning noticed that his eyes went to Bei Yuxia at first sight. Yes, every time Shan Kaikun entered the classroom, he always looked at Bei Yuxia first. Even if they saw each other, they never dared to look at each other. In order to conceal his wolfish ambitions, Shan Kaikun spent a huge sum of 30 yuan to buy 6 gift boxes of apples, so that he would not be suspected, after giving them to his friends first, and then to Bei Yuxia. Shan Kaikun was extremely distressed for this, and almost bled. The apples on Christmas Eve were too dark. He had a living expense of just over 100 yuan. The day before yesterday, he spent 35 yuan on a hand warmer, and today he bought another 30 yuan apple. His family's assets were emptied. In the next few days, he can only eat steamed buns with Leo Gandma. Shan Kaikun ran to the back row first, took out a gift box from the bag, and gave it to Ma Shicheng, Jiuo Kunan and others. The students on the 4 thrones of the class were flattered. They didn't expect Kaikun to be so conscientious and give them apples on Christmas Eve. He was thoughtful and was a good brother. They really didn't prepare any gifts. After thinking about it, Ma Shicheng took out a bar of Alps candy, tore it open, and distributed it to Jiuo Kunan, Wang Longlong, and Hu Jun. Wang Lang Lang was about to tear open the candy and eat it, but Ma Shichen patted him and said, "What are you eating? Don't eat it. I gave you candy because I want you to return the gift to Keikwon. Brother Quan, don't despise it. The gift is small, but the sentiment is great." He stuffed the candy to Jiuo Kunan and urged the others to deliver it quickly. So before Wang Lang Lang and the other two could warm up the candy, they all handed it to Shan Kei with a full sense of ceremony. "Brother Quan, be safe and sound. Brother Quan, good luck. Brother Quan, may all your wishes come true." Shan Kei Kun exchanged apples worth a total of 20 yuan for candy worth less than 2 yuan. Ma Shicheng opened the gift box, took out the apple from it, rubbed it with his hands, and took a bite. "Sweet, really sweet. Brother Quan, I didn't expect you to be so generous today." "Brotherly, why are you looking at me? This is Brother Quan's heart. Eat it, give it to me." Ma Shicheng said vaguely, respecting other people's gifts is the best way to give back. Many people received apples on Christmas Eve, but they were reluctant to eat them, and they all went bad in the end. The three of them took apples out of the box together and ate them with a crunch sound in front of Shan Kei-kun. Shan Kei-kun looked at this scene and felt out of place. The crunch sounded in his ears and he was so unhappy. Although the process of giving gifts to good friends was not as smooth as Shan Kei-kun expected, fortunately, he successfully sent out the first wave of gifts. In this way, he successfully laid a cover for the second wave of gifts, and no one would say that he sent gifts specifically to Bayuxia. There is sweetness after bitterness, and life is always like this. Shan Kei-kun comforted himself. He carried the red apple gift box and walked to the front of the classroom, and then he saw that Bayuxia was exchanging gift boxes with Qin Kaian, Dong Qingfeng and others. Shan Kei-kun's heart skipped a beat, and then his face changed, just like the face changing in Sichuan opera, which was so wonderful. Bayuxia is exchanging gift boxes with other boys. Does she have someone she likes? If she has someone she likes, what should I do? Shan Kei-kun was extremely entangled. He was too worried that Bayuxia would fall in love with someone else. He would not be able to live if that happened. Shan Kei-kun returned to the back row in despair. His eyes were dim, like a dog that was walking on the side of the road and was suddenly kicked. He walked to the back row. Ma Shicheng saw that his face looked a little abnormal and asked with concern, "Brother Quan, what's wrong with you?" Shan Kei-kun forced a smile. "I'm fine. It's just that a friend sent me a message just now. He said that he likes a girl who has a boyfriend, and he doesn't know whether he should pursue her." Jiuo Kunan said, "This is not good. She has a boyfriend. It's a bit immoral." This answer was obviously not what Shan Kei-kun wanted. Wang Lang Lang replied at the right time, "What's there to be afraid of? If she doesn't have a boyfriend, you have to compete with a bunch of men. If she has a boyfriend, you only need to compete with one man. Tell your friend for me, go for it." Shan Kei-kun thought it was wrong at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it made some sense. His mood was like a roller coaster, and then he got better. "Thank you, Brother Long. I'll send questions to tell my friends later." After being encouraged in the back row, Shan Kei-kun raised his morale and returned to the front row. At this moment, Bayuxia had already delivered the gifts and was staying in her seat. Shan Kei-kun saw several gift boxes on Bayuxia's desk and thought to himself, "She just gave gifts to Dong Qingfeng and Chen Kaian. Will she give me one? I'm her deskmate. Will she? If she gives me a gift, what should I say?" With these thoughts in mind, Shan Kei-kun walked to his seat. He looked at Jiang Ning in the back row and nodded to him. Then Shan Kei-kun's heart was reckless, and he bravely touched Bayuxia and said, "Deskmate, happy Christmas Eve." Bayuxia turned her head. Shan Kei-kun thought her profile was really beautiful. If she could be his girlfriend, it would be great to say it out loud. Bayuxia hesitated for a moment and took the gift box. Shan Kei-kun was ecstatic. She took it. She took it. She finally accepted the gift I gave her. He almost cried with joy. There were several gift boxes on Bayuxia's desk. She would definitely return the favor. She was going to give herself a gift. At this time, Bayuxia said apologetically, "I'm sorry Shan Kei-kun. All the gift boxes here are from others. I can't return the favor to you. I'm moving house recently and a little busy." I'll update at a fixed time in a day or two. Thank you all for your support, even though I'm not updating very well. Chapter 117. I look down on you. Bayuxia prepared Christmas Eve gifts for Chen Kan and the others, but she didn't prepare any for Shan Kei-kun. After Shan Kei-kun heard this, he suppressed his bitterness, forced a smile, and said generously, "It's okay, just don't forget it next time." He was a little disappointed. Bayuxia said, "Yeah, Shan Kei-kun, you are so nice." Shan Kei-kun was like a child who got a reward. With Bayuxia's praise, his disappointed mood became happy again. She said, "I'm a very nice person." Jiang Ning sat in his seat and glanced at him. Zhu Yuantang stuck to Jiang Ning and looked at him with Jiang Ning. "I will give you gifts every holiday in the future." This was a bit ambiguous. Bayuxia frowned slightly, and she was a little disgusted. At the same time, she vaguely realized that Shan Kei-kun seemed to have some special feelings for her. The cushions and hand warmers before all showed that Shan Kei-kun was too good to her. But the other party had never confessed, and she was not very sure whether the other party really liked her. If Shan Kei-kun confessed his love, she would definitely reject him harshly. Bayuxia only wanted to study hard in high school, get into a good university, and become a useful person to society like her parents. Bayuxia simply said, "No need to give gifts in the future." Shan Kei-kun thought that Bayuxia was embarrassed, so he didn't mention it again. He secretly planned to give Bayuxia gifts on every holiday in the future. Not only should he give her gifts, but he could also give her gifts on ordinary days. If there is no opportunity, he can also create opportunities. For example, it is so cold now, he can buy her some hot milk. Shan Kei-kun touched his pocket. It was only Tuesday, and he only had 20 yuan left, and there were still 3 days left. He had already overspent this week, and it was almost the end of the month, and he had to recharge his mobile phone. His phone card rent was 30 yuan per month, and he was already in arrears. He relied on his 20 yuan credit to support it. If he didn't pay the bill, his phone would be shut down, and his internet connection would be disconnected. He could only eat steamed buns with hot sauce for the remaining 3 days of this week. Shan Kei-kun felt that life was too difficult, but he still wanted to buy hot milk for Bayuxia. He wondered if he could borrow some, such as going to Jiuokunan, Ma Shicheng and others. He immediately rejected this idea. Ma Shicheng spent money on games and didn't have much money. Jiuokunan was about as poor as he was, and he was also wondering if he could get some of Jiuokunan's food in the next 2 days. He thought about it and finally chose 2 people, Huang Zhongfei and Jiang Ning. Huang Zhongfei is the class monitor. He is a righteous man and is very reliable in what he says and does. He really helps his classmates when they are in trouble. Unfortunately, Shan Kei-kun is not familiar with Huang Zhongfei. He doesn't know if he is a tight-mouthed person. He doesn't want to let others know that he borrowed money, which will damage his image. Shan Kei-kun's family background is actually very ordinary. There are subsidies for poor students in the class every year. If he applies, he actually has a chance to apply, but he never applies because he thinks it's embarrassing. After excluding Huang Zhongfei as a candidate for borrowing money, Shan Kei-kun chose Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning used an iPhone 5S, the gold model with the highest memory. He and Zhu Yuantang usually spent 60 or 70 yuan on dishes when they went out to eat, so he must have money. Moreover, Jiang Ning was a decent person. The last time Jiuokunan was in trouble, he also got money from Jiang Ning. Now he and Jiang Ning were sitting in front and back, thinking that it should be no problem to borrow money. So after the first class, Shan Kei-kun called Jiang Ning and he came to the small garden outside the classroom. He looked at Shan Kei-kun and said, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Shan Kei-kun smiled and said, "Jiang Ning, do you have any money? Lend me some." This was not unexpected to Jiang Ning. The other party called him out for those few things. How much? Jiang Ning didn't mind a small amount of money, but he had a principle for borrowing money. If he didn't pay it back the first time, he wouldn't lend it the second time. 50. I'll pay you back next week. Shan Kei-kun said. 50 plus the remaining 20. If you saved a little, it would be enough to pay the phone bill and buy hot milk for Bayuxia. Jiang Ning reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, opened it, and found a $50 bill inside. "Take it." he said. 50 yuan was really nothing to him. After Shan Kaikun took the money, he thanked him twice. His evaluation of Jiang Ning instantly went up a few levels. This guy's really good and can get along with him. If he runs into trouble in the future, he will definitely help him. After getting the money, Shan Kaikun smiled and reminded him, Jiang Ning, I want to borrow money from you. Don't tell anyone. Just say that we are just chatting. Please brother. He was afraid that, if Jiang Ning told others, Baiyuxia would hear it, which would affect his glorious image in the other's heart. No problem. Jiang Ning said. He saw what Shan Kaikun did in the past 2 days, and knew what the other party was worried about. He would keep the secret for the other party. But Jiang Ning felt that Baiyuxia obviously didn't like Shan Kaikun, and if he stuck to him like this, it would probably not end well. Baiyuxia has a good appearance, a good family, and decent grades. She was in the top 100 of her grade in the last monthly exam. If she continues to work hard, she can get into a 211 university in the future. These are not the key points, and have little to do with love. There are also many girls with good grades who like boys with poor grades. The main problem is that Baiyuxia is a person with her own ideas and clear goals in life. She is much more mature than boys of the same age, so it is a bit difficult for Shan Kaikun. But Jiang Ning didn't say much. It was not his turn to persuade her, and it was useless. People often say that a girl who is in love can't be pulled back by 10 cows, but in fact, the same is true for boys. Those who can't be persuaded will only know to come back when they are hurt. Shan Kaikun was in a good mood when he saw Jiang Ning agreed. Holding 50 yuan, the haze was swept away. He had funds and could stand up again. Jiang Ning returned to the classroom and Yang Sheng walked over from the aisle on this side. She was still wearing sneakers and sweat pants, dressed like a boy, clean and neat, with a big and majestic face, and her eyebrows and eyes had a heroic spirit like a female knight. Yang Sheng was holding a plastic bag in her hand. When she passed by, she said, Jiang Ning, let's play 2 games of table tennis in the physical education class this week. Jiang Ning said, you have to beat Zhu Yuantang first, then you can play with me. When Yang Sheng heard this, she felt looked down upon. What's the matter? Are you the boss of the game? You still have a gatekeeper monster? When Zhu Yuantang heard this, he glared at her angrily, actually comparing her to a monster. Okay, wait until the physical education class. I'll pick Zhu Yuantang first, and then beat you. Yang Sheng never felt timid. Her family members' jobs were related to sports. She had been exposed to various sports since she was a child. At the age of 16, her reactions in all aspects were more sensitive than those of adults. Her level of table tennis was very high. Zhu Yuantang was so small, Yang Sheng didn't take him seriously. Yang Sheng took the plastic bag to the back of the classroom. The plastic bag was filled with garbage. She usually hung the plastic bag on the edge of the table and threw garbage into it. When it was full, she could just go and dump it. It was much more convenient than running to the back row to throw garbage every time. Yang Sheng walked to the back row, several meters away from the trash can, and she held the bag into a bowl. Today, the plastic bag contained some orange peels, which were a bit heavy and could be thrown. If you throw it in from a long distance, it would be a great sense of accomplishment. She held the garbage bag and pretended to throw it. Ma Shicheng, one of the 4 thrones, was tired of playing games and looked up to rest. He happened to see this scene and was stunned at first. He knew what she was going to do. Ma Shicheng and Yang Sheng had a grudge. Once they had an argument about tattoos, and once they had a snowball fight. Yang Sheng hit him and left him with red marks all over his face. He was a man, but he didn't get the upper hand. It was so embarrassing. Today, when he saw Yang Sheng throwing garbage, Ma Shicheng raised his arms and clapped his hands. Bang, bang, bang. It was so loud. Brothers, look at Yang Sheng in our class. He's amazing. A great pitcher. Several boys in the back row were attracted by him and looked at Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng stopped and said bluntly, Ma Shicheng, are you looking for trouble? What does it have to do with you if I throw garbage? Ma Shicheng spread his hands. I'm not looking for trouble with you. I just want everyone to see if you can throw it accurately. This is the first time I've seen a girl throw garbage like this. You must be very good, right? That's amazing. You can go play basketball. He took the opportunity to praise Yang Sheng, so that if she didn't throw it in later, he would step on her hard. Yang Sheng looked at Ma Shicheng and said, "Anyway, I'm more accurate than you." "Really? I don't believe it," Ma Shicheng said. Yang Sheng was standing at the other end of the classroom, and the trash can was at this end, almost 5 meters away. Moreover, the big trash can in the class was covered, and there were only 2 small trash baskets. It was very difficult to throw it in. Ma Shicheng asked himself that he had less than 20% chance of success, not to mention the girls. Yang Sheng chuckled twice. "What if I throw it in that small basket?" She pointed to the red trash basket against the wall. "Do you dare to bet?" she challenged. "You? If you throw it in, I will eat the garbage in front of the whole class," Ma Shicheng said disdainfully. What Yang Sheng threw was not a small ball, but an irregular garbage bag. How could he throw it in? Jiuo Kanan and others next to him laughed out loud and watched the fun. Yang Sheng thought to himself, there are such talents in the class? She threw her hand forward, and the garbage ball drew a smooth parabola, and under Ma Shicheng's gaze, it fell accurately into the red trash basket, and then gently bounced twice, and finally landed steadily in it. Yang Sheng pointed at the trash can, and said to Ma Shicheng, "Pick it out and eat it. If you don't eat it, I will look down on you." Chapter 118 Boys Love to Play. After the evening self-study, Jiuo Kanan asked Shan Kaikun to go out to buy food together. Shan Kaikun was tempted, but he was a little hungry. However, he still refused, because he didn't have much money, and couldn't spend it carelessly. Jiuo Kanan looked at him. As a good friend, he knew Shan Kaikun's affairs very well. He had spent so much money in vain to pursue Bayuxia recently. He was really a fool. He had talked to Shan Kaikun, but the other party didn't listen at all. He felt that Kaikun was a little obsessed. "Forget it, I'll buy you an egg pancake," Jiuo Kanan said softly, otherwise Shan Kaikun would definitely be hungry at night. After hearing this, Shan Kaikun put his arm around his neck. "Brother Nan, you are still a brother. That's not necessary." In the middle of winter, the two of them walked out of the campus arm in arm. Jiang Ning found a mountain bike and cast a spell on it to warm up the seat. He and Zhu Yuantang walked outside the school gate, and Zhu Yuantang followed them steadily all the way. "Why didn't you go buy food today?" Jiang Ning asked curiously. Recently, Aunt Gu worked as a cook at Changqing Liquid Company, and her family's conditions immediately improved a lot. Zhu Yuantang had to go to the street to buy snacks every night. During the evening self-study, my mother sent me a text message saying that today is Christmas Eve, and their company specially prepared snacks. Everyone has a share. Mom brought her share back for me to eat. I'll share it with you when the time comes, Zhu Yuantang said. Is that so? Jiang Ning said, thinking that this was Xiao Shuangshang's idea. After crossing the dam and returning home, Jiang Ning parked the car and Zhu Yuantang dragged him to eat snacks. Aunt Gu was working on the stove. When she saw her daughter and Jiang Ning coming, she smiled and brought the heated snacks to the table. "You must be starving after school so late." "I'm almost starving. I can't walk." Zhu Yuantang glanced at the table and saw several plates of snacks on it. His eyes lit up immediately. "Mom, there are so many." Jiang Ning scanned the table. There were sesame egg rolls, Orion's grilled wings, fish fillets, apple pie, and lava chocolate cake on the table. The variety was indeed quite rich. Aunt Gu said, "Our general manager Xiao is very nice. She bought a lot of snacks today, and she asked me to pack them up and bring them back. The job now is simply too good to be true. The monthly salary is 5,000 yuan, with 2 days off a week, and the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund are paid according to the standard of 5,000 yuan, and there are also hidden benefits. She only cooks 1 meal a day at noon. There are extra people to do the chores such as buying vegetables and washing dishes. She is basically only responsible for cooking, and there is also someone to help. The company's employees are of high quality and polite. The meals she cooks are delicious, and they never hesitate to praise her." When she was looking for a job, Aunt Gu was found by the Human Resources Department of Changqing Liquid Company. She was a little suspicious and thought it was a scam company. Later, the other party promised to pay her salary every day during the probation period, so she went there with doubts. Now Aunt Gu feels that there is no better job than this. She only graduated from junior high school, and there were few job opportunities in Yazhou. In the past, she either went to work in a local textile factory, doing piecework, or working as a salesperson in a shopping mall. Or she worked as a cleaner in a hotel or a small restaurant, standing for more than 10 hours a day, which was very tiring. So tiring that she couldn't even stand up straight. It was also very exhausting, with only 2 days off a month, or even 1 day, and her salary was only about 3,000 yuan. Sometimes, if she didn't get a full attendance bonus, she would have to deduct 200 or 300 yuan. Moreover, there were intrigues in that kind of place, and she felt very uncomfortable, but she had to do those jobs to make a living. Now that she has joined Xiao Shuangshang's company, she cherishes this job opportunity very much, so she often makes delicious food for the company's employees in different ways. Jiang Ning looked at Onbu and found that her complexion was much better. She always felt unhealthy before, and it seemed that she got better after changing jobs. The fate of Aunt Gu's family was changed by him. In the warm house, the light was soft, and the stove was boiling hot water, which could be used at any time. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning sat around the small table. She picked up a piece of dessert and put it in Jiang Ning's bowl, then picked up another piece of dessert for her mother. Mom, you eat it. There are too many. I can't finish it. I'm eating it. Hehe. Zhu Yuantang, stop laughing. Your saliva is flowing onto the chopsticks. Jiang Ning reminded her. Huh, I don't. Aunt Gu looked at this scene and smiled kindly. She thought that after the fracture, the family would become difficult, but she didn't expect that life would get better and better. While eating snacks, Jiang Ning's mobile phone vibrated. He took a look at it. It was a WeChat message from Xiao Shuangshang. Jiang Ning, happy Christmas Eve. I asked Sister Gu to bring some snacks back. You are thoughtful. Jiang Ning replied, and then he put away his phone. In the independent office of the large flat of thousands of square meters in Yazhou building, Xiao Shuangshang turned off the screen. She leaned back in the spacious and soft boss chair, squinting her phoenix eyes, and the tear mole under her eyes became more charming. Recently, the development of Changqing liquid has been very smooth. Its competitors in the field of hair growth have been defeated. The expansion speed is very fast, and the monthly sales have exceeded 200 million. The most amazing thing is that more than 100 million of them are from abroad. Changqing liquid has received great praise abroad, and foreigners are crazy about it. It is expected to usher in an explosive increase next month. In the office building, the marketing department, design, customer service, products, cross-border, administrative personnel and finance have already built a backbone. The next step is to recruit a group of programmers and operation and maintenance, make an official website unique to Changqing Liquid, and go through the internet channel. Although Yazhou is short of talent, it is not far from Nanxi, and the company has great potential, and can still recruit many talents with enough salary. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. After sending a special person to verify the effect of Changqing liquid, the Yazhou official attached great importance to its potential and gave it many preferential policies. At the same time, professors and a group of graduate students were transferred from Yazhou local universities to work on projects to help them customize various promotion plans. Xiao Shuangshang can now talk about many big shots, but she is not overwhelmed by these things. She knows very well who gave her all this. As for Jiang Ning, she still attaches great importance to him as before. No matter how busy she is, she will not ignore Jiang Ning. After this period of contact, she actually knows that Jiang Ning is a little incredible, and even suspected that the Changqing liquid was made by Jiang Ning, but she has never investigated it deeply, including the materials that Jiang Ning asked her to purchase. She did not ask at all, and did things silently. A few days ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the Huqi mountain in Yazhou. To be honest, she thought of Jiang Ning, because during that time, she had just handed the key to the villa to Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning asked her to buy a lot of strange materials. But so what? From the moment she accepted the Changqing liquid, her fate was tied to Jiang Ning, and they would rise and fall together. Xiao Shuangshang has experienced too much hardship at the bottom and the difficulties of hard work. Now that she has this status and identity, what else is she dissatisfied with? Even if Jiang Ning does something more extreme, she will do her best to cover for him. With the development of Chankingai Group, it is very likely to become a Fortune 500 company in the future, provide job opportunities for countless people, and become a major local taxpayer. She has the strength. However, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in Huki Mountain only caused some small disturbances on the internet, and became a hot search. What strange phenomenon of heaven and earth? I don't know how many times this kind of news has appeared on the internet. It has never been confirmed to be true, and it disappeared quickly. There are hot searches every day, such as strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. For netizens, it is not as interesting as celebrity gossip. Yuzhao sent several staff members to Huki Mountain, but they found nothing. It was cold at night. In the rental area outside the 4th middle school, the two residential buildings are not far apart. After washing his face, Mao Zhe sat at the table and prepared to study, but his action of taking out his mobile phone from time to time proved his anxiety at this time. Suddenly, the phone made a ding 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 sound, which was the special care reminder sound of questions. Mao Zhe picked up the phone at lightning speed and saw a message from a female avatar. Because he set the questions message lock screen invisible, he could only see the reminder. He quickly unlocked the phone and saw the message. Yunshu, I just got out of school. Mao Zhe disliked his name, so he had another name on the internet, called Mao Yunshu. Yeah, I just got out of school too. Yunenai, are you cold? Mao Zhe greeted. His message bubbles and fonts are very cool. In order to achieve this effect, Mao Zhe specially opened QQ's SVIP to show his internet identity. This girl with the online name Yunenai was added by him in a questions group. They hit it off at first sight, as if they had endless things to say. They chatted until late at night every day. They were simply confidants. Mao Zhe was unwilling to be just a confidant, so some time ago, during a late night chat, he confessed to Yunenai, and Yunenai shyly agreed. The two of them got together and started an online romance. The world is too cold. Mao Zhe was surrounded by a few golden flowers in the class, and he was only disgusted. But on the internet, there was a lovely girl waiting for him, and he felt the tenderness of the world. Although he had never seen Yunenai's appearance, he had heard her voice, which was a very sweet voice. A girl with such a voice must be very beautiful. It's so cold. Today is Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. Yunenai sent another picture, which showed several apple gift boxes. Mao Zhe was a little jealous. Are these given to you by boys? From my good sisters. Yunshu, did you receive apples today? She asked. Mao Zhe didn't, but he took pictures of his classmates' apple gift boxes in advance. He took 3 pictures, and there were more than a dozen gift boxes in total. Mao Zhe took the opportunity to send them to her. A good brother sent it to me. You are so popular. You have received many more gift boxes than I have. Yunenai praised sincerely. After receiving the compliment, Mao Zhe felt comfortable all over. It's just so. Being popular is not my intention. I prefer to be alone. Yes, I also like to be alone, like to think alone. Yunenai replied. So the two of them started the topic and chatted until more than 1 o'clock, and then they said goodnight to each other. Mao Zhe stared at the chat page, flipping forward to look at their chat records, imagining Yunenai's smiles when she typed these words, and he couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth. It's so nice. He really wants to see her and see what she looks like in real life. Mao Zhe found that Yunenai's question's nickname was not as bright as before and became ordinary. It turned out that the other party's SVIP was dropped. How could Mao Zhe bear her mediocrity? So Mao Zhe spent 60 yuan to charge her SVIP for 3 months. She will be very happy when she wakes up tomorrow morning, right? Mao Zhe thought so. He clicked into Yunenai's space and her message board. He looked through the girl's message board as if he was inspecting his territory. Very good. There were no messages from other boys. Mao Zhe typed out a line of words. I didn't have time to participate in your past, but I will accompany you to the end in your future. He looked at his own golden words, and the smile on his mouth became more distorted. He was a distinguished yellow diamond user. In another building not far away, Ma Shicheng held his mobile phone in both hands, his expression excited. I'm about to break the record. It's worth his overpass efforts. He is about to become the first on the list. With Ma Shicheng's crazy operation, the game character kept moving forward. On the final score page, looking at the skyrocketing score, Ma Shicheng was extremely excited. Now, he is the first on the list. Ma Shicheng quickly took a screenshot, opened questions, and sent it to Jiuo Kunan, Shan Keiquan and others. After sending it, Ma Shicheng looked at himself at the top of the list, and he actually felt a sense of confusion, as if he had drawn his sword and looked around. He no longer has any opponents. How lonely is it to be invincible? Jiuo Kunan, Shan Keiquan and the others should be asleep. No one will respond to him, and no one can see his glory. At this time, a friend request popped up on questions. It was actually a beautiful female avatar. Ma Shicheng clicked to agree to the friend request, and then clicked into that person's space, which was very lonely, with 2 posts and an empty message board. I'm Xingxin. The female account sent a message. Handsome boy, you can come to me to play when you feel lonely at night. Cute. Ma Shicheng. What to play? The female account. Hate. Of course it's the things you boys like to play. Shy. What do you like to play? Ma Shicheng thought of his incredibly high score and immediately replied, cool run every day. Are you Android or iOS? How many points? The female account. Stupid loser. Idiot. Get lost. Ma Shicheng was about to reply, but the friend was deleted. Don't worry, there will be Jiang Ning's daily life later. Chapter 199 Willing to accept the loss. Winter night, early morning. The bedroom was filled with the smoke of Shenlong incense. Jiang Ning opened his eyes and felt that his spiritual awareness had increased a little bit, far exceeding his own key training realm. I still need to improve my key training realm. Jiang Ning opened the door and quietly left the rental house without disturbing anyone. He hid his figure and ran towards Yuki Mountain. It was late at night, the wind was very cold, and there were almost no pedestrians on the road. In this weather, most people went home and got into the warm bed. However, passing by a school gate, several boys stood in a pile, shivering in thin clothes, and said harsh words, as if beating the other party was their grace. Occasionally, a small boss pushed a snack cart and rushed home in the cold night. From time to time, there were large trucks whizzing on the road. Finally, Jiang Ning stopped at the Yuki Mountain Villa. He urged his spiritual power and jumped directly into the villa without opening the door. Then Jiang Ning turned on the light to illuminate the land within the courtyard wall. Jiang Ning experienced the spiritual energy of this place. The gathering spirit formation has been in place for a few days. Although the spiritual energy in Yuki Mountain is still thin, this villa has gathered spiritual energy from dozens of miles around, barely reaching a usable level. He does not directly absorb spiritual energy for cultivation, unless the spiritual energy is pure and rich to a certain degree. Otherwise the cultivation speed is far slower than swallowing pills. The day before yesterday, Jiang Ning introduced spiritual energy and used it to transform the land with some spiritual objects. Now a piece of land in the villa can barely be called a spiritual field. Jiang Ning held the herb seeds, guided by spiritual power, and planted them in the ground. Then he pinched out a spell. The spiritual energy and the moisture in the air gathered together, turning into a simplified version of spiritual rain, falling to the ground, nourishing the seeds. He cast a few more spells to catalyze the growth of the herbs. Jiang Ning used his spiritual sense to observe the seeds. It might take until next year for the herbs to be used as medicine. Jiang Ning did not regret it. This matter could not be rushed. The spiritual herbs planted in the spiritual field in the key gathering pills refined would not be much inferior to those in the world of immortal cultivation, and his cultivation speed could easily double. He also arranged a spiritual array around to prevent outsiders from coming in, or birds and wild animals from spoiling his herbs. Jiang Ning walked into the hall, picked up a bag of materials, went to the basement of the villa, found the spiritual wood board, and began to sacrifice the spiritual wooden boat flying magic weapon. The spiritual wooden boat now only needs 3 materials to be sacrificed. Based on Jiang Ning's experience, it is estimated that, if the spiritual wooden boat is successfully refined, its flying speed will be at least 120 meters per second, exceeding the speed of high-speed rail. If his cultivation is high enough, the speed can be even faster. At that time, he can directly fly the spiritual wooden boat wherever he wants to go. Jiang Ning asked Xiao Xuanshang to speed up the collection. At the same time, he searched on the internet, but the efficiency was not very high, far less than Xiao Xuanshang's side. After Jiang Ning integrated the materials into the wooden boat, he drove it again, slowly flew into the sky, and came to the location, where he found the last time that the key was taken away. This location is immovable. Jiang Ning had planted a mark here before, and even without the key observation technique, he could still find this place. Thousands of meters in the sky, Jiang Ning stood on the spirit board and looked at this area. Key can be deprived, and laws can be deprived. Since that civilization can do it, can he use this to obtain fragments of the laws of heaven and earth? The fragments of laws have many wonderful uses, which are equivalent to shortcuts for cultivation, and are more useful than 99% of elixirs. If there are enough fragments of laws, with Jiang Ning's experience in cultivation in his previous life, he can be promoted to the foundation building stage in a very short time. It's a pity that he can't get it. His cultivation is only the 4th level of key training, and he doesn't even dare to extend his consciousness to go in and explore. He is worried about causing abnormalities. Jiang Ning sighed and controlled the spirit board to fly down. Let's wait until the late stage of key training. In the late stage of key training, mana and consciousness will usher in another surge. With the experience of the nascent soul stage, you can condense the Shinyuan shuttle. This is an extremely advanced method of spiritual consciousness exploration that can conceal the sky and the sea. At that time, using the Shinyuan shuttle to cross this barrier and secretly monitor the inside of this barrier, what is magical about it? Before leaving, Jiang Ning took away the empty crystal silk that he found that day by using the art of observing key. This is the material for refining a storage ring. In the future, things like elixirs, wallets, keys, or some important materials can be put into the storage ring. Of course, mobile phones are not allowed. The storage ring is a small space of its own. If a mobile phone is put into it, there will be no signal, and it will lose contact on the spot. Even if Zhu Yuantang presses the phone flat, he will not be able to find him. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning smiled knowingly. Almost everything in his peaceful life today is built up bit by himself, which is completely different from the past. From this point of view, he has entered the world. But sometimes, he always feels detached from the world. He is in the secular world, but he seems to be out of it, like a spectator. He wondered if this is entering the world. Immediately, Jiang Ning determined the answer. Since he would think about the question of entering the world, it means that he has become a member of the secular world. If he is really detached from the world, he will never think about these problems, just like the former Bu Yu's engine. In the morning, Zhu Yuantang stayed in bed again. Jiang Ning pulled her up twice, but she stuck to the quilt and couldn't be separated at all. Jiang Ning had no choice but to put her down and turn on the stove to cook. Before leaving Zhu Yuantang's hut, he used his spiritual power to set up a warming formation. It was very cold in winter, and it was even colder when getting up. If the room was heated up at this time, it would be much more comfortable when getting up, and there would be fewer thoughts of staying in bed. He was very familiar with Zhu Yuantang's home. He knew where the rice, flour, oil, salt, seasonings, kitchen utensils, and dishes were placed. Jiang Ning cooked pumpkin rice porridge. Aunt Gu bought a good pumpkin. He cut it into pieces and cooked it with rice. The pumpkin pieces were slightly scattered and a hint of sweetness overflowed. He fried 3 steamed buns, stir-fried potatoes and shredded pork, and used his magic power to bake 2 eggs. At this moment, the aroma of food was completely diffused. Before Jiang Ning called Zhu Yuantang, she got up from the bed by herself, wearing a fluffy dress and pulling cotton shoes over. Jiang Ning, have you prepared the meal? Zhu Yuantang looked at the dishes on the table and was surprised. What else? Well done. It's great to have breakfast right after waking up. Zhu Yuantang was very satisfied. She stretched out her little hand to grab the chopsticks and planned to eat first. Jiang Ning knocked her forehead. Go brush your teeth. I'll just take a bite to taste it. No. Zhu Yuantang sat on the stool and said, I'm starving. Brush your teeth first. I don't have the strength anymore. I'm so hungry that I can't walk. Zhu Yuantang closed her eyes and pretended to be dead, but her hands did not stop. She used the chopsticks and actually picked up a piece of shredded meat accurately. When the chopsticks were halfway, Jiang Ning took the meat off her chopsticks and ate it himself. Zhu Yuantang ate in solitude. She opened her eyes, blinked twice, and ran to brush her teeth in grievance. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she came over with a smile and praised Jiang Ning's good cooking skills at the dinner table. After thinking seriously, Zhu Yuantang said that she was willing to give the important task of cooking in the morning to Jiang Ning in the future. She emphasized that it was not because she was lazy or wanted to stay in bed, but to cultivate Jiang Ning's self-reliance. However, the plan did not go smoothly. Jiang Ning refused on the grounds that he was not up to the task. Zhu Yuantang was very disappointed and criticized Jiang Ning harshly. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang arrived at the school gate and got off the mountain bike. On campus, it is not allowed to ride a bike at ordinary times, otherwise the teacher will preach. Last time, a classmate in the class was caught by Principal Yu for riding a bike on the main road of the campus and wrote an 800-word self-criticism. When Jiang Ning stepped into the campus, he saw Ma Shichen blocking him more than 20 meters in front of him. At this time, Ma Shichen was holding a big broom. This broom was made of bamboo and was quite big. It could not be used in the classroom. The big broom was used to clean the campus. This was bought by class 8. Because the first year students have more time, some of the sanitation on campus is mostly cleaned by the first year students. For example, the spacious main road of the campus in front of us is the duty area of class 8. Jiang Ning looked at Ma Shichen and said, "Isn't it your turn to be on duty today? Hey, I just like to help my classmates on duty. I'm a kind person." Ma Shichen praised himself. Yang Sheng, who was a supervisor next to him, urged, "Ma Shichen, are you going to work or not? Why are you dawdling?" Ma Shichen was annoyed. "Aren't I working? How dare you talk back? I've left yesterday's garbage for you. If you don't want to work anymore, you can eat it now." Yang Sheng said contemptuously. Yesterday, she made a bet with Ma Shichen. After the other party lost, he was unwilling to eat garbage anyway, so she proposed the idea of letting the other party take duty for her for a month, and Ma Shichen could only be forced to agree. Ma Shichen's ears echoed with Yang Sheng's ridicule. If it was usual, he would definitely argue with her, but now, he swore in front of the whole class last night. If he can't carry it out, what face will he have in the future? He will just accept the loss. Ma Shichen made a bitter face, didn't reply, and continued to clean. "Let's go," Jiang Ning said. "Let's go." Zhu Yuantang followed him. Only Ma Shichen continued to sweep the street under Yang Sheng's supervision. He looked at Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang with a look of longing. That was freedom. Ma Shichen swung the broom harder, as if he wanted to vent the depression in his heart on the broom. Yang Sheng looked at him working hard and was very satisfied. "Little guy, you dare to mess with me. Do you know the consequences?" Chapter 120 Hiss. The strong men of class 8 return. Morning self-study. The sound of reading is pleasant to the ears. Zhu Yuantang is reciting English. Jiang Ning has just taken a pill and is reading classical Chinese while refining the medicinal power. At this time, Jiang Ning's consciousness senses something unusual. Huang Zhangfei, Hu Jun, and Shen Qinch walk up to the podium one by one. Huang Zhangfei gestures for silence. After the classmates see this, the sound of reading gradually weakens and finally quiets down. Huang Zhangfei said first, "I have an announcement to make. Next Wednesday is New Year's Day. The New Year's Day of number 4 middle school is not held uniformly, but each class will hold it separately. At that time, our class will hold its own New Year's Day party." Hu Jun continued, after discussing with the class monitor, "In order to hold this New Year's Day party, the class will purchase props such as balloons, fruits, snacks, and drinks. Students each pay 15 yuan for the activity. Just ask me to pay. If you pay more, you can refund, and if you pay less, you can make up. If anyone has other suggestions, you can tell me." Huang Zhangfei nodded in agreement. Wang Longlong, who was sitting in the last row, looked at Huang Zhangfei who was giving orders on the podium. His eyes turned green with jealousy. Such an important class event, but there was no place for me. Wang Longlong. He didn't even know the news. For Wang Longlong, who longed for power, this was really heartbreaking. At this moment, he wished that it was him, Wang Longlong, standing on the podium. How he dreamed of it. Instead of someone like Huang Zhengfei who only had a good appearance. The monitor of class 8 should be a talented person. He made a great vow that he would hint to Shan Qingrong again tonight to let him be the monitor. Hu Jun's 15 yuan class fee immediately caused a stir in the class. 15 yuan was not much, but it was not a small amount either. People like Deng Qingfeng, Bai Yuxia, and Chen Kan had good families and didn't care. But for students with average families, or who had overspent their living expenses this week, 15 yuan was still a burden. Especially Shan Kaikun, who borrowed his living expenses from Jiang Ning and saved them up tightly. If he had to pay 15 yuan now, it would cost him his life. Shan Kaikun was too proud to come forward. At this time, other students asked, Hu Jun, when is the latest time to pay the activity fee? I have to save this week's money for the bus fare to go home. Hu Jun thought for a while and said, the latest time is Sunday evening self-study, because I need to go buy New Year's Day things with the class monitor in advance. If I don't have enough money, it will delay time. By then, I will miss the New Year's Day party and be laughed at by other classes. The classmates were relieved to hear that the payment must be made on Sunday at the latest. That means a new weekend living expenses. Hu Jun said earnestly, in fact, 15 yuan is already very little. It can't be less. Some classes pay dozens of dollars. If it is less, the class will look shabby, and other classes will see it and say that our class is so shabby. And then we have to invite the head teacher and the teachers of each subject to come. You don't want us in class 8 to lose face, do you? As soon as the words involving class honor were spoken, the voices of opposition in the class completely disappeared. Hu Jun was very satisfied to see this, and he said, for the New Year's Day party, I plan to buy a big cake for the class. Deng Qingfeng asked, big cakes are not cheap, is our class fee enough? Yes, there are so many students in our class, don't wait until we finish cutting the cake and some students don't get to eat. Take it easy. Hu Jun listened to these doubts. He showed an honest smile and said, don't worry, the cake I ordered is not made of expensive animal cream, but vegetable cream. The class monitor recommended a remote store to me. The price is very affordable, 138 each, and it is very big, definitely enough for every student to have a few bites. Many students did not understand what vegetable cream was and what animal cream was, but they thought Hu Jun seemed to know a lot, so there were no more doubts. After Hu Jun finished speaking, the budget issue for Class 8's New Year's Eve party was decided. Next, it was Shen Qinji's turn as the arts committee member. She stood in a position without any multimedia obstruction, wearing a cream grey cotton coat and cream blue jeans. Her legs were straight, and she stood there pretty. She attracted the attention of many boys. Shen Qinji was good looking to begin with, and she had recently learned to dress up, making her look even prettier. Noticing the gazes of her classmates, Shen Qinji stood on the podium, feeling a little vain. She glanced at Jiang Ning out of the corner of her eye. The other party was still sitting there, as ordinary as other classmates. Shen Qinji smiled faintly in her heart, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Hello everyone, there will be performances at the New Year's Eve party, otherwise it would be too boring for everyone to just eat. So, I hope everyone will actively sign up for the program. After these words came out, the classmates were silent at first. Although the school started for almost 4 months, the classmates in the class were not too familiar with each other. If they went up to perform a program in front of everyone, they would always feel a little embarrassed. Shen Qinji had expected this scene, but she was prepared. She was just about to throw out some ideas when suddenly a strong voice rang out. I want to report a program. After these words came out, everyone looked back, and it turned out to be Wu Zhaoqi. Now, all the students in the back row were looking at him. Ma Shichen shouted, Wu Zhaoqi, do you have any talent? Jiuo Kunan said, Wu Zhaoqi, don't mess it up, we are having a serious New Year's Eve party. Wu Zhaoqi didn't answer. He just looked at Shen Qinji and repeated, I want to report a program. Ma Shichen shouted again, Wu Zhaoqi, don't tell me what program you want to report. Shen Qinji was also a little strange. She still had some impression of Wu Zhaoqi. He was not a good person. Okay, Wu Zhaoqi, tell me the program you want to perform. Wu Zhaoqi fished out a basketball from under the bench, looking very proud, and speaking in a sonorous and powerful voice. I want to play basketball. I want to show you basketball. The classmates burst into laughter. Shen Qinj was immediately confused. Everyone had seen Wu Zhaoqi's basketball skills. What else could he do? Wu Zhaoqi, thank you very much for signing up, but... She was halfway through her words when she saw a look of disdain on Wu Zhaoqi's face. I have played basketball for more than 10 years and danced street dance for 7 years. When the time comes, I will show you a combination of basketball and street dance. You will be shocked. What a joke. Basketball plus dance. Ma Shichen was shocked. Jiao Kanan was also confused. What the hell is that? Shen Qinj originally planned to refuse, but when she heard that basketball was added with street dance, it should be a bit novel. Besides, Wu Zhaoqi was the first to sign up, and she couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of her classmates. She thought about it and confirmed, okay, now we have a program. Students with talents, continue to sign up. We must make the New Year's Eve party a success. The classmates in the class saw that Wu Zhaoqi was able to sign up, and they thought that playing basketball and dancing can still be called talents. It always felt a bit strange, but because of this, the classmates didn't feel embarrassed. If Wu Zhaoqi's thing was selected, they must go up and try it. Someone shouted, Shen Qinj, I have talent. I have talent too. Cuiu shouted, I can snap my fingers. Shen Qinj was speechless. It was not enough to have a basketball player up there. What was this thing? Someone asked, how loud is it? Snap. Cuiu snapped it loudly. Shen Qinj was convinced, and she said, this is a bit not good, mainly because, it's rather monotonous. Jiao Kanan has had his eyes on Shen Qinj since the beginning of the school year, but he is more rational and has not made a move. Now that Cuiu was rejected, he shouted, I have talent. I can tell crosstalk. Crosstalk. This is okay. Finally there is a normal one. Shen Qinj nodded. Okay, Jiao Kanan's crosstalk is selected. Now the classmates are more enthusiastic, and they all talk about their talents. Wang Lang looked at the messy class and thought that the time to prove himself had come. This time he would show up in class and let his classmates remember him. This would lay a good foundation for his future election as class monitor. Wang Lang shouted bravely, I can do the moonwalk, the one by Michael Jackson. The moonwalk is a classic forever. Shen Qinj agreed to do one more. When Ma Shichen saw his good brother, he followed his classmates and shouted, I also have talents. Originally, this voice was not obvious among the classmates, but Shen Qinj happened to hear it, and she asked, Ma Shichen, do you have any talents? Ma Shichen was stunned. He was just playing around, and he didn't expect to be called out. He really didn't have any talents. However, now that the classmates in the class were looking at him, it would be embarrassing if he didn't make up one. Ma Shichen thought about it for a while, and shouted with a stiff upper lip, I learned martial arts with my cousin when I was a child, and I will perform it for everyone when the time comes. Martial arts? This performance is still very good looking, and Shen Qinj agreed. As more and more students in the class signed up, Zhenglu raised her hand to sign up for singing, and Bai Yuxia signed up for dancing. In the chaotic classroom, Zhu Yuantang lay quietly on the table. She had no talents. She rested her head on her arm, staring at Jiang Ning with her eyes blinking, and suddenly said, Jiang Ning, do you have any talent? No. Jiang Ning really didn't have any talent. He couldn't sing, dance, or play any musical instrument. Well, we're the same. Zhu Yuantang found a common point with Jiang Ning, and was a little happy. Then let's watch the New Year's Eve party together. I'll sit with you, she said. Do you want to see me? Jiang Ning asked her. Yes. Zhu Yuantang nodded gently. Well, I actually have some talent, he said. Then Jiang Ning raised his hand and said, I'll sign up. Jiang Ning was active at the beginning of the school year, but later he was not very noticeable in the class. Although he had good grades, was good at fighting, and was getting more and more handsome, his classmates felt that he was very low-key. At this moment, Jiang Ning's words attracted the attention of his classmates. Shen Qinj stood on the podium, looking down at Jiang Ning, with an indescribable complexity in her heart. Since they came to Yazhou together, Jiang Ning seemed to have become a different person, and he no longer treated her the same way as before. During this period, he never talked to her during the few times she had dinner at her sister's house. She once had resentment towards Jiang Ning, but after such a long period of Cold War, the resentment disappeared a lot, and she was more confused, curious, and unwilling to accept it. "What show are you going to perform?" Shen Qinsh said. After saying this, she felt as if she was in another world. She and Jiang Ning had not spoken to each other for several months. If she had to describe her feeling about Jiang Ning now, it would be the most familiar stranger. Jiang Ning uttered 2 words, magic. Shen Qinsh was silent for a while, and said, "Okay, you come and perform." She didn't ask if Jiang Ning really knew how to do it. Even if he didn't know how to do it before, he should know how to do it now. She is no longer the young girl at the beginning. Jiang Ning's ability and grades have exceeded her imagination many times. Yeah. Jiang Ning nodded. Shen Qinsh chose for a while, and finally put together a program. Class monitor Huang Zhangfei said a few words on the podium, and then the 3 class cadres of class 8 returned to their seats, and started morning self-study again. However, less than 5 minutes later, Shan Qingran walked to the podium with a fat man. The fat man had small eyes and looked uncomfortable. Seeing the fat man, most of the students in the class were stunned. This person looked familiar, but they couldn't remember who he was. Shan Qingran looked at the classmates in the class, cleared his throat, and said, "Student Song Sheng had been absent from school for a few months due to some special reasons. Now welcome him back." Oh, Song Sheng. When these words came out, everyone remembered that this was the Song Sheng who rolled on the ground during military training, and then beat Shan Kaikun in class, and then was beaten by Jiang Ning. Good guy. He disappeared for so long, everyone thought he didn't study anymore. The classmates in the class didn't like this kind of person. He might as well not come. Shan Kaikun, who sat at the same table with Bei Yuxia, stared at Song Sheng, feeling unhappy. He still remembered that he lost face that day. Now that Song Sheng is back, he will sooner or later regain the face he lost that time, and prove his strength in front of Bei Yuxia. Shan Qingran looked at the seats in the class. The seats had just been assigned last time, and Song Sheng's seat was replaced by a new classmate. Now only the back row was empty. He arranged, "Song Sheng, you sit next to Wu Zhaoqi first. This semester is almost over. The seats will be reassigned next semester, based on the final exam results." After hearing this, Song Sheng felt a little disgusted. He knew the students sitting in the back of the classroom best. They were all uneducated people. He didn't want to sit in the back, but there was no seat now, so he had to do this. After the next exam, he would fly to the front and sit. Song Sheng carried his school bag and walked to Wu Zhaoqi. He first glanced at Wu Zhaoqi and didn't recognize him. He had never seen him before. Song Sheng went to the hospital too early and hadn't recognized all the classmates in the class. After a few months, he had forgotten them. He didn't know about Wu Zhaoqi. Song Sheng threw his school bag on the desk. The full of books in it shook the desk. Wu Zhaoqi glanced at him and wondered, "Who is this? Why does he look a little wild? It looks like 2 chapters, but it's actually 2 days longer than the usual 3 chapters. I'll fix the update time." Chapter 121. The world is wide at a glance. Song Sheng's return did not attract much attention in class 8 except for the time during the morning self-study. New Year's Day is approaching, and most of the classmates in the class are preparing programs in the past 2 days, intending to surprise everyone and establish a brand new image at the New Year's Day party. After Jiuo Kunan signed up for the crosstalk program, he called Shan Kaikun to perform better. Shan Kaikun was a little reluctant. He was ecstatic when he knew that Bei Yuxia signed up for the dance program. He wanted to watch it too much, so he didn't sign up for the New Year's Day party. Of course, it was also because he didn't have any special skills. He wanted to conserve his energy and enjoy Bei Yuxia's dance at the New Year's Day party. That was the dance of the person he loved. But Jiuo Kunan was his good brother, and he threatened to give him a few bites of food at dinner, which made Shan Kaikun get on the pirate ship. After the evening self-study every day, he was pulled by Jiuo Kunan to perform crosstalk in the dormitory. In addition to performing crosstalk, Shan Kaikun would also pay attention to Song Sheng in class. He still remembers the face he lost at the beginning of the school year, and he will get it back sooner or later. Shan Kaikwun found that, after coming back this time, Song Sheng became more honest. Although his eyes were still annoying sometimes, most of the time, Song Sheng was reading books and doing exercises, as if he was preparing for the final exam, and getting a good grade. Shan Kaikwun expressed disdain. Song Sheng did not look like a good student. Another thing that surprised Shan Kaikwun was that Song Sheng had been drinking pure milk crazily every day recently, and even moved a box of milk from home, and put it in the classroom, and took it out to drink, when he had nothing to do. The milk that Song Sheng drank was of good quality, imported milk, and the box was full of English symbols, which looked very high-end. Shan Kaikwun searched the internet, and found that the milk that Song Sheng drank, a small box, was worth nearly 10 yuan. He originally thought that the milk brand was good, and he wanted to buy it for Bayuxia, but he thought about it and gave up. Drink you to death, you fat guy. You are so fat and still drink milk every day. Shan Kaikwun could not afford milk, so he cursed Song Sheng viciously. Moreover, Song Sheng liked to pretend. In the middle of winter, when others drank hot milk, he just picked up the cold milk. Once, Shan Kaikwun was drinking hot porridge, and met Song Sheng's contemptuous eyes, which made him very unhappy. Of course, there were also classmates in the class, who were curious about what Song Sheng had been doing during the few months he disappeared. But there was one time, when Song Sheng was drinking milk and Shan Zhao ran to the back row, to throw away the garbage. Shan Zhao was concerned about Song Sheng, and asked him if something happened at home. As a result, he was greeted with Song Sheng's gloomy eyes and almost attacked Shan Zhao. Shan Kaikwun really felt sorry for Shan Zhao. Although Shan Zhao looked a little stupid at ordinary times, he was actually not a bad person. He just asked Song Sheng, but he was treated like that. Shan Kaikwun really felt sorry for Shan Zhao. Afterwards, he found Shan Zhao and asked him not to get involved with people like Song Sheng. Shan Zhao glanced at Song Sheng in the back row and said nothing. Thursday evening, 10 o'clock. Jiang Ning sat on a chair, holding a dark silver ring in his hand. The ring was made of stainless steel. At first glance, it was just a small steel ring, but on its surface, there was a bright silver cloud pattern. The pattern covered the entire ring, making it look a little more mysterious. In fact, it was a formation composed of empty crystal silk, which made this ordinary ring have the function of storage. Jiang Ning's spiritual power activated the ring, and with a light flick, the mobile phone appeared in his hand. Then, Jiang Ning repeatedly put the mobile phone into the ring, playing for a while. He stopped. Storage space, but it was his dream in the past. In his previous life, there was no emotional fluctuation, and he didn't think there was anything. Now that he held it, he couldn't let it go. He brushed his palm across the table, and put in several jade bottles of elixirs on it. The quality of the empty crystal silk that Jiang Ning picked up was relatively ordinary, and the space inside was only about 3 cubic meters. For the time being, these spaces are enough for Jiang Ning to use. He doesn't have so many spiritual stones, materials, magic tools, and sundries. Now that he has a storage ring, Jiang Ning has achieved one of his goals. Now, he has more to think about. He is going to refine a puppet. With his ability, he can already remotely control the puppet. As long as he refines a puppet, many things that are inconvenient for him can be done by the puppet. To protect his relatives, or to protect spiritual herbs and medicines. However, to refine puppets, the required materials are more diverse, even more than the spiritual wooden boat, and they may not be collected in full. Jiang Ning thought so. Forget it, I'll send the materials to Xiao Xuanshan first, and then I'll collect as much as I can. Jiang Ning planned so. In the city center, in a residential area, on the 16th floor, the living room was air-conditioned and warm. Linzada sat on the sofa, holding the handle, staring at the 55-inch Sony TV without blinking. On the big screen, an assassin-like character was openly assassinating the target. Lin Han, with delicate makeup, held a rice fork and a salad plate, and sat on the edge of the sofa. She watched TV, and then looked at Linzada who was concentrating. Fadlin, are games that fun? Lin Zeta was addicted to the game world and said indifferently, "This is a PS4 console, the latest version of Assassin's Creed. How can it not be fun?" After the PS4 was released, Lin Zeta immediately bought one. He was obsessed with it. The graphics were amazing. It was much better than the PS3, definitely the next generation. He would never play mobile games again. They were all rubbish games. At this time, a girl came out of the bathroom. Her footsteps were very light, her face was as soft as a baby's, and her hair was loose, as if she had just taken a shower. "Auntie, are you interested in games?" Lin Han took a bite of salad and swallowed it with difficulty. She hated eating this thing the most, but in order to maintain her figure at night, she didn't eat. She couldn't stand the hunger if she didn't eat something, and not eating was harmful to her health. "Who likes this crappy game? I just think it's funny to play it." She changed the subject. "Xuan, how are you doing in school these days? Are you used to it?" She is usually busy with work. For investment matters, she has endless meetings and documents to deal with every day. Recently, when she sleeps, she always dreams of the carefree days of her youth. Looking at Ding Xuan's age, she can't help but feel envious. Youth is priceless. Lin Han rarely has such free time as today, so she fulfills her guardian's responsibility and cares about Ding Xuan. Ding Xuan said, "It's okay." Lin Zeta added, "The students in Yuzhou are so wild. There are obviously more fights than in Ancheng, and there are all kinds of weird things at ordinary times. The basketball in the next class exploded before, and it almost scared people to death." Lin Han said, "It's like this in number 4 middle school. Get used to it slowly." She used to study in number 4 middle school, so she is very familiar with the atmosphere of number 4 middle school. Lin Zeta played the game and said, "The students in number 4 middle school like to play online games and mobile games. I told them about the PS console, but they have never heard of it." He also wanted to ask me to play League of Legends. Speaking of which, there is another funny thing. Today Jiang who asked me to play League of Legends, and a girl confessed to me on the way. Speaking of this, Lin Zeta was so excited that he paused the game directly. Originally, after witnessing this incident, he planned to tell Lin Han as soon as he got home, but Lin Han was not at home at first, so he went to play games, and only now did he suddenly remember it. "Hey, Xiada who was confessed by a girl in your class?" Lin Han asked. No matter what, women love gossip, not to mention that this happened to someone she knew. She was indeed a little curious. Not from our class, but from the 8th class next door. At this point, Lin Zeta's expression was a little strange. "Oh, not the experimental class. Is that girl pretty?" Lin Han asked. She was still clear about how handsome Zhuang Jianhu was, and most girls probably didn't deserve him. Lin Zeta swung the handle, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Then, under Lin Han's cold gaze, he said hesitantly, "That girl, it's not a question of whether she's pretty or not. She's very strange. Well, it's hard to describe." Lin Zeta looked at Lin Han timidly, then at Ding Xuan, and said, "She weighs about as much as the two of you put together. Do you understand what I mean?" Lin Han laughed out loud. Even Ding Xuan beside him couldn't help laughing. "Xiada who is really?" Lin Han asked again. Did he agree? No, Jiang who was blocked by that girl at the stairs, and he was scared and ran away, so I couldn't go home with him. Lin Zeta complained. When Lin Han thought of that scene, he couldn't help laughing. Xiada who was arrogant, liked to show off, and was very proud, but he was scared like that. "Do you know who that girl is?" Lin Han asked. Lin Zeta actually asked. "Her name is Pang Jiao. By the way, in the last exam, the first place in the grade was in class 8, right?" Lin Han said. Although it had been 2 months since the exam of number 4 middle school, Lin Han had never cared about the results of Ding Xuan and others before. Their grades were good to begin with, and they were more sensible than students of the same age. They knew the importance of learning, and would not slack off. It was the day before yesterday at a drinking party. I happened to meet an aunt in charge of education. Lin Han mentioned it. As a result, after getting the report card, Ding Xuan was only ranked 3rd in the monthly exam of number 4 middle school. Lin Han roughly knew that her niece must have been hiding her talent again this time. She was also like this in Ancheng before. She was usually very low-key. Otherwise, with the quality of students in number 4 middle school, Ding Xuan would definitely be the first. Indeed, he is in class 8. He is a very powerful person. Ding Xuan did not deny it. Lin Han wanted to tease her and asked deliberately, how powerful is he? Is his score better than yours? Ding Xuan listened to her aunt and her expression was actually more serious. Indeed, it is better than mine. When the grades reach a certain level, the difference is not big. For example, Du Chuan, who ranked second in the exam of number 4 middle school this time, was hired by number 4 middle school with money, and was specially prepared to burst out in the college entrance examination. Such people are geniuses. Even if they are placed in the best middle school in Ancheng, they are one of the top few students. If they perform normally, they can probably go to those 2 top schools. Although Ding Xuan is proud, she asked herself that she would probably be at this level in the college entrance examination. The key is that the first place in the 4th middle school, Su Yuantong, has directly opened up a huge gap with her. Even if Ding Xuan did not hide her shortcomings and tried her best in the exam, she still could not pass it. So she was indeed a little convinced. She originally wanted to check Su Yuantong. According to Ding Xuan's previous habits of doing things, when she was indecisive, she would check everything first. But that day, she happened to see Zhu Yuantong and Jiang Ning going home together, so this idea was immediately cut off by her. She dared not take the initiative to test it again. Once Jiang Ning found out, I'm afraid there would really be no next time. After learning about it, Lin Han nodded and didn't take it to heart. What's the use of studying well? If you look carefully, there are many people with good grades, but in the end, those who are in various top fields and call the wind and rain are not those so-called top students. Just like Lin Han once, there are geniuses in the school. Some students' grades are so good that, even if she studies 24 hours a day, she can't catch up. She also felt frustrated. Nowadays, those people flow into various fields, and those who are doing well are studying for a doctorate in computer science and high energy physics abroad. After graduation, if you are lucky, you may be able to earn millions a year. If you are unlucky, you can only earn hundreds of thousands. Although a person's value cannot be simply measured by money, it is undeniable that money is the best way to measure it. Lin Han has been abroad for a few years and has a broad vision. She knows best that money is the most universal representative in the international community. Aunt, how is the progress over there? Ding Xuan asked. When it comes to this, Lin Han pressed his temple and said, the progress is very smooth. Recently, a unicorn company has emerged in Yuzhou. When talking about this, Lin Han's face became much more solemn. Ding Xuan, unicorn? Lin Han did not hide it. Although Ding Xuan is not very old, she is smart and can talk to her about these things. As for Lin Zida, who was playing games next to him, Lin Han ignored him directly. Lin Xiaopang was obsessed with the game. In the field of beauty and makeup, to be more precise, in the field of hair growth. Lin Han said, hair growth. Ding Xuan didn't pay much attention to this aspect. There is a company in Yuzhou that has launched a product called Evergreen Liquid, which is similar to hair conditioner, but the Evergreen Liquid is amazing. As long as it is applied to the head, hair will grow. The effect is extremely terrifying. If the project she is investing in now is to pick up money, then the Evergreen Liquid project is simply to print money. It is too terrifying. Her team has analyzed that the overall profit of Evergreen Liquid next year will be at least tens of billions. Ding Xuan didn't quite understand, but seeing Lin Han's serious analysis, she said, will that kind of product have side effects, such as added hormones? Lin Han said, no, the power of Evergreen Liquid lies in its formula. Conventional testing methods cannot analyze the drug ingredients at all, but it has such an effect. As far as I know, there is a biological company in Nanxi. After buying Evergreen Liquid, it took it back for testing as soon as possible, but it didn't detect anything. There is another sentence that Lin Han didn't say. Instead, several bold executives of that biological company used it and praised it highly. They became die-hard fans of Evergreen Liquid. One of them even jumped to Evergreen Liquid Group. Ding Xuan said, it's really amazing. That's right, some of the preferential policies are much better than my project. Lin Han said. Moreover, as far as she knew, the person in charge of that company was named Xiao Shuangshan. her rival in high school, and she was defeated by him. She was a little complacent when she learned that he opened a small pawn shop, but in just a few months, he became the head of the promising Chanking Guy group. He was much more successful than her. Lin Han felt a little frustrated. What kind of good luck could allow Xiao Shuangshan to rise to her current position? This was a bit too outrageous. Chapter 122 Why Evil? At night, 11 o'clock. Xiao Shuangshan drove home alone. Although the status of Chanking Guy group has been rising steadily over this period of time, her quality of life has not improved much. It's nothing more than changing the car from 180,000 to 800,000, and the house is still the same. The reason for not changing is that she is used to living here, and she has been too busy recently, so she doesn't have much time to change houses. In fact, Xiao Shuangshan is going to change recently. She plans to buy a villa in Hukushan and move there someday. Recently, the community is a bit noisy at night and very dirty. Because an old lady who likes to pick up rags moved in. She empties the trash can every day and then drags a pile of rags around the community, making it very dirty. That's fine. The key is that sometimes she picks up a lot of garbage and doesn't want to put it at home, so she piles it at the stairs or even in the elevator. Sometimes when Xiao Shuangshan comes back, there is no place to stand in the elevator, which is full of garbage cartons, rags and the like. The good elevator was made very dirty by the old lady. It's okay in winter now, but if it's summer, it will probably breed a lot of flies. Many residents went to the old lady to complain, but it was useless, and they were scolded. The old lady probably didn't have much education and her scolding was very ugly. A female student downstairs was scolded by her dirty words and tears came out. The residents had no choice but to complain to the property management. However, the old lady still scolded directly. The other party was old and couldn't use violence, so the people in the community could only endure it. Several tenants have moved out in the past few days. Xiao Shuangshan thought about these things and planned to move out soon. Xiao Shuangshan drove to the entrance of the underground parking lot and found that there were several cardboard boxes piled up at the door, blocking the way. Needless to say, it must be the old lady who picked up rags who did it. Xiao Shuangshan had to stop the car, open the car door and get out, intending to walk over and move the cardboard boxes. It happened that her phone vibrated a few times. She took out her phone and walked forward while looking at the screen. The message was sent by Jiang Ning, who told her some strange materials and asked her to arrange to buy them. Xiao Shuangshan replied on the screen. She would do everything Jiang Ning asked her to do, no matter how much it cost. Xiao Shuangshan walked to the front of the cardboard box. Suddenly, in the sky at midnight, more than 50 meters, a brown beer bottle fell from a window. The beer bottle fell, breaking through the air, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Under this kind of gravity acceleration, if it hit someone, it would be enough to kill instantly. The glass bottle fell on Xiao Shuangshan's head and hit her directly. Xiao Shuangshan only felt a movement in her chest and a gust of wind. The spiritual formation attached to the body protection jade pendant was activated, and the invisible spiritual power was swaying, and Xiao Shuangshan's hair was blown up. The beer bottle that should have fallen on her head was slightly deflected, and fell in front of her. Bang! With a loud bang, it hit the concrete floor, and shattered into a pile of glass pieces. Those sharp glass pieces just avoided Xiao Shuangshan, and none of them hit her. Xiao Shuangshan was frightened by this sound. Her body was fixed, her heart twitched, and she subconsciously took a step back. The alarm of the electric car not far away sounded, and Xiao Shuangshan's heart beat very fast. She looked at the pile of broken glass on the ground. There was a small hole in the cement floor, and some of the glass had turned directly into slag, which showed how powerful this thing was. Xiao Shuangshan felt a chill on her back. Just one step, just one step. If she took another step forward, she would be dead. First she was thankful, then she was angry. Xiao Shuangshan was filled with boundless anger. If she was hit by this beer bottle today, even if she survived, she would definitely be a vegetable. How sad would her family be at that time? She looked up, trying to find the murderer. If she could find the murderer, she would make him pay the price. There were many lights on in the residential building, and the murderer could not be found at all. Fingerprints, yes, Fingerprints. As long as the beer bottle was still there, as long as the fingerprints of everyone in the community were checked, the murderer could be found. Xiao Shuangshan was still in shock and thought angrily. But that way, could the murderer really be found? What if there were no fingerprints on the beer bottle? Besides, it was broken into pieces like this. Even if the murderer was found, could he really be severely punished? After all, the beer bottle did not hit her. Xiao Shuangshan was not sure. Thinking about it now, she became even angrier. It was late at night. Although the sound of the beer bottle falling was loud, it did not cause much noise in the community. If she was really hit today, she might fall directly in front of the parking garage and lie miserably on the cold ground. In a temperature of several degrees below zero, and in a coma, she would be frozen to death in no time. The body fell here, and it might take a long time, even tomorrow, for someone to find it. Xiao Shuangshan was extremely angry. After experiencing the thrilling scene just now, she held the phone tightly, and her mood fluctuated violently. She calmed down for a while, and the anger in her eyes slowly subsided, and finally disappeared. She didn't know what she thought of, turned on her phone, and sent a message to Jiang Ning. Sorry, Jiang Ning, I almost died just now, so I got back to you a little late. Perhaps Xiao Shuangshan had experienced the great terror between life and death, and needed to find someone to vent, so she chose Jiang Ning, who had just sent her a message. A row of rental houses in Hebei. Jiang Ning looked at the message sent by Xiao Shuangshan and thought for a moment. Almost died, so he didn't die. If nothing unexpected happens, the jade pendant must have worked. I didn't expect it to be useful. Otherwise, he would have lost a general. Tell me about it, Jiang Ning replied. Xiao Shuangshan walked quickly past the cardboard box and entered the garage. She pressed the voice button and quickly told Jiang Ning about how she was almost killed. I understand. Give me a copy of the address. Xiao Shuangshan hesitated for a moment. No need. Hurry up. Xiao Shuangshan sent the address to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning took a look and saw that it was 6 kilometers away from here. He replied, wait for me for 2 minutes here. Xiao Shuangshan was a little surprised. She sent another message to Jiang Ning, asking him not to come, but she didn't receive a reply. On the other side, Jiang Ning pushed open the door, used the key concealment technique, and the divine step, to jump out of the courtyard wall. Under the night, his body suddenly moved, and shot out at high speed. Along the way, Jiang Ning didn't take any detours. He galloped in a straight line, stepped directly on the surface of the Hushu River, crossed the opposite bank, and then passed through the high-rise buildings in the city, to arrive at Xiao Shuangshan's community. Xiao Shuangshan was touching her phone when she saw Jiang Ning in black clothes appear in front of her. Xiao Shuangshan stared at Jiang Ning in disbelief. So fast? Jiang Ning didn't answer her, but pointed to a pile of glass fragments on the ground and said, is that it? Xiao Shuangshan immediately replied, yes, that's right. I was almost crushed to death just now, and now I can't find the murderer. I plan to find the official tomorrow to check, and I must find the murderer. Xiao Shuangshan said hatefully. Jiang Ning looked at Xiao Shuangshan. Jiang Ning no longer bothered to hide from her. In a certain sense, Xiao Shuangshan is his person and his person, and her life can only be controlled by herself. And the greater the power he has, the more Xiao Shuangshan will be in awe of him. How do you want the other party to die? He asked. Death. Xiao Shuangshan looked at Jiang Ning. The calmness on his face and the contempt for life in his tone were a little weird in the dark underground garage. This was the first time she met Jiang Ning like this. Xiao Shuangshan was a little scared instinctively, but she knew that Jiang Ning was helping her, so she was no longer afraid. He won't die, but he will pay the price he deserves. I understand. Jiang Ning walked to the position of the glass bottle, stepped down, and drove with magic power, silently chanting, trace of all things. The key was peeled off, and locked the breath in an instant. Then, he raised his head, and locked the 22nd floor. The target was inside. You go back first, I'll take care of the matter, he said. Xiao Shuangshan looked at Jiang Ning. 2 seconds later, she kicked the cardboard box blocking the road and drove into the underground garage. Jiang Ning extended his spiritual sense over 100 meters, and the black clothes disappeared under the night sky. He stepped directly on the wall and jumped 7 or 8 meters. After a few leaps, he reached the balcony on the 22nd floor. The balcony window was equipped with anti-theft devices, and the glass window inside was slightly opened. At this moment, a broken porcelain cup was thrown out from the room inside, drew an arc, and landed on the edge of the windowsill. Fortunately, it bounced back and did not fall downstairs. Jiang Ning swept his spiritual sense and found that the room was in a mess, full of various waste papers and waste bottles. In the middle of the night, an old lady was packing up her things, making a lot of bang bang noises, which was very noisy. Such noises in the middle of the night were indeed uncivilized. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense reached the residence downstairs, and a little girl was tossing and turning because of the noise, disturbing the public, maliciously throwing objects from a high place, almost causing death. If it weren't for me, Xiao Shuangshan would be dead now. As bad guys get older, they become more arrogant. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning urged his spiritual power and slapped it with his spiritual power hand. Bang! With a sound, the huge force instantly twisted the entire steel anti-theft window, and the glass window was shattered into a large group of fragments. However, the strange thing was that the group of glass fragments was actually suspended in the air. Who is on the balcony? The old lady's sharp and unpleasant voice sounded. Jiang Ning waved his hand lightly, and the spiritual power wrapped around the group of glass fragments, turned into a stream of silk, and hit the old lady's legs, and slapped her to the wall. Then, Jiang Ning descended from the 22nd floor. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, The Fourth Victim. Friday. Jiang Ning's door opened automatically. He walked out of the house in a cotton coat. The days were short in winter, and it was still a little dark outside. He walked to Zhu Yuantang's house next door. Zhu Yuantang was cooking. When she saw Jiang Ning, she said with great joy, "Jiang Ning, today is Friday. We only have 2 classes in the afternoon, before we have a holiday." "Yes," Jiang Ning said, and he was also a little happy. Friday has always been a very friendly day for students. Since going to school, starting from Monday, they have been looking forward to this day. Not only students, but also many people who have entered society. Friday is also a good day, although many people's work is only Sunday off. After breakfast, Jiang Ning took the pots and bowls to wash. While Zhu Yuantang was not paying attention, he cast a spell and the pots and bowls were cleaned and looked brand new, without even using detergent. He threw the bowls onto the table and gently waved his fingers to put them back in place. After doing all this, Jiang Ning pushed the mountain bike out, and Zhu Yuantang walked ahead of him. Outside the house is an open flatland, and in the distance is an endless field with an excellent view. It was too cold, and the ground was stained with a layer of frost, and the soil was hard. The weeds close to the field were covered with frost and grew tenaciously. Zhu Yuantang ran over with small steps, accumulated strength, accelerated, and stepped on the frost on the weeds. Swish, she slid a distance, and she was as happy as a fool. She slid twice, turned back, and asked closer, "Jiang Ning, can you slide?" "No," Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang patted his chest. "I'll teach you." "Childish, don't play." Jiang Ning looked down. TSK. As soon as Jiang Ning arrived at the door of class 8, he saw that the door of the classroom was closed. Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense and analyzed what happened in the classroom. He pushed the door in, and everyone's eyes collectively looked over here, including Song Sheng on the podium. Song Sheng looked at Jiang Ning, his face gloomy, and he didn't say anything. He had come to class in a good mood in the morning. Today was Friday, and he could rest tomorrow. While his classmates were resting, he planned to study hard at home. Although Song Sheng had only been in school for a few days, he quickly recovered. Song Sheng planned to drink milk as usual. During the period of his fracture, he often drank milk to keep his bones healthy. Even after school started, he still kept this habit. It is said that foreigners grow tall and strong because they drink milk every day, so Song Sheng followed their example and asked his parents to buy imported milk. In this way, he is still the strongest man in the class except Jiang Ning. When the final grades come out, he can bully other students. A mere leg fracture can't defeat him, Songsheng. However, this morning, he reached out to get the milk, but he reached out in vain. He touched the bottom of the milk box, and didn't touch it. Songsheng was a little confused at first, and then he looked down. There was no milk in the milk box next to the table leg. Not a single box. He had only drunk less than half of it. Songsheng doubted his life at that time. After a while, he suddenly realized that his milk was missing. The milk that he specially placed on the table, the milk he drank every day, was gone. Songsheng cursed. Immediately, he ran to the podium and asked his classmates who took his milk. As a result, everyone looked at Songsheng in a very strange way. The first time was Zhang Kai's basketball, the second time was Jiuo Kanan's power bank, the third time was Wu Zioki's basketball, and now it was Songsheng's turn. Songsheng had not come to the class before, and he was not popular. No one told him that there was a thief in the school. As a result, only a few days later, Songsheng's milk was stolen. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantan came to their seats and sat down. Songsheng still stood on the podium, intimidating the whole class with his eyes, trying to find the murderer. Songsheng was very angry now. He had never suffered such grievances, even when his bones were broken. He shouted angrily, "Damn it, who stole my milk? Stand up now. Fuck, you even stole milk. How poor are you? Have you never drunk milk? You dare to steal my milk? Don't let me catch you, or I'll break your arm." Songsheng spoke wildly. No one responded. Jiuo Kanan, who was in the back row, looked at Songsheng's current appearance and felt much more comfortable unconsciously. Although he had lost his power bank, he was not alone. In the future, every time someone in the class lost something, Jiuo Kanan's mood would be comforted a little. In this world, he was not the only one who was hurt. Shan Keikwon, who was sitting in the front row, was gloating. Seeing Songsheng in trouble, he was happier than picking up money. Songsheng was furious for a long time, and the class monitor Huang Zhangfei reminded him at the right time. "Songsheng, calm down. The head teacher might come over during the morning self-study." Songsheng knew that he couldn't find the murderer, so he could only swallow his hatred and secretly planned that, if he found the murderer, he would beat him so hard that his parents wouldn't recognize him. He actually dared to steal his milk, this scumbag. I really don't know how powerful he is. Songsheng walked down from the podium with a sinister look, which made people a little scared, fearing that he would suddenly beat someone up. Shan Zhao said kindly, "Songsheng, I forgot to tell you before that there is a thief in the school. Several things have been lost in the class before. Don't bring milk to the class in the future. That thief seems to be quite powerful." Shan Zhao smiled a little silly, giving people the feeling that he was the kind of person who didn't have any scheming. It seemed that Songsheng's milk was lost because he didn't remind Songsheng in advance. Shan Zhao seemed to feel a little guilty. Although Songsheng was so angry that his head hurt, he was not a person who could not distinguish between good and evil. He still remembered that when he had a broken bone, the fat man named Linzada gave him an iced coke. He took Shan Zhao's reminder to heart, but he did not vent his anger on Shan Zhao. But Songsheng was still very unhappy. He was a rebellious person. The fat on his face showed, and he said stubbornly, "Damn it, even if he steals it, I will take it. Do you think I'm afraid of him?" This was said with great momentum, which made Shan Zhao speechless. The classmates around him listened and looked at Songsheng with a special look. This was a ruthless person. Songsheng returned to his seat with a frown on his face and sat down with great determination. He felt a little uncomfortable without milk to drink. Wu Zioki rubbed his basketball, patted it on the ground twice, and said with the tone of an experienced person, "Your milk is pretty average." Songsheng was unhappy at the time. Why did this hangman make him so unhappy? It was far worse than Shan Zhao just now. He said coldly, "What do you mean by average? Can you speak? My milk is imported, do you understand?" "What do you mean by imported? It's not those domestic rubbish brands." Wu Zioki thought that someone was pretending in front of him, so he said, "Your milk, my family received it as a gift before, and a box is only more than 300 yuan. You drank a little half, the rest is not worth 200 yuan. Although Song Sheng was still unhappy, he didn't have the impulse to hit someone just now. After listening to Wu Zhaoqi's words, the other party drank milk of the same level as him, which at least proved that his family was not bad. 200 yuan is not much, but I'm unhappy, Song Sheng said. I lost a basketball last time. Wu Zhaoqi gestured with his thumb and index finger. More than 800. That basketball was left in the class, and it was gone in one night. Now talking about this, Wu Zhaoqi is still a little depressed. When Song Sheng heard about the basketball worth more than 800, he immediately looked at Wu Zhaoqi differently. Although he didn't play basketball, he also knew that the basketballs played by ordinary people only cost a few dozen yuan. The boy next to him, who didn't look good, actually played a basketball worth more than 800 yuan. Oh, the basketball was stolen. In an instant, Song Sheng was not so sad. He lost 200 yuan, and this boy lost 800. Actually, think about it, it's not bad. After comparing the misery, Song Sheng's mood calmed down a little. In the afternoon sun was just right, adding a bit of warmth to the cold winter day. It was quite pleasant to bask in the sun in such weather. The last class was physical education class. After this class, we had a weekend. Jiang Ning glanced at the message on his phone. Xiao Xuanshan had found 2 more materials for the spirit wood boat and was transporting them to Yazhou. She said that she had already found some clues for the last material and was asking people to buy it. This meant that the materials for the spirit wood boat were about to be collected. Jiang Ning was in a much better mood. In the physical education class, the teacher asked the students to run 2 laps and then announced the disbandment. Jiang Ning brought a table tennis racket. He planned to play table tennis with Zhu Yuantang today. Yang Sheng ran over from the girls' team like a dog smelling a bone and stood in front of the two. Hey, Jiang Ning, didn't you agree to a one-on-one duel? You're not scared, are you? Yang Sheng raised her eyebrows and said. She was still wearing the same sportswear that she hadn't changed for thousands of years, and she felt like a heroine. Jiang Ning put one hand on Zhu Yuantang's shoulder and suddenly smiled. Want to challenge me? Then you have to defeat my assistant Zhu Yuantang first. Zhu Yuantang understood what Jiang Ning meant. She stared at Yang Sheng with a fierce fighting spirit in her eyes. Except for Jiang Ning, no one of her peers has ever been able to defeat her. If you want to play table tennis with Jiang Ning, you either have to bribe her with snacks like the chemistry teacher, or you have to defeat her fairly. But it is impossible to defeat her. Okay, watch me beat you until you cry, Yang Sheng said shamelessly. Damn it. Zhu Yuantang felt underestimated. She tugged at the corner of Jiang Ning's clothes and said, come on, Jiang Ning, I'll show you how powerful I'm later. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, and walked towards the table tennis table with her. At this moment, he noticed that Zhu Yuantang's personality was a little more cheerful. Compared with the dull white paper in the past, it was undoubtedly covered with sunshine at this moment. In fact, this little girl has always had a lot of ideas in her heart. She is a very lively girl, but in the past, she would only show that side when playing with Jiang Ning. Facing others, she rarely speaks. From the beginning of school to now, Zhu Yuantang has not spoken a word to 80% of the classmates in the class. When they arrived at the table tennis court, Yang Sheng took the table tennis racket and was about to serve a ball when someone next to him said, wow, Yang Sheng can also play table tennis, so awesome. Do you dare to play 2 rounds with me? Yang Sheng turned around and saw that the person coming was Ma Shicheng. Chapter 124, Unique Transfer Method. Not only Ma Shicheng, but also several boys followed him at this moment. They formed a V-shaped formation. Ma Shicheng took the lead, occupying the emperor's position, with a domineering aura. After that, 2 people stood side by side, namely Wang Langlang and Hu Jun. Behind them, 3 people stood side by side, namely Ji Yuokunan, Shan Keiquan, and Cuiyu. This movement attracted the attention of the students on the podium. Yuwen whispered, Kinj, Ma Shicheng and the others are not going to teach Yang Sheng a lesson, right? Thinking of this, Yuwen was a little excited. Once there was hatred between girls, it was actually deeper than that between boys. She took Yang Sheng on duty for a month, and then Shen Kinj and Jiang Yanan were dragged into the water. All of them took Yang Sheng on duty for a month. In addition, Yang Sheng's sarcasm on weekdays made the hatred very big. If Yang Sheng was really taught a lesson by Ma Shichen, it would be really a pleasure for her. In that case, Yuan was willing to spend 5 yuan to go to the barber shop at the door to wash her hair, just to celebrate Yang Sheng being beaten. Ma Shichen put his hands in his pockets, and the acne on his face was exposed. He said lightly, "Today's sun is so noisy, the sun is shining and radiating in his place, but what about me?" Wang Lang sighed, "That fate is unfair." Hu Jun followed closely, "Today I will catch 3 sheep." Shan Kaikun corrected the topic again, "One sun is too lonely." Jiuo Kunan said, "Sometimes there is no Sunday." Seeing that his brothers were so talented, Cuiu, who was the last one, wanted to take this opportunity to express his feelings, but Ma Shichen drank, "If there is no sun, then I will be the sun." He looked at the short-haired woman in front of him and issued a challenge, "Yang Sheng, do you dare to play with me?" Ma Shichen was extremely confident. Since he lost the bet a few days ago, Ma Shichen humiliated himself to take the place of Yang Sheng on duty. That was the darkest day since he entered high school. What kind of person is he, Marja, to be controlled by a little woman like a cow and horse? It's too embarrassing, especially this matter, in front of the whole class. Where is his face? He had long thought about finding a chance, and now, hasn't the chance come? Table tennis is a national sport. Although Ma Shichen is not talented, he naturally has a skilled game. He started playing table tennis in elementary school. At that time, the conditions were not good. There was only a cement table, and even the net in the middle was built with bricks. On that square table, Ma Shichen had defeated many opponents. He and his classmates agreed that they would leave the game after losing 3 goals. Ma Shichen was always the king of the table. The classmates took turns to challenge his position, but he could hold on for a whole class. It was a very happy time, which honed Ma Shichen's table tennis skills, and he was known as the king of wild ball. So much so that Ma Shichen was fully confident of defeating Yang Sheng today and washing away the shame. Ma Shichen first looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Brother Ning, please give me some face today. Don't worry, I will solve it quickly and won't waste your time." He seemed to be telling a trivial matter. Jiang Ning said, "If Yang Sheng is willing to play with you, I won't bother you." Jiang Ning always likes to help others. Ma Shichen raised his nose and said arrogantly to Yang Sheng, "Do you dare?" Yang Sheng is about 1.63 meters tall, and Ma Shichen is at least 12 or 13 centimeters taller than her. When the two stand together, he completely suppresses Yang Sheng in terms of momentum. And playing ball is a kind of momentum. If the momentum wins, then it has already won. Yang Sheng had planned that she would compete with such a strong opponent like Jiang Ning today. Even if she had to send Zhu Yuantang away first, she would be willing. But facing Ma Shichen, a mascot who came to her door, she didn't mind killing his prestige first. Okay, 1 ball a day on duty, or 2 balls a day to carry water. Dare you? Yang Sheng made a bet. Ma Shichen quickly calculated in his mind that there were about 4 duty times a month. He had already taken Yang Sheng's duty once. As long as he won 3 times, he could pay it off. If he could win a few more times, then Yang Sheng would have to take over his duty and carry water for him. Thinking of the scene of Yang Sheng carrying water, Ma Shichen almost laughed. "That's what I meant," Ma Shichen said lightly. "Jiang Ning, lend me your racket. I'll treat you to snacks when you come back next week." Jiang Ning swung the racket casually. Ma Shichen put one hand behind his back and gently grasped the rotating racket handle. "How handsome, Brother Ma. My friends and I are stunned." Jiuo Kunan said, "Brother Ma, it's time to show your skills." Hu Jun said, "Brother Ma, kill her without leaving a single piece of armor." Ma Shichen's side was full of talents, cheering and cheering. In contrast, Yang Sheng's side was very deserted, alone. No one shouted, no one encouraged, and even looked a little pitiful. Ma Shichen's mouth curled up, revealing a wicked smile. "What can she do to beat me?" He walked to the side of the table tennis table, looked at Yang Sheng, and said, "Go ahead, I'll give you a ball." Ma Shichen claimed to be a gentleman, full of the elegance and easygoing nature of a European man, and possessed the spirit of chivalry. Yang Sheng could no longer hold back, and seeing Ma Shichen pretending for such a long time, she wanted to see what Ma Shichen could do. She was about to serve, but someone else interrupted. "Words are not enough. Since it has been decided, in order to make the game more realistic, we need to find a referee in advance. Hu Jun said righteously. There should indeed be a referee. Ma Shicheng agreed. Otherwise Yang Sheng would regret it. Wouldn't that be bad? Wang Lang followed up and said, Hu Jun's suggestion is good. Then the referee will be the most handsome and fair person in class 8. When Wang Lang said this, he couldn't suppress the smile on his chubby face. Then, I now announce that the referee will of course be. Of course it will be Jiang Ning. Yang Sheng interrupted him. Huh. Wang Lang felt so uncomfortable. Jiang Ning, you are the only two witnesses present. They are in league with Ma Shicheng. I don't believe them. I'll trouble you for a moment. A favor. No big deal. Jiang Ning agreed. So Jiang Ning walked to the table tennis table next to him, used his magic power to clean it, and then heated the density board of the table, and sat on it. Zhu Yuantang saw it, and sat next to Jiang Ning, hugging him tightly. Jiang Ning could feel the softness of Zhu Yuantang's little cotton jacket. Okay, let's start. Zhu Yuantang acted as the acting referee. She closed her palms, and signaled the two to start the game. Ma Shicheng had been waiting for a long time, and he was ready to kill Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng served an ordinary ball. Ma Shicheng posed and pulled it back with great force. The ball bounced back with a bang. Ma Shicheng's power worked miracles. The ball was so fast that Yang Sheng actually missed it. Brother Ma is awesome. Brother Ma is mighty. This ball was really fierce. If it continues like this, Ma Shicheng will kill Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng was also surprised. Is Ma Shicheng such a good player? If he always plays at this level, she really can't say that she has completely defeated Ma Shicheng. As for Ma Shicheng, he just smiled casually and dared not say anything else. As long as he had the chance, his ability to hit the ball was amazing. Ma Shicheng made it a gesture to Yang Sheng, which meant that he still owed Yang Sheng 2 more shifts. Yang Sheng got serious and served a low ball. This kind of ball was not easy for Ma Shicheng to hit. He raised his racket and hit it back normally. As a result, Yang Sheng sent it to the edge, and the ping pong ball rubbed the edge of the table. Ma Shicheng had no time to catch the ball. There was a burst of boos from the outside. Brother Ma is a bit lame. Brother Ma, what's wrong with you? Are you not okay? Hu Jun and others immediately began to belittle Ma Shicheng, and Ma Shicheng wanted to cover their mouths. Shen Qinj, who was not far away, asked Yu Wen, who do you think will win between the two of them? I think Ma Shicheng will win. Generally, boys are better at table tennis. Yu Wen said. In her impression, in many sports, if boys and girls compete together, generally girls are no match at all. Yanan, what do you think? Yu Wen touched Jiang Yanan, who was playing with her mobile phone next to her. Jiang Yanan, who was browsing her questions space, forwarded a post about her star, and called on everyone to support her. At this moment, she looked up at Yang Sheng, and saw Ma Shicheng using exaggerated gestures and violently hitting the ball with terrifying power. She immediately said, Ma Shicheng will definitely win. In fact, Jiang Yanan had a quarrel with Ma Shicheng because of the star last time, and they had some conflicts. But facing Yang Sheng, who had tricked her into taking duty for a month, the latter was still more hateful, and she wanted Yang Sheng to lose. The more Ma Shicheng played, the more he sweated, not because of the heat, but because of fear. Often when he found an opportunity and hit a ball, Yang Sheng would win back 3 balls. When Ma Shicheng failed to catch the ball, Zhu Yuantang counted. Ma Shicheng lost 13 balls. As expected, this caused a commotion. Brother Ma, can you do it? Brother Ma, don't play anymore. Your skills are not good enough. Shan Kaikun said. 13 times. Brother Ma, you have to be on duty for Yang Sheng for a semester. Brother Ma, you are so stupid. Ma Shicheng's face became more and more ugly. Why not let me play? I can still play well. Shan Kaikun said. He was a spectator at the moment, and seeing the two people's playing skills, he felt that they were just average, nothing special. Especially Ma Shicheng was too stupid, always being hung around by Yang Sheng to play the ball, and he watched many balls from the sidelines, claiming that he would not be so stupid if he played, and he would definitely be able to hit the ball. Seeing Shan Kaikun ready to make a move, Yang Sheng immediately challenged him. Why, Shan Kaikun, you want to have a fight? Shan Kaikun's face immediately showed contempt when he heard this. Ma Shicheng was too inferior after all. A boy couldn't beat a little girl like Yang Sheng in table tennis. He was really too inferior. He was different. He was super fierce. If it was Shan Kaiquan, he would definitely beat Yang Sheng. Brother Ma, let me try the racket. I will help you win it back. Shan Kaiquan went up to get Ma Shicheng's racket. Ma Shicheng was actually a little reluctant, but at this moment, his mentality of losing was a little broken, and he was ready to take a break, so he gave the racket to Shan Kaiquan. Shan Kaiquan was about to serve. Yang Sheng said, there must be a bet, right? Why not follow the rules just now? 1 ball a day, or 2 balls a day to carry water? Shan Kaiquan agreed. Just a reminder, if you lose, it's your own loss, not Ma Shicheng's. Don't cheat. Yang Sheng said. Ma Shicheng has a good reputation and is willing to accept defeat. Now it is Shan Kaiquan's turn. She is a little bit unconvinced. Shan Kaiquan saw the doubt on Yang Sheng's face and felt that he was looked down upon. Does he look like a person who does not keep his word? Shan Kaiquan was impulsive and shouted, I lost the game today. If I regret it, you, Yang Sheng, will be my mother. Yang Sheng, Ma Shicheng, Wang Longlong, Jiang Ning was also a little speechless. Zhu Yuantong, who was clinging to him, was very happy and kept rubbing him with her little cotton jacket. Since Shan Kaiquan said this, what else can Yang Sheng say? Come on. The table tennis ball bounced back and forth. Shan Kaiquan lost 1 ball, 3 balls, 7 balls. Shan Kaiquan lost 14 balls. Shan Kaiquan was beaten like a grandson by Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng said contemptuously, that's it? Are you much worse than Ma Shicheng? In her opinion, Shan Kaiquan is a typical boaster who is not good at anything. Shan Kaiquan lost face and had no power to resist. Jiuo Kunan was unhappy and he decided to stand up for Shan Kaiquan. After all, he had specially found a master to practice table tennis for a period of time. Now it was Jiuo Kunan's turn to play. Jiuo Kunan lost 15 balls. Next, Yang Sheng called his name. Are they all so bad? It's boring to bully the weak. Yang Sheng rubbed his wrist. You didn't plan to go up at first. Seeing her provoking him like this, if he were a boy, he would not be able to bear it, but he didn't believe it. Kunan, give me the racket. I will avenge you. After a while, Zhu Yuantong counted. CUIU, 18 balls. Yang Sheng took the racket and looked at the last 2 people. Do you want to play? Wang Longlong and Hu Jun looked horrified. What the hell is playing? Are they going to clean up for her? Ouch. I suddenly have a stomachache and can't play anymore. Wang Longlong shouted. Hu Jun shook. No, I feel dizzy. Seeing the performance of the 2, Yang Sheng sneered. Zhu Yuantong, use your mobile phone to send me the number of duty they owe me. Don't remember it wrongly. Zhu Yuantong said, I'm the first in the grade. How could I remember it wrong? Ma Shicheng and Shan Kaiquan looked at each other, and there was a strange look in their eyes. They thought of it now. Yang Sheng beat them a total of dozens of times, which was almost enough for them to be on duty until the 3rd year of high school. Looking at it this way, it was a long time ago, and it didn't seem so bad. Yang Sheng happened to catch the eyes of several people, and seemed to understand what they meant. She sneered and said to Zhu Yuantong, let's play a few balls before the get out of class is over. This time it's not a bet. If you can beat me, I will give you a few laborers and let them take your duty. Yang Sheng won too much today, and knew that he couldn't always have such good luck, so he took the initiative to make this suggestion. Yang Sheng looked at several people and said, you have no objection, right? Especially you Shan Kaiquan? Don't forget what oath you swore. Shan Kaiquan was annoyed. Does this involve labor transfer? Ma Shicheng and others all felt the same way. They felt that they were being sold. It is tentatively scheduled to update at 10:30 every night, 2 chapters at a time. Now it is 7,000 updates a day, a part-time job, which is the limit. Once I have adjusted, I will update at 2 time points. More updates are another matter. Wait for me. Chapter 125 Special Agreement. Yang Sheng invited Zhu Yuantong to play table tennis. It was still a few minutes before the end of get out of class. Although the holiday would come after this class, Zhu Yuantong was not the kind of person who would rush out of the school after class. She planned to play on campus for a while, and when there were fewer students outside, she would go to the snack street with Jiang Ning. Recently, Aunt Gu got a new job with a salary of 5,000 yuan, which was 5,000 yuan after paying the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. In 2013, it was a very good treatment in the small city of Yazhou. After the family became well off, although Aunt Gu still lived frugally, she was very generous to her daughter. Last time Zhu Yuantang received a scholarship, Aunt Gu paid all the scholarship after she was admitted to the hospital. So during this period, Aunt Gu always found ways to give Zhu Yuantang pocket money, sometimes even giving her double portions, and told her to buy 1 portion for Jiang Ning when eating, and not to eat alone. Facing Yang Sheng's invitation, Zhu Yuantang took the racket and moved down from Jiang Ning. Okay, let's play a few games. She stood opposite Yang Sheng and said to Jiang Ning solemnly, I will definitely guard the door for you. Jiang Ning smiled. Before Yang Sheng served, he looked at Ma Shicheng and others standing around and teased, why, you guys are not leaving yet, what are you looking at here? Do you want to fight with me? Ma Shicheng's face hurt so much at this moment. He originally brought a bunch of brothers to support him, but in the end, his brothers lost even worse than him. He was now extremely complicated in his heart, ashamed, uncomfortable, helpless, and all kinds of emotions intertwined. After this, it seemed that he had broken through some shackles and was not so uncomfortable anymore. Although it was shameful to drag the brothers into the water, at least he was not alone. No, the brothers volunteered to go into the water, and it had nothing to do with him. Especially the oath made by Kaiquan. Ma Shicheng felt ashamed. Now Kaiquan's face was darker than Ji Yuokunan, who was originally dark-skinned. Thinking of this, Ma Shicheng could even make a joke. Don't you want to see who you will hand us over to later? I'm glad to know. Yang Sheng looked at Ma Shicheng with a high look. She didn't expect that Ma Shicheng was quite flexible and had a bit of a manly demeanor. Although Yang Sheng was not very old, he often encountered various opponents in sports. There were not many people who could afford to lose, face failure calmly, and even tell a joke afterwards. Many adults couldn't do it. Compared with Ma Shicheng, Shan Kaiquan and Cuiyu looked ugly and even a little angry. I'm going to serve, be careful, Yang Sheng said. She had seen Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning play table tennis and knew that Zhu Yuantang was good at playing table tennis, but she was not afraid. I have received professional table tennis training. Yang Sheng served a ball, and Zhu Yuantang was very sensitive and hit it back with his backhand. The two of them fought back and forth. Ma Shicheng and the others stayed a little further away. Wang Lang watched the two girls playing table tennis and said, Zhu Yuantang's skills seem to be very good, not worse than Yang Sheng. Cuiyu replied, Brother Long, don't analyze it. If you hadn't explained how weak Yang Sheng was, I wouldn't have played against her. I lost 18 balls. Cuiyu was unhappy. He lost the most among the people present. Wang Lang stopped talking. He didn't want to go up and get into trouble. There was nothing he could do. Who made him and Hu Jun lose the game? Now, among the few people, the losers have the right to speak. Shan Kaiquan had a dark face. He was almost embarrassed today. Fortunately, Bei Yuxia was not here, otherwise he would be ashamed today. Alas, although I didn't lose as much as you, I'm more miserable. I can't deny it. After hearing this, Ji Yuokunan was not as depressed as before. He glanced at Shan Kaiquan and said, You really can't deny it. You really are. Alas, I don't know what to say. How can you bet like this? I won't admit defeat except to you. Ma Shicheng advised, Don't learn from me. Leave yourself a way out when you speak in the future. Shan Kaiquan listened to the comfort of several people and said, Don't worry, I get it. I will learn to leave myself a way out in the future. Then he said angrily, When I make a bet with Yang Sheng again in the future, I will be her grandson. Ma Shicheng, Wang Lang turned his back and took advantage of the fact that several people were not paying attention to laugh fiercely twice. Fortunately, he always made plans before making decisions, unlike Shan Kaiquan. Immediately, Wang Lang put away his smile, put on a sad face again, and returned to join the conversation. He comforted, Don't say anything, everyone is well intentioned. Who would have thought that Yang Sheng is so good at table tennis? On the other side, Yang Sheng played a few balls with Zhu Yuantang. She roughly figured out Zhu Yuantang's technical level. He was talented and could play back and forth with her. His skills were quite outstanding among middle school students. Moreover, Zhu Yuantang was not the kind of player who could only play recklessly. She was flexible and improved rapidly. Yang Sheng lost 4 balls. She shouted to Ma Shichen and called a few people over. Yang Sheng glanced at them and finally stopped. Jiuo Kunan, you will take the duty for Zhu Yuantang 4 times first. Did you hear it? Jiuo Kunan said with a dark face that he heard it. There was nothing he could do. Who asked him to make a bet? Ma Shichen and Shan Keikwon would definitely accept the loss. If he cheated, it would be a bit unreasonable. Jiuo Kunan had been planning to accept his fate, but Zhu Yuantang said, no, I can clean it myself. When Jiuo Kunan heard this, he was pleasantly surprised at first. He didn't have to do his duty in advance, which was great. But he suddenly had a toothache again. Am I being disliked? With this thought, Jiuo Kunan almost couldn't help but ask Zhu Yuantang, do you look down on me? Yang Sheng said, don't be polite to me. They are idle anyway. Let them take out the garbage or move the mineral water bottles. You must be happy to help your classmates, right? Ma Shichen said sadly. What else? However, Zhu Yuantang refused in the end. Compared with Yang Sheng, who was cheerful, optimistic, and casual, Zhu Yuantang was the kind of person who didn't want to trouble others, and she felt that this was not good. Yang Sheng saw that Zhu Yuantang refused, but she didn't say anything. She looked at the few people and thought about how to deal with them. Things that were obtained for free must be sold quickly. Ma Shichen was swept by her eyes, and he felt guilty immediately, as if he was facing the class teacher. Just at this moment, the bell rang in the teaching building outside the playground. See you next week, goodbye. Several people left a word and ran away. Looking at their embarrassed figures, Yang Sheng stepped on the table tennis table with one foot. Her short hair swung because of the intense movement, which made her look more dashing. Ma Shichen and several others ran out of the playground. Wang Lang was a little fat and had poor physical strength. He fell behind and shouted breathlessly, Brother Ma, don't run so fast. Wait for me. Ma Shichen was still very loyal. Wang Lang was his deskmate and also his game spectator. He stopped decisively and asked Shan Keikwon and others to stop. Shan Keikwon despised Wang Lang. You can't do it. You are weak after running a few times. Don't you exercise normally? Wang Lang thought to himself, what's the use of your exercise? You are stubborn and are played like a monkey by Yang Sheng. But he is a wise man who makes a living with his brain. However, Wang Lang still looked very honest. He said, no, I don't practice much, so I can't compare to Brother Quan. Shan Keikwon said immediately, school starts next week. I'll take you running during the evening self-study. Let's run on the playground. Wang Lang didn't want to exercise at all. He looked at a few people, thinking that the brothers were cheated badly today and were probably in a bad mood. He took this opportunity to get closer to each other and implement his big plan in advance. I have some money on hand recently. I will treat everyone to fried food and spicy hot pot. There is a fried food stall at the door. You can eat as much as you want. Wang Lang said generously. He was going to treat everyone to barbecue, but barbecue was too expensive. There were 7 people present. If they really wanted to eat as much as they wanted, it would probably cost more than 200 or 300 yuan. In comparison, fried food is much cheaper. Several people's eyes lit up. They didn't expect there would be such a good thing. Wow, Brother Long is so fierce today. Good job, Brother Long. I didn't misjudge you. From now on, whatever Brother Long says is what it's all about. Especially Shan Keikwon shouted the loudest. There was no other way. He had lost most of his money before, and now he still borrowed money from Jiang Ning for living expenses. He hadn't eaten well for 2 days, and Wang Lang's voice at this moment was like listening to heavenly music. He instantly recalled the deliciousness of fried food, fried a chicken fillet, covered with chili sauce and cumin powder, and took a bite. Shan Keikwon wanted to swallow his saliva. Let's go. He put his arm around Wang Lang's neck. At the table tennis table, Yang Sheng left with her special racket. Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were left alone. There were many students on the playground, but now they all walked out of the playground. The playground, which was a bit noisy, gradually became quiet, and a warm winter sun shone all over the playground. There were two groups of people left playing basketball. A girl was standing on the podium. Several students were sitting on the parallel bars in the distance. In the south corner of the playground, the branches and leaves of the small garden passed through the iron fence on the wall and tried to spread towards the playground. Two boys were playing with their mobile phones, probably to get free Wi-Fi. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry to leave the school, and the two of them played table tennis. Jiang Ning did not use all her strength and let Zhu Yuantang win several balls in a row, so she thought her skills had improved, and she was happier. Because of the exercise, Zhu Yuantang's cheeks were flushed, and her slightly childish face was filled with joy and excitement. The distant sun shone on her body, dyeing her with flowing light. Jiang Ning, am I amazing today? Zhu Yuantang put down his racket, looking like he was about to praise me. Very amazing. Yang Sheng is no match for you. Hehe. Zhu Yuantang laughed. Let's not play for now. Let's go for a walk on the playground. The two walked to the playground, not saying anything, just walking quietly. Jiang Ning walked aimlessly and couldn't help but recall that he used to like walking on the playground very much, and his mood would be relaxed because of it. He once came to Yazhou from the town to study, and faced with the unfamiliar environment, he often felt depressed. He often came to the playground alone to walk alone, and after walking for a long time, his worries and melancholy would dissipate a lot, and his mood would ease. It's just that he was always alone before, not like now, accompanying a little girl. The heat on Zhu Yuantang's forehead dissipated a little, and there was a hint of coolness. She tightened her clothes, and sat down on the grass. Jiang Ning stopped, and sat down as well. Zhu Yuantang leaned closer to him, hugged his arm, and put her head against him. The two of them were pressed together. There was no wind in the air. The warm sunlight fell, and their shadows stuck together. After a long time, Zhu Yuantang tilted her head, and looked at him. Jiang Ning met her watery eyes. Jiang Ning, where do you want to go to college in the future? College? Jiang Ning used to be in Huaricheng, but he didn't miss that place. Maybe I'll go to Linzhou, he said. It's a bit far. Zhu Yuantang thought that she would be far away from her mother, and her little face was a little tangled. Yeah. Jiang Ning, are you afraid of going far away? No. Me too. I'm not afraid either. Zhu Yuantang said. Jiang Ning glanced at her. You are afraid? Humph, why would I be afraid? Just brag. Jiang Ning didn't believe her at all. Zhu Yuantang looked at Jiang Ning with a stern face. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she said, Jiang Ning, don't forget me in the future, okay? Somehow, Zhu Yuantang wanted to say this. Jiang Ning said calmly, I won't forget it. Really? Yes. Jiang Ning was very sure that he had not forgotten it after more than 200 years of changes, and he would not forget it. Zhu Yuantang became happy again. Then let's stamp it. She stretched out her hand and pressed it against Jiang Ning's palm, and they separated at the touch. Okay, you are not allowed to regret it. Jiang Ning said, childish. This is an agreement. Zhu Yuantang said seriously. Jiang Ning lifted her coat and hat. Okay, don't think too much. Do you want to eat or not? Let's go. Okay, let's go right away. Today is still my treat. Zhu Yuantang patted his waist bag. The two passed by the street in front of the school gate and happened to see Ma Shicheng and his group sitting around a table at the fried food stall, eating heartily. Ma Shicheng shouted from a distance, Jiang Ning, do you want to eat? No. He took Zhu Yuantang away. Jiuo Kanan took a bite of the fried skewers and asked in confusion, are they in love? They are together every day. Ma Shicheng said, it doesn't seem like it, but they are really close. Jiang Ning abandoned me to sit at the same table with her. Wang Lang Lang said, am I not good enough? Shan Keiquan took 2 sips of milk tea. Brother Long is my best brother. Not only did he eat fried food, but Wang Lang Lang also treated him to milk tea. It was really good. Shan Keiquan took 2 sips of milk tea and felt a little proud. Don't worry about Jiang Ning. I'm going to tell you something important. I'll have a partner in a month at most. Wang Lang Lang was about to say, are you going to confess to Bai Yuxia? But he saw Jiuo Kanan's eyes and changed his words. On my own behalf, I would like to wish Brother Quan in advance. Ma Shiching, CUIU and others all sent their blessings, seeing through but not saying it, and being worldly wise. Shan Kaikwan waved his hand. When I succeed, please come here again, brothers, for a meal. Ma Shiching and others thought to themselves that they probably wouldn't be able to have this meal. Only Jiuo Kunan encouraged him. My wine is still in the dormitory. I'll open it as soon as you're ready. You're worthy of being my brother. Shan Kaikwan thought Jiuo Kunan was really nice. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.